Welcome to the Jewel of the Desert, the oasis of opulence, the beating heart of the United Arab Emirates. Welcome to Abu Dhabi, a city where tradition meets innovation and every skyscraper seems to reach for the stars, and not forgetting the home of Formula One in the region. Just a stone's throw from the Yas Marina circuit lies the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. Nestled in the heart of Abu Dhabi, this is no ordinary track. It is a battleground where horsepower meets precision and only the boldest emerge victorious. Here on the asphalt canvas of the Forsan International kart track, the echoes of engines reverberate through the air, creating a symphony of speed. It's not just a race, it's an adrenaline-fueled dance, a test of skill and a battle against the clock. It's also a haven for thrill seekers and racing aficionados. The Forsan kart track isn't just about conquering laps, it's about pushing the limits of velocity, mastering every curve and experiencing the sheer joy of the chase. This week marks the first ever Champions of the Future Academy program with 3 categories spanning mini, juniors and seniors, but with a twist. The Champions Academy program runs on a single supplier format. RJMC have teamed up with Paralin and TM Engines to the mini categories, running the 60cc TM GR3 engines with Kart Republic and Miami for the juniors and seniors, running on the OKNJs and the OKNs. Together, they are providing a massive amount of equipment for our drivers to use for this week. And the format for this race weekend is slightly different as well. Compared to a standard race weekend with qualifying, heats, super heats and finals, this week drivers will have a new challenge with free practice and 2 qualifying sessions on day 1, 3 heats and a final on day 2, and the same on day 3. Qualifying 1 yesterday gave us the grid order for today, and qualifying 2 gives us the grid order for tomorrow's racing, and the points from the finals on day 2 and 3, they get calculated, and the drivers with the most points at the end of the weekend take the win. The weekend here as well is at the Forsan International Sports Resort in the United Arab Emirates. The track itself, 1,200 meters in clockwise direction. This is a superb facility to go racing for the first ever Champions Academy program. Certainly looking forward to it. Myself, Anthony Jordan, in the commentary box, taking you through all the proceedings throughout this weekend. And there is certainly a massive amount of excitement in the paddock with this being the first of its kind. The drivers lined up on the grid for the first race that is going out today, and that is the Mini 60s, and the driver you can see there starting on pole position, Dan Alaman, certainly had a good one yesterday in Q1. That was in the dusk of the evening. Later on, Q2 would be under the floodlights. It was a dark qualifying 2 for the drivers, and for some of these drivers, it was their first experience racing under the floodlights as well. So it was certainly a big shake-up for a lot of our drivers. As you can see, the weather today is beautiful. It is around 30-odd degrees. It is absolutely fantastic. The drivers and mechanics, teams, families, everyone ready to go racing here. Like we say, 1,200 meters this circuit, 17 turns. It is an absolutely superb venue with undulations all the way throughout this track. It is certainly a tricky track to go racing on, and for a lot of these drivers, it was a new track to go racing on. They only had a short amount of time to get used to it, with only a handful of free practice sessions on this brand new equipment that they're running in the mini categories, running on the Paralin chassis with the GM-powered GR3 engines on board. And there you can see, starting this one on pole position, Dan Alaman. He has got Priam Bruno alongside him on this as well. Certainly looking forward to an absolutely fantastic day at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. Certainly a brilliant place to go. There, smiling man, Martin Bean, our race director this weekend. He certainly looks ready and fired to get going for this weekend. Everyone is super excited about this one. The first time RGMC has come to the Middle East racing. It has certainly been a brilliant way to start the weekend, and everyone is just primed and ready to go, and myself included as well. There is Priam Bruno, the Belgian driver, who did very well in qualifying as well. He started P2 in this one on the outside row around this 1,200-meter circuit, and I've got to say, he has got a super challenge on his hands, because down towards turn 1 is a prime opportunity for overtaking. You can imagine every driver going into that one. There's a lot of runoff area around this track, so you do have to watch out for it there. Your judge of fact, Ross Upton, showing the 30-second board before we get going for this one. 8 laps of racing for the Mini 60 category that's about to go out, and I've got to say, the grid looking absolutely fantastic. Full grid, 34 karts out there, and it is a big one. Qualifying was only separated by, I think, a couple of seconds between the entire grid. and of course everyone on the same set of tyres, engine, chassis, everything like that. First race of the weekend then, Mini 60 qualifying heat 1 about to go out onto the circuit, and the engines fire up and they get going. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one then. On row number 1 will be Dan Alaman with Priyan Bruno alongside Leonardo Peruzzi and Achille Peruzzi. They go from row number 2. Conor Mayer and Nikita Dalilov goes from row number 3 with Alessandro Trudot and Liam Carr on row number 4. Nasser Nas and Pierre Abu Divan go from row 5. They round out the top 10 from Oscar Singh and Aryan Singh on row number 6. Some of the karts having a struggle to get away there. Faris Harion, which I believe that is, should have started 13th on the grid, is now being pulled off the circuit. Derek Rivera starts alongside on row number 7. Sevilla Pozniana and Victoria Farfus go from row number 8. Oliver Warner and Lorenzo Zucchetto go from row number 9. Eda Pizzuto and Ari Kallenberg on row 10 from Veer Chopra and Avia Lawrence on row 11. Nilas Malik and Aaron Buffar on row number 12 from Aurelio Longitano and Francisco Puerta on row number 13. Koda Singh and Nikita Mir on row 14 with Ray Heber and Kim Minji on row 15. Mikhail Abubakar and Luca Besaril on row 16. Baptiste Augustine and Yovrab Mehta on the final row of the grid. As you can see there, one car not getting away. That was the 26th of Faris Harion, which has not gone away from the grid. So going around for their formation lap now, and it looks like it fires into life. It does for Faris Harion, so luckily the race is not over. And of course, with the format this weekend, it's going to be a challenge for these drivers. Any heat that they, fail to finish, it's going to cost them dearly. They've only got the 3 heats today and a final, and then going into tomorrow, another 3 heats and a final. So those finals, you are going to have to be careful. Points up for grabs, championship points in those finals get accumulated from both days, and the maximum points that those drivers achieve at the end of those 2 finals, that is what they get at the end, and that will determine who is the champion at the end of this one. So, for Champions of the Future Academy program, the first of many. So many drivers getting involved with this one, new and experienced here as we're about to get the first race underway. Drivers will approach the red line that you can see on your screen there. From this point, it is no overtaking, and you should be in your formation. This is going down in towards turns 16 and 17. Again, a prime opportunity for overtaking. Set it up into 16, get it done through 17. But the first race of the day at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track is about to get underway for Champions of the Future Academy program in 2023. Lights go green. Here we go, down in towards turn 1, and Dan Alaman gets a good getaway. Holds it on the inside line. To the outside there, Priyan Bruno tries to get it done, but it looks like Leonardo Peruzzi has got up into 2nd place. No, he hasn't. Bruno holds on to it just as they go up the hill now through turns 5 into 6 and 7 now of the chicane, or 5 and 6 of the chicane. Down in towards turn 7, the hairpin. This is also another prime opportunity for overtaking. They disappear as they go downhill now into the braking zone of turn number 8. The hairpin here, very fast entry, slow on the exit as you've got to watch out. Now you come into the bowl section of the circuit, the fastest part of the track. Seniors hitting around 110, 20 kilometers an hour through this section. In through turn 10, banked on the entry, very fast through this, and now you come into the single file section here of 13, 14, 15. And then finally into the last 2 of 16 and 17. And look at this, already a clean breakaway. Dan Alaman, Priyan Bruno and Leonardo Peruzzi breaking away here from the rest of the field. And already the 2 drivers at the front working together to try and drive away from the rest of the field. There in 4th place, you can see, is Alessandro Pujol, who's doing a good job. Conor Mayer there from Pierre Abu Divan. Nisar is there as well in 7th place. He's up 2 positions. Biggest mover I can see out there. You've got to give that to Ray Heber. He has gained 11 positions in this one. He's up into P18 on the start of that one. The same as Yovrab Mehta, also up into P24, 10 positions gained. Great start then from the entire field. Some drivers not having a good getaway, unfortunately. Faris Harion, of course, that we saw with a breakdown at the start, dropping down to P27 as well. Aryan Singh also not getting a good getaway. But eyes at the front here, and Dan Alaman and Priyan Bruno, as you can see, working together now through this technical circuit. And again, very harsh on a driver. The conditions are hot. It's pretty humid out there as well. It's not the best racing conditions in terms of temperature. So these drivers will have to stay hydrated throughout the day. But the track itself as well, there's not a lot of rest time. You've got to be so careful with your driving. It's a very precise circuit, very demanding on a driver. So for all of these drivers, it is going to be a super challenge across the weekend. But there, Alaman and Bruno breaking away, and Peruzzi now starting to drop back a little further back in the field. Here, this is right at the back of the field now. Who have we got here? This is the 39 racing. Is all the way down at the back of the grid there. That is Francisco Puerta, Luca Bercil, and Aurelio Longigato still down there at the back of the field. Eyes at the front once more. And Alaman and Bruno again just working together. And you might see this through the qualifying heats. Again, it all really falls down to the final. That's where you get the points. They do get intermediate classification points for the qualifying heat. That only determines the grid for the final later on today. So drivers really will have to focus on getting good results in this to determine where they start for their final later on. We complete lap number 3 now. We go on to 4 of 8, so half race distance, and a change for P4 now. Like Meyer has gone up a position. So Meyer getting past Alessandro Trichot, both of them on a good run still. We are starting to close in on our top battle. Fastest lap going to Priyan Bruno though. 101.717 in terms of qualifying. That's not too bad off the pace. The tyres that they're using right now will be the tyres that they used in qualifying 1 yesterday. Drivers got allocated 3 sets of tyres for the weekend. First set was for free practice. That's done and dusted. They don't need to worry about that anymore until obviously in the morning. But the tyres that they're on now were the tyres that they used in qualifying 1. In qualifying 2, those tyres were brand new. They will use those tomorrow. So it's the 1 set of tyres they've got to use throughout the entirety of today. Back out into the final sector, in towards 16 and 17. Once more, and again, line of stern between these two. Running a little bit wide there for a lot of the field. Onto the track. It's quite a coarse tarmac here. The grip doesn't stick to the circuit too well, so drivers saying that it's actually quite slippy out there despite all the free practice and qualifying that they've done. It is still quite slick. And he's running on the Vega tyres here as well. Vega providing the tyres for all 3 categories. The prime and the option available to the juniors and seniors as well. And Alaman this time around though, now with the fastest lap, 101.546. Still working with Priyan Bruno here to try and push away from the rest of the field, and they have opened that gap up now to over a second. Peruzzi, Meyer, Trichot, Carr, Abdivan, Singh, Rivera and Dijalov. Dijalov not had the best getaway. Started this one P6, now they're into P10, still in the top 10 with Achilles Peruzzi. Achilles Peruzzi started on the 2nd row of the grid, just behind Priyan Bruno. He has dropped back to P11. This is a tricky track to overtake. There are overtaking opportunities through turn 1, 3, 4, 7 and 8. We're all in the early stages of the lap. The infield really not a place to get an overtake done. Right now, Alaman and Bruno just controlling their pace here now, looking absolutely superb. And again, for a lot of these drivers, this is their first time here as well. And for some drivers, it is their first time racing out of country as well. We've got quite a few Australians joining us here this weekend, and for some of them, it's their first time that they've left Australia and gone karting elsewhere. And I've got to say, we've seen some good results from the Australians as well. Australians racing in this one, Conor Mayer, who's having a brilliant job in P4. You've got Liam Carr as well, and that is a couple of drivers off the track there. Not sure who we've got there off the circuit. But 2 karts that have come to a stop, and that is probably Nasser Nice and Oliver Warner. Yeah, it's Warner, and that you can see is Nasser Nas off the track, who's looking quite emotional at the time. Hopefully they are okay. That's 2 retirements already from the race. That's not what you want to see. A couple of laps left to go, 1.5. So we keep an eye on our top 2, Alaman and Bruno. We might see an attack here from Bruno in the final couple of laps. But again, just in these qualifying heats, the first race of the weekend, you don't want to be too harsh on the kart. You want to keep it in a nice, secure condition, not pushing it too hard through the bowl here. Fastest part of the circuit into the braking zone of turn 10. This last section here, very technical on the drivers. Left and right. Lots of positive and negative camber through the track as well. You can really throw it into the corners. grab onto that apex and it'll just drag you round. Out of the final corner then. And the last lap board will come up for the drivers, and there is going to be no challenge here, I think, from Priyan Bruno. Alaman looking like he's got this one controlled of the first race of the day. Looking all calm and collected. Check over the shoulder, though, for Alaman, just to see what's going on. This is a little further down in the field, side-by-side action. This is Pavaziana and Farfus battling away. This is about 16th and 17th on track. And so still battles happening all the way throughout, and a bit of side-by-side moments there as Tussaud dives down the inside of Conor Meyer on the last lap. He gets back up into P4 now, so Meyer down into P5. As you see there, Peruzzi, who's just been chilling and driving nice and calmly in third place, just controlling his race. The same as up at the front here. Dan Alaman and Priyan Bruno into the final section now. Round 17. And it will be a checkered flag then for Dan Alaman in the first race of the day. You can see there the body language, nice and calm, resolved at the end of that one. And a quick thumbs up there to Priyan Bruno, who finishes in second place. Leonidas Peruzzi then finishes in third. Alessandro Truchot in fourth place. He did get past Conor Meyer just down the inside through turn number 8. From Liam Carr, who finishes in P6. From Pierre Aboudivan in 7th place. Eric Rivera finishing in P8. From Nikita Zilov. Omar Singh there in 10th place, rounding out the top 10. Oscar Singh there, brilliant job for them. Biggest results there for the drivers. Got to give it to Aaron Buafa, 12 places gained, finishing in P12. And Ray Haber as well, 12 places gained, finishing in P17. Superb job from our drivers. And back in towards Parc Fermé they go, of course. Scrutineering checks and weight checks now coming into play. So all the results that you see here, of course, will be provisional until the full results come out. There they are on your screen then after 8 laps of racing. Dan Alaman from Priyan Bruno, Leonidas Peruzzi from Alessandro Truchot, Conor Meyer from Liam Carr, Pierre Aboudivan from Derek Rivera, Nikita Dizalov and Oscar Singh rounding out the top 10 from Zucchetto, Bufa, Achilles Peruzzi, Abel Lawrence and Victor Farfus rounding out, or Victoria Farfus rounding out the top 15. Sofia Paviziana finishing in P16 from Ray Harbour, Veer Chopra and Akita Mir 18th and 19th out on track. Aryan Singh and Ari Kallenberg in 20th and 21st. Kota Singh from Enapazzuto in 23rd place. Baptiste Augustine with a good result, finishing in the top section there from Kim Min-ji, Karas Harion and Yvette Mehta. Aurelio Longlitano and Luca Estaril, Francesco Puerta and Mikel Abubaker finishing in the top 31. Only 3 retirements. Nilis Malik, Nasser Nas and Oliver Warner, unfortunately out of the race. But there, your 2 victors, Dan Alaman and Priyan Bruno. A good start to the weekend for them. I'm sure they're ready to go out for their next race later on today. There will be the 4th race heat to go out at the end of this one. Each driver's getting 3 qualifying heat races this weekend. And there you can see the team from Paralin here just checking on everything on the carts to make sure they're all good. Paralin with a huge show of force here to support the Mini 60 category. Let's take you through some of the highlights on that one. And the start, good getaway, clean start for the first time of asking. Very nice to see, and it was a good getaway from Dan Alaman, and you saw Leonidas Peruzzi there to the inside, trying to get down the inside of Priyan Bruno. But Bruno just able to hold it round the outside through turn number 2 up the hill. And he'll add the inside line going into the hairpin of turn number 3. Very fast, tricky section there, but you've got to slow it down because then turn 4's next. That was the moment we lost Oliver Warner and Hassan Nas. Unfortunately, both very emotional there, not happy with the incident. Hopefully they are both okay. The battle though here though, Conor Meyer and Alessandro Truchot battling away. Truchot would get the jump at the end of it. Same with Dan Alaman. He would take the win from Priyan Bruno, Leonidas Peruzzi and Alessandro Truchot rounding out the top 4 for our first race of the day. Brilliant stuff then from the Mini 60s. We will see them out later on today. Their next race starts at around 10 to 12 local time here. And there you can see the broken kart there of Oliver Warner, who I'm sure is getting assisted by the track staff. And they'll get that back to Parc Fermé as quickly as they can. Track staff here have done a fabulous job so far across the weekend. See, we can't go racing without the marshals and the officials here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. They have done a superb job throughout the weekend so far. Next race is coming up, though, in just a short amount of time. We turn our attention to the OKN Junior category. They're qualifying Heat 1. That will be coming up in a few moments' time. Certainly a busy grid as well, 24 in total that'll be heading out onto the track, and plenty of support from family and friends here this weekend. Lots of people very excited to go racing in the Middle East for the first time for RJMC, and for a lot of these drivers as well. It's been certainly one of the bucket list things to do for many of our drivers here. And thanks to RJMC and the Champions of the Future Academy program, that has been achieved. And it's looking very promising for future races to come next season as well. Looking forward to seeing what is coming up from the RJMC group. But there you can see the recovery truck now making its way back towards Parc Fermé with our two stranded karts out on track, Warner and Nas. Unfortunately, their race is not going the way they wanted. I think that's Nilis Maliki's got on board as well. So Malik not getting a good getaway. There on your screen, some of our senior drivers getting away, and that is Arena out there as well. One of our drivers. There's the juniors getting ready to go out. Of course, the dummy grid now being the actual grid on the circuit, so be a little bit of time in between the races here while drivers get sorted out onto the actual grid. Yesterday, though, we caught up with our man who did a fabulous job in qualifying in the juniors, both in Q1 and Q2. We caught up with Toby Gale. Here's what he had to say. Time qualifying 1 OK Junior is done, and Toby Gale, pole position in the first group, which means you're starting on the top spot for the first day of racing here. Brilliant result for you. How was it feeling out on the track?
It's feeling amazing. We as a team have worked so hard to achieve this, and I would like to thank them for that. Yeah, we've given it everything, and it's paid off in the end. So I'm extremely pleased with it.
This race weekend is a little bit different to some of the other things I think a lot of the drivers here are used to, with just qualifying practice on the first day and 2 different race days. You've got finals on both days. Does that bring a new challenge to yourselves?
Yeah, it's definitely different and quite big challenge, but I'm looking forward to it, you know. I've always dreamed to race in the night, and we're here about to do that soon. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to doing it, and yeah.
Let's see what you can do in the dark then. Lights come on, and yeah, we'll see what you do in qualifying Group 2. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, qualifying Group 2 would certainly go his way as well, putting it on pole in both of them. So Toby Gale certainly looking like a favourite going into this weekend. It's just got to be getting through these races. That's going to be the big, tall order that the drivers are going to have to deal with. There you can see grid heading out onto the track, 24 of them in total, running on the OKN J engines. Now, slightly different to the OKJ engines that they would have used in some of the other championships, like the FIA Europeans or the Champions of the Future as well around Europe. These ones just not supporting the exhaust valve on the back, and of course these are slightly more restricted than the seniors with an exhaust restrictor. Meaning it's a more cost-effective engine to go racing with from juniors to seniors. Basically, they are running on a senior engine. It's just slightly restricted. So take that restrictor out, and you've got yourself a senior engine. So a little bit more cost-effective and just fractionally lighter as well than the standard OK and OKJ engines. So the OKN category, very new, modern, crisp, and good to see that they're out here. Engines provided by Miami this weekend for the juniors and seniors, as well as the chassis being brought by Kart Republic. Again, huge showing from Kart Republic and Paralin. A big job for them to get going. There is Your man starting on the third row of the grid, that is Marco Shilkunis getting himself sorted out and ready to go. There you can see he's actually got his FIA Academy Trophy suit on as well. There, though, your pole sitter, Toby Gale from Thailand. Certainly looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one. He had some fantastic results in his qualifying session, certainly very, very quick. We actually put an onboard camera on him as well. You'll see that a little bit later on today. He was hoping that he would go faster in the dark, and it actually turned out it was right. He would go faster in the dark, so qualifying certainly seemed to go his way. Second, though, on the front row of the grid is Caden Higgins. Higgins as well, hoping to be racing an F1 by 2028. Nice to see that he's got the ambition behind him. Very, very calm, collected driver. He's ready to go on this one, and I'm expecting a close race because qualifying yesterday was very, very close. Absolutely nothing between our top two at the end of the session, so that front row certainly looking very, very interesting. Connor Clancy and James Ignatiadis from Melbourne, Australia starts on the second row of the grid. There you can see Connor Clancy on your screen, the 122, ready to get going racing. Again, just checking everything over, making sure it's all ready to go, which I'm sure it is because the mechanics have been working hard, not through the night. The paddock closed at around 8:30 today, so they weren't allowed to touch tyres or touch anything of the karts. They were all sorted out, ready before this morning. But this morning was a hive of activity, everyone making sure everything was ready to go. And the team here in the paddock, and of course the team here of officials have done a fabulous job to get this weekend going. James Ignatiadis from Australia starting on the second row of the grid in the treble one. Again, looking forward to seeing what he can do. His favourite driver is racing heroes Ayrton Senna, so if he's learned anything, it will be from the best. There's Luna Flusha, the Spaniard, ready to get going in this one, starting on the third row of the grid in P6. And again, there's our man Chris out there, one of our second eyes on the circuit, keeping everything. He's in constant communication with race control and Martin Bean and everyone out there to make sure that the racing is nice and safe and everyone is following the rules that they should be. Whistle blows then, only a couple of minutes before this race gets underway, and again, primed and ready. There you can see the 1 minute board up from Ross Upton, ready to get this one going in a short amount of time. We're talking about Marcus Shilkunis earlier on, the driver starting in 5th place. Goal to be the best version of himself as well, so he's primed, ready to go for this one. Of course, we couldn't go racing without our fabulous marshals out on circuit, so we do give them a big thanks and a big applaud for standing out there in the heat in big marshal suits as well. I can imagine it's very, very hot out there, and hopefully they are nice and hydrated. And again, couldn't go racing without them, so brilliant job by all the track staff here and the officials to go racing here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. Here we go then, next race, the OKN Junior Qualifying Heat 1. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. Toby Gale and Caden Higgins starting this one on the front row of the grid. Connor Clancy and James Ignatiadis going from row number 2. Marcus Shilkunis and Luna Flusha on row number 3 from Zain Al-Homasani, and Augustus Toniolo from Brazil on row number 4. Saramatsu from Japan and Nikita Glessersmith on row number 5. Arthur Donker and Marichana Nadelli on row number 6. Alexander Dahlstrom, who's his best result, qualified on the front row of the OKJ World Finals in 2022. He starts on the 7th row of the grid with Angelina Simmons-Torres from Spain alongside Jeremy Montgomery-Swan and Dinya Islamov on row number 8. Max Murray and Zachariah Dole on row number 9. Raquel Zarith Faradin and Daniel Dalaki, and they go from row 10, running out the top 20. Katrina E. and Egon Pedrotti on row 11. Karine Kaur and Ella Hakkinen starts at the back of the grid. Unfortunately, set no time in qualifying. Hopefully, she is out on the track. She has crossed the timing beat, so it's good to see. Wagon is rolling, and Ella Hakkinen is at the back of the grid, but she will start, which is the most important thing. Drivers finish their warm-up lap. They now go on to their formation lap. Get themselves all sorted out. Again, for a lot of these drivers, it was their first time around this circuit. There was a lot of nervousness going into this weekend, I think, by a lot of them, because new circuit, lots to think about, lots to get used to, but the nerves soon disappeared when they put the helmets on and they went out for free practice and realised that they came off the circuit. The first thing they said to me was, I absolutely love the circuit, and I want to do some more sessions. I can't wait. So it just shows the circuit here is an absolute roller coaster. There's undulations, there's a positive, negative camber, fast sweeping corners, tight hairpins, chicanes. It's got literally everything you could want on a racetrack, all squeezed into 1.2 kilometers. Here we go then. OKN Junior, their first qualifying heat. Here they come to the red line. Now the grid's fairly spread out at the moment. The front two running a little bit quick. They might send them round one more time, but of course we'll see what the check is. You can see the back of the grid not formed up at all there. And yeah, they are going round again indeed. So yeah, not a clean start. So our first false start of the weekend. And Road just needs to bring it back just that little bit. They were very eager to get going, but you can understand that. You can imagine a lot of drivers just ready to get this weekend underway in both all three of the categories. We already saw the mini race, and quite calm, collected in the first race. To be expected, though. A lot of drivers not wanting to use up their tyres too much. They've still got to do another 2 races and a final after this one. Here's a look at the start, and there, yeah, you can see drivers in formation at the start, brilliant at the front, yeah, all good, but they were just a bit too eager to get away, back of the grid, not in formation. Race director Martin Bean saying, no, let's try again. Here we go again, as now drivers make their way into the final sector, keep it nice and slow. There you can see marshals there instantly telling them, nice and slow, bunch the pack up. You don't want to slow down too much, though, because you don't want to oil up the kart or anything like that. Here we go. Into the final sector now. This is looking a lot better. Nice and steady. Toby Gale on the left, Higgins on the right, lights go green. Here we go, down towards turn 1, and straight away Gale sweeping across the track there to try and hold off any advance from Caden Higgins, and he gets swamped into the back. Higgins has had a terrible start. He's fallen right into the field. I think that's Connor Clancy who's got up into second place now. Brilliant start for Clancy, and it's the 131 that's gone through. That's Marcus Shilkunas. So Shilkunas from 5th on the grid is now up into 3rd place. It was a fantastic start from the inside line. The outside row didn't get a good getaway at all, and again, that's to be expected over the course of this weekend. As you can see, the driver sweeping through the turn 8 hairpin in towards turn 9. The fast sweeper down in towards turn 10. Very quick through this one as well. The camber on the inside helps you sweep through the corner, up the hill through 11, 12, 13, 14 as well. This is just left, right, left. There's no time to breathe through this. You're constantly fighting with the kart to get it round the track, but it was a good getaway though for Gale and Connor Clancy and Marcus Shilkunas. They're broken away from the rest of the field. It's actually a 5-car breakaway now. You can see the 195 there. That's Dano Homasani that's up into P5, and James Ignatiidis still there in P4. So James did get a good getaway. He didn't lose any position, so James Ignatiidis still holding on well. And I've got to say, Toby Gale is not looking comfortable here. He's got Connor Clancy right on his rear bumper now as they were going through turn number 7. No dives to the inside of turn 8, the hairpin. Be careful, running a little bit wide there. Don't want to hit those curbs. They're very harsh on the kart. Through the banking of turn number 9, down into 10. Again, very, very quick. So easy to just miss your braking zone, not judge it correctly, run just that fraction wide, and then it all messes up the next sector, really. This is all one big corner, if you think about it. There's no breathing at all through this sector. You've just got to absolutely just dial it in and get it tucked into all these corners. Here we go, down to the inside though. Connor Clancy wheel to wheel with Toby Gale and gets it done. Gale down into second place, and Connor Clancy now in the lead. Brilliant overtake, and that's through turn number 1. Again, we were talking about turn 1 being a prime opportunity for overtaking. That's the first attempt that we've seen through the corner, but that's brought everyone back into the battle now. Shilkunas, El Homasani, Ignatiidis as well. Luna Flusha is holding on to that battle there, and again to the inside. That looks like it is Marcus Shilkunas to the inside at turn number 8. So again, a big change there, and now Gale down into 3rd place. It's not the end of the world. 3rd place is still a good result, but it's still early doors of this race. 9 laps is the junior races from the 8 that we saw from the minis. And there you can see now with Connor Clancy leading the way. He's under no real pressure here from the rest of the field. He's had a good lap on this one after that overtake through turn number 1. And in the slipstream, here comes the treble 1 of James Ignatiidis, wheel to wheel here with Zain Al Homasani. That's not gone well. The 161 of Zachariah Dole is off the track, and unfortunately for him, his race is over, of course, with the OKN engines. If you do spin, that's it. The engine will stall. You've got to push it to get it going again, and it looks like he's failed to get that one restarted. So that's a bit of a shame. Now Nikita Gederschmidt is now fastest out on circuit. Now that is to be predicted, because Nikita was very quick in qualifying. Was just caught out in traffic, so wasn't able to complete a solid time, but did put some quick times in qualifying. Here though, Clancy breaking away, and well, Shilkunis still under pressure from Toby Gale here. Toby Gale has not dropped off the back of Michael Shilkunis, so the battle for second still on. So is the battle for fourth, and here we go. Gale to the inside of turn one. No drama there, and no contention from Shilkunis, who looks like he's going to fight back Q3. No, he's not. He's going to stay there. Ah, right. They've got the engine going there for Dole. Dole keeps going. Caden Higgins now with the fastest lap of the race. Caden Higgins is responding to his great start, so he's fighting his way back into the field. They're in P6 at the moment, and warning flag going out to Dandalakian. He would not like that. Half-race distance at the moment now. Big sideways moment for Conor Clancy. He's pushing that kart. This driver's running on the Vega option tyre. So this driver's having to work hard with these once again. Same rule as the Mini. Let's look at the start again. Left-hand side of the screen. Live feed still up there on the right. Good initial getaway though from the inside line for Gale, Clancy and Shilkunis. That inside line worked well. There you can see just getting squeezed out the way as James Ignatiadis dived to the inside and pushed Caden Higgins to fall back into the field. So it was not the best getaway for Caden Higgins. He would unfortunately fall back in the field. I'm still on that live picture there. Starting to see gaps forming now between our drivers. You can see James Ignatiadis still trying to latch on to the back here, but Conor Clancy looking like he's got this one controlled. Fabulous overtake through turn one in the early stages of the race on Toby Gale. Now Gale's actually got back up into second place now by the looks of it. Just behind the screen. Toby Gale back in front of Marcus Shilkunis. Yes, there it is. That was from turn one, of course. He's still trying to close in. So Masani, Ignatiadis, Higgins, Luna Flusha still there in seventh place. Marcus Toniolo, Nikita Gederschmidt in ninth. And Silas Torres from Martin Donka. Dahlstrom still there in 12th place as well. And Luna Flusha now with the fastest up the race, 55.764. There you can see her go through in the all red suit, the Prema suit there, just going through. Luna Flusha from Spain, very strong just in the background, but eyes on this. It seems to have concertinaed it up just a little bit now. So Shilkunis, El Homasani and Ignatiadis very, very close on track. And are we going to say, that's another mechanical failure there. And yeah, unfortunately for Zachariah Dole, that is just race over now. I think that wagon not going to go any further. Bit of damage to the side there as well, so that may have been due to contact as well the first time around. Here we go though. Eyes on third, second, third, fourth, and fifth. First and second breaking away. Clancy and Gale. No drama between those two right now, but it's all down to Vasani, Ignatiadis, and Higgins. Higgins obviously wanting to get a good result back, and they're actually allowing the likes of Higgins and Luna Flusha to close back in. So. Trouble one here of James Ignatiadis, and I think he's actually got past. So yeah, James Ignatiadis and Zain El Hobassani have both got past Michael Shilkunis by the look of it. Yes, they have. Now it's Shilkunis who's dropped down the field. So it's Shilkunis who's down behind, just in front of Caden Higgins now and Luna Flusha. So he has dropped down into to P5 now. So big changes here. Trying to still make their way now into lap number 9 and the final lap of the race. Clancy, Gale, Ignatiadis. Then it's El Homasani, Shilkunis, Higgins and Flusha. Caden Higgins here all over the rear bumper. Just behind, looking for an attack here on Marcus Shilkunis. We won't see anything through the chicane here. As they go down towards 7 and 8. Not like any changes so far, but for Conor Clancy, it has been a good result for him after qualifying third. At that inside line, he got a good getaway at the start, managed to get the lead in the early stages of the race. and has just looked nice and controlled. Hopefully he hasn't pushed those option tyres too hard in the early stages. Of course, he's still got 2 more qualifying heats and a final to go on this set, the same as the rest of the field. But for Conor Clancy, first race of the day from 3rd to 1st, he will take the first win for OKN Junior. Brilliant results for Conor Clancy. Toby Gale will finish in 2nd place from James Ignostiidis. Zayn Al-Homassani from Caden Higgins. Marcus Shilkunas from Luna Flusha. Caden Higgins did manage to get the overtake on that last lap as well. So Caden Higgins, despite starting on the front row, best result he could muster up after the bad start was P5. Augustus Toniolo then finishes P8, started P8 as well, not gaining or losing any positions. Nikita Gerashmits finishing in P9. Angelina Simmons-Torres moving up 4 places to finish in the top 10. But your winner, Conor Clancy, after 9 laps of racing. Certainly an interesting start there. Toby Gale, quick in qualifying over the race, struggling just that little bit in the early stages, but still finishing in P2. It's a good result as the drivers head back in towards Parc Fermé, where scrutineering and getting weighed in will come in. There you can see some of our other drivers here. Callum Bradshaw there you can see on the balcony watching along. There's a look then at the qualifying heat results from OK Junior. Conor Clancy from Gale, Ignostiidis from El Homassani, Higgins from Shilkunas, Luna Flusha from Augustus Toniolo, Gerashmits from Simmons-Torres, Didonka and Dahlstrom, Nadeli and Islamov. Dalakian running out the top 15 out on track. 16th place would go to Max Murray from Sara Matsui, Jeremy Montgomery Swan from Egon Petrotti. Katrina E would finish in the top 20. Ella Hakkinen gaining the 3 positions, finishing in 21st place from Raquel Zores Paradon. Karine Kaur finishes in 23rd place. 1 retirement. Zachariah Dole, unfortunately, retiring from the race. Kart not fully operational, so hopefully that gets sorted out. Conor Clancy there getting congratulated by his mechanic and team, and he'll be delighted with that result. P3 to P1. Inside row working very, very well for Conor Clancy and the rest of the field. Let's take you through some of the highlights of that one then. There were many, and the start was one of them. Caden Higgins not getting the getaway he wanted from the front row of the grid. He would drop back in the field, but would fight back. He would finish P5 at the end of that one. Great start from the inside line. Gale, Clancy, Shilkunas, El Homassani as well as James Ignostiidis, who would hold on to P4 in the early stages. No moves in towards turn 3 on that first lap. Again, it's been marked as one of the prime opportunities for an overtake. You can see there Luna Flusha in the background as well, also trying to gain positions. Unfortunately, at the end of that would only drop 1 after starting P6, finishes in P7. Early stage of the race, though, this was the first overtake, and Conor Clancy would take the lead, and that would be the only overtake that we'd see for the race lead in that race. Clancy would then break away from the rest of the field, but overtakes in the background would be aplenty. James Ignostiidis down the inside of Zayn Al-Homassani, both of them battling away throughout this one. This was the moment that Gale got back past Marcus Shilkunas. Shilkunas as well dropping down the order. And unfortunately for our man, Zachariah Dole is racing over. Not the best first race of the weekend. A couple of breakdowns. But for Conor Clancy, it was a solid result. No dramas there whatsoever. And he would take the first OK Junior win, or the OKN Junior win in qualifying Heat 1. And he would take the checker flag. Toby Gale from James Ignostiidis in the top 3. A solid result, just 1.7 seconds separating the top 3. We turn our attention now to the senior category, and there on your screen is your man who put it on pole position in qualifying 1, Finn McLaughlin, who we caught up later on. We'll see a little bit more of him because he did an absolutely superb lap. He's having a quick chat with our race director, Martin Bean, just before the start of this one. I'm sure just going over the start procedure. He's got Austin Gale, who will be starting alongside him as well, brother of Toby Gale. So both the Gales doing very, very well. Like I was saying, we caught up with Finn McLaughlin, but we also got an onboard lap with him. Let's take you through a pole qualifying lap from Finn McLaughlin. So as you can see, the onboard lap here from Finn McLaughlin, very, very fast there through turns 1 and 2. Into the heavy braking zone here at turn 3. It's very technical, uphill through turn number 4. Then you're coming towards turns 5 and 6, the fast chicane here, clipping both the apexes there into the heavy braking zone of turn number 7. Down the hill now you go in towards the hairpin of turn 8. Very, very quick through here. You don't want to push it too hard as well because you can run wide. Now through turn number 9, flat out through here. This is the fastest part of the circuit, reaching over 100 kilometers an hour as you then go into the heavy braking zone of turn number 10. Again, watching it through there, and now you come into the tight twisties of 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15 as you just dance your way through this into the final sector now of turn 16 and 17. Prime place for overtaking, but we don't see it here, and as you can see, following along there with Austin Gale, the lap there from Finn McLaughlin would put him on pole position and a very quick time with a little bit of that slipstream as well. The Forsan International Sports Resort kart track, absolutely superb venue to go racing, and not just racing. There's many more things you can do here at the Forsan International Sports Resort. There is wakeboarding, there's horse riding, there's the paintballing. There's all sorts of things you can do here. But the main thing that these drivers are focused on is the racing side. And there, Austin Gale, who starts this one on the front row, the outside row, has just witnessed what's happened in the juniors at the start. Hopefully, does not want to have that replicated for him going into this one. The second row of the grid as well, very, very close in qualifying. Adam Al-Azhari and Pip Casabene starting this one on the second row of the grid. Nice, happy waves there from our marshalling crew. Great to have them again. Brilliant to see them smiling out on the circuit. There is Adam Al-Azhari, who starts this one on the second row of the grid, and he also has just seen what's happened in the first race, and now he's got Finn McLaughlin just in front of him. Hopefully will be able to just drive away on that inside row, but we'll have to push it a little bit harder. Now you can see some drivers still not seated in their karts. Now whistle blows, and yeah, everyone primed and ready to get this one going. Third row of the grid sees Zachary Hurd and George Nassar as well, so both of them having a very good run there. But there on your screen is Pip Casabene, who's from Australia. Again, another one of our Australian contingency drivers. There are 13 of them being represented here this weekend, and I believe there's 8 of them in the seniors alone. So there is quite a big charge of Australians here. There, though, Finn McLaughlin primed and ready to get going on this one. And Finn's been very busy in the world of karting, racing in all of it, in the IAM Euro Series, Championship of the Future, FIA Europeans and Worlds as well. Now jumping into the Champions Academy as well. Here we go then, next race. OKN Senior qualifying Heat 1. 13 laps these races. Slightly longer, the longest race that we see. The finals later on, though, will be even longer for our drivers. 16 laps for the minis, 21 for the juniors, and 25 laps for the seniors. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one then. Finn McLaughlin and Austin Gale start this one on the front row. Adam Al-Azhari and Pip Casabene on row number 2. Zachary Hurd from George Nassar, from Jack Webster and Peter Stiller on row 4. Romeo Nassar and Emanuele Leodaikis on row 5, rounding out the top 10. August Raber and Alessandro Tedesca go from row number 6, Christopher El Fagali and Austin Lee on row 7. Hamza Al Fayez and Mohamed Minoune on row number 8. Suleiman Zambari and Jabba Al Sabah on row number 9. Gabe Balanka and Omar Ganoum round out the top 20 on row 10. Cooper Lyle go from row 11 with Bernardo Bonaldi alongside. Brotak Stefan and Elizaveta Kozlova go from row 12, and that is gone disastrous there. That is Arena Canada, who unfortunately has not started on the grid. She was supposed to start 29th, and that's not gone. She's out of the car already. That's a disaster for Arena there. So that is not a good start then. 13th row of the grid goes to Eli Yulton, Maximus Cruzado Carrasco, I should say, from Australia. The 13th row of the grid. Alessandro Biggie and Marco Drittenpress go from row 14. Isaac Demelwi, and it would have been Arena Canada on row 15. Unfortunately, she's out of the race. Rafael Jesus and Mario Vigliotti on row 16. Laith Munimar and Sophia Zanvari, Salzapra and Aisha Sabi round out the 18 rows. Now down to just 35 drivers starting this one, as they ready on their formation lap, ready to get started. Tyres up to temperature. Drivers now slowing it down to get going for the race start. McLaughlin and Gale controlling the pack. Gale a little further ahead of McLaughlin here. He's just going to have to bring it back just a little bit as they come in towards the red line here on the track, denoting that there is no overtaking from this point and you should be in your formation starting position. Around the final corner then we go. Nice and controlled pack there. Yellow flags out, keeping everything nice and calm. The first time we see the seniors, the fastest karts this weekend. Brand new equipment on the Kart Republic chassis and the Miami OKN senior engines. Let's get it going then. Into the tram lines. Lights go green. Great start from the front row. McLaughlin covering over the attack from Austin Gale there. And to the inside goes Adam Alazari. Adam Alazari wheel to wheel with Austin Gale, but Gale out of the inside line going in towards turn 3. But he's going to have to watch out now. Zachary Hurd looking to the inside. No, he can't do it. So Adam Alazari looks there and holds on to P3. That has not gone well at all. That Sal Zepra from the back of the grid, the 230, has not gone well at all and is out of the race already. Still action here as McLaughlin not defending at all in these early stages. He is just cracking on and getting on with his race, and unfortunately for Sal Zepra there, that's not gone well at all. Well, back at the front, and there you can already see a half lap completed, and McLaughlin has opened up a significant gap already. Gale still there in second, and very frustrated Sal Zepra there. I can imagine he's not a driver you want to chat to in these early stages. Well, Gale still there in second as they cross the line then. It is McLaughlin from Gale, Alazari, Hurd, then it's Webster, Nassar, Zanfari, Casabene, El Pagali and Raber, Hamza Al-Fayez up into P11. There's been a couple of drivers who have not had a good getaway as well. Maximus Churasco also not having a good getaway. And oh dear, that's not gone well at all. That's the 239 off the track. That is Christopher El Pagali, the Lebanese driver, unfortunately with heavy damage to the front. And that's not gone well at all. Of course, these drivers having limited equipment to themselves to get this weekend through. There is plenty of surplus supplies, and a big lunge there down the inside. Now, who was that went through? I couldn't quite see the number. That possibly was August Raber there, potentially, with the move down the inside. So a big shake-up in the field then. But McLaughlin not leading the way. Austin Gale now leads it, is down the inside there. Nice move from Zachary Hurd. Hamza Al-Fayez trying to get back at him. He does. They are still battling away nicely. Austin Gale, though, has opened up a massive gap now here from Finn McLaughlin, and Adam Alazari is all over the rear bumper. That's another retirement that we're seeing there. That, I believe, that is Maximus Jurasco there, who's off the circuit. So again, already several retirements in this race. But Gale leads from McLaughlin. Alazari there in third. Was Sanvari, who we saw with the move. So Suleiman Sanvari, who's up into P4 now, as they make their way back in towards turn number 16 and 17. You can see the mechanics there just saying, yeah, nice light movements there. Don't push it too hard in these early stages. So Gale from McLaughlin, Alazari, Sanfari, Webster, Nassar, Al-Fayez. Then it's Hurd, Casabene, Leodikis in the top 10. Gale now with a commanding lead, and well, that is Suleiman Zanfari pushing very, very hard there, despite his mechanics' best efforts to calm him down just a little bit out there with light, small movements. Suleiman Zanfari certainly pushing very, very hard here, and a little wide there for Adam Alazari. Got to be careful now, will be under pressure from Zanfari, who is pushing. And unceremoniously, that is Sal Zepra's kart getting pushed off the track. Eyes back here though, battle for third place. Alazari, Suleiman Zanfari and Jack Webster. Webster did very well in qualifying in Q2. We'll have a good day tomorrow. Right now, we are on lap 5 of 13. It's another retirement there, the 225. That is Omar Ganoum. And unfortunately, the marshals are going to help him try and get it started up. They do. He's unfortunately at the back of the grid. Right, now McLaughlin, fastest lap of the race, is starting to close back in on Austin Gale. So this race far from over. Keep an eye on the gap. It's 0.6 of a second. What will happen at the end of this one? Gale still pushing very, very hard, but so is McLaughlin. There's a replay here of Suleiman Zamfari. And a big lunge down the inside. That was the move that we saw earlier on. A massive oversteer moment there. He got the job done, but certainly an unorthodox way of getting through the corner. But despite that, still holding on to position. Still got Jack Webster just behind him as well, and they are starting to close in on Adam Al-Azhari as they still battle away in the background there. So, gap here down to 0.4 of a second now. McLaughlin once more with the fastest lap of the race is still closing in. Took another 0.2 out of him there as well, as the battle for 4th and 5th still rages on. And the battles further down as well also raging on. Biggest mover out on the track. You've got to give it to Suleiman Zamfari. He's had an absolutely brilliant race. He's up 13 positions there into P4. So he's having a brilliant run. And the change at the front. Here we go. McLaughlin's done it. So close 0.4 in one lap alone. And has closed up and got past Austin Gale. And Gale now down into second place. This is more like Finn McLaughlin, control of the pack. Now starting to drive away from Gale, but it's not over yet. Again, he's pushed those Vega Prime tyres to their limits now to try and close that gap up. Now Gale doing a conservative race here and trying to maintain the pace, and McLaughlin pushing hard there to get that position back. It might mean he suffers later on in the day with those Vega Prime tyres. Right now they're looking okay from that picture. Just saw fastest lap going out to Zachary Hurd, the Australian, currently in P7. His fellow countryman in front and behind him at the moment on track. Go on to lap 8 in a couple of corners' time. 7 laps completed at the end of this one. McLaughlin and Gale. Now, Al-Azhari has lost out there. Jack Webster's got up into 3rd place, and Suleiman Zamfari's actually dropped down to 7th place. But they were battling for position, and something tells me that, yeah, they battled a bit too hard. And now Romeo Nassar there in 5th place. Zachary Hurd. Yeah, Suleiman Zamfari down into 7th. Here's the move from Finn McLaughlin. Earlier on, and that is in towards turn 12. Tight hairpin there, so that seems to be a favourite for the drivers as well. And get a good exit through turns 10 and 11. Send down the inside of the tight hairpin. It's a very heavy braking zone there before you go into this tight, twisty section. And you know you're not really going to get an overtake off through this section, so 12 seems to be a logical place to get it done. Back across the line, McLaughlin from Gale. Webster still there in 3rd from Al-Azhari, Nassar, then it's Hurd, Zamfari, Hasabene from Raber. Then it's Al-Fayez, Peter Stiller and Balanka are battling away as well. Peter Stiller having a good run. Austin Lee there as well from Cooper Lyle. Emmanuel Eliadike is still there in the top 15. Just chopping and changing, but several retirements in this one. So many drivers will have to work on those karts to make sure they're back out ready for their race later on today. As on this one though, Zachary Hurd looking very strong. In that slipstream now, in the tow of Romeo Nassar. So I'm not going to give up the position too easy, you can imagine. So they go through this tight twisted section now. Both of them behind Adam Al-Azhari, in a position really to attack at the moment. Not defending or having to push that kart too hard. Doing a nice controlled pace at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on the gaps because they seem to close up massively through turn 1 and 2 here. So we might see a change through that section. There's still Jack Webster in 3rd place. I'd like to say he's closing in on Austin Gale and keeping an eye on the times. And there's another retirement out on track. Now that is Brotak Stefan. Unfortunately, the Romanian out of the race, and he finds himself broken at the side of the circuit. And again, big shock there for the drivers in the senior category. They are pushing these karts just that little bit too hard. There you can see the kart, the 232, stricken at the side of the circuit. and he will join his fellow competitor in the marshal post. Eyes still on the top three though. McLaughlin, Gale and Webster. Webster is closing in. I'm going to say he is closing in. That gap now is down to 0.8 of a second now from himself and McLaughlin. It's only 0.3 of a second between himself and Gale. And you can just show that that gap is just closing in just that little bit more. And Webster with the fastest lap of the race, just proving that now as well. And oh dear, more coming together, and two very unhappy drivers, the 217 and the 216. Unfortunately, broken at the side of the circuit. That's Adam Al-Azhari and Romeo Nassar. That's 4th and 5th place. So these drivers were battling in the battle just behind there. Now, what on earth happened there? Clearly an overtake that didn't go their way, and Adam Al-Azhari not happy at all with Romeo Nassar. Walks away in frustration. So drama then in the top 5, and that promotes Zachary Hurd up into P4 now. So Zachary Hurd and Suleiman Zamfari now back into P4 and 5, as the battle for second place is now getting heated. Webster all over the back of Gale with a couple of laps to go. McLaughlin doesn't need to worry now, and it's really, what does Webster do here? Does he work with Austin Gale to try and close the gap up to McLaughlin and go for the move? Or does he just go for the move now? Doing that, he will lose touch completely with McLaughlin. There'll be no chance he'll be able to catch up with the time they've got remaining. And again, Gale just pushing that kart right to the edge of the track. Through they go in towards 14, 15, in towards 16 and 17 now. No real overtaking chances that we've seen, but it is a favourite for the drivers to just line up ready there into the slipstream of the start-finish straight. No chance for an overtake here as we go on to the final lap. Webster will look for it though through turn number 3 and gets it done down the inside. Brilliant overtake there for Jack Webster, taking full advantage of the circuit and sending it down the inside through turn 3. So now they have lost touch with Finn McLaughlin. He will not have to worry at all. He checks over the shoulder anyway and sees that it's Jack Webster there and not Austin Gale. Gale dropping down into 3rd place now. He will not have any drama behind him at all. An investigation flag going out to Romeo Nassar as well. So we saw that Adam Al-Azhari was very frustrated there with Romeo Nassar, but unfortunately, yeah, investigation flag out. But for Finn McLaughlin, the only flag he's going to see is a checker flag, and he takes the first win of the weekend for the senior category. Superb result there after dropping back to 2nd, managing to get back up into P1. Jack Webster finishing in 2nd from Austin Gale. Zachary Hurd finishing in 4th place from Pip Casabene, who started this one on the 4th spot of the grid, fortunately finishing in P5, only losing 1 position. Suleiman Zamfari then, biggest mover there as well, 11 positions gained. He finished that one P6. August Raber finishing in P7. Gabe Balanka as well, big drive there for Balanka, finishing in P8, 11 positions gained. Hamza Al-Fayez gaining 6 places as well, finishing in P9 from Peter Stiller, who rounds out the top 10. There though, Finn McLaughlin on your screen, heads back to Parc Ferme. Get weighed in and head to scrutineering. Of course, all the results provisional that we talk about here, pending scrutineering. But your winner, Finn McLaughlin, after 13 laps of racing. A superb drive there. You can see wind is picking up out on circuit. There's looks like a headwind down the main straight as well. There is Christopher Al-Fagali. Unfortunately, a retirement for him and some heavy damage as well. There, Rodtak Stefan, also a retirement. Not sure what happened to him. Looked like potentially just a breakdown. But that's not gone his way at all. And for many drivers out there, there were several retirements. We were down to 27 runnings from 36. But for McLaughlin, he doesn't mind that at all. After 13 laps of racing, he takes the win under the sunshine here in Abu Dhabi. Absolutely beautiful weather all weekend. Let's take you through the provisional classifications. The end of that one. McLaughlin from Webster, Gale from Hurd, Casabene from Zanfari, Raber from Blanca, Alfayez and Peter Silla, the top 10. George Nassar and Emanuele Leodikis, Austin Lee from Cooper Lyle. Alessandro Tedesca from Mohamed Miname on row 16th place. Elizaveta Kozlova in 17th. 7 positions gained for Elizaveta. Brilliant drive. Marco Drittenpress as well, also a good drive, finishing in P18 after gaining 9 places from Jabba Al-Sabah in 19th. Bernardo Bonaldi finishes in the top 20 from Mario Vignalotti. Alessandro Biggi from Eli Uten. Rafael Jesus and Aisha Sabi. Laith Murma and Sophia Zanfari. The 27 finishers in that race. Several retirements: Isaac Demelweek, Adam Alazari, Romeo Nassar, Stefan Brotak, Omar Ganoum, Christopher Elfagali, Maximus Chadasco, Arena Kanina, and Sal Zepra, unfortunately not finishing. The highlights, though, from that race: good getaway from McLaughlin, but after getting that lead, he would actually lose the lead to Austin Gale, who finishes in 3rd place at the end of that one. Austin Gale got the lead quite early on in the race. There was the retirement from Zal Zepra through turn number 1. Not the best start, and you can imagine he was very, very frustrated. Didn't see the overtake. That was the incident there with Christopher Elfagali. Now it was contact with another driver, and yet it was just the rear wheel getting locked up with each other and going over that front NASA panel. So a bit of damage there that will need to be sorted out. That was Suleiman Zanfari down the inside. A brilliant move there on Jack Webster. Suleiman Zanfari, though, would finish in P16 with still a good result, though, at the end of it. The 2:25 as well. That was Umar Ganoum, who did retire as well, put it back into the pit lane at the end of that one. There was the change for the lead. Down the inside for Finn McLaughlin through turn 12. No contest there. And for Brotak Stefan as well. His race is over. And, well, this was an interesting moment here. The drivers clearly not happy with each other. And Adam Alazari giving a good word there to your man there, Romeo Nassar. And he was not happy at all. But at the end of the race, Finn McLaughlin, 13 laps completed, would take the win from Jack Webster. Webster finishing in P2. Brilliant result for him. 5 places gained for the Australian and the fastest lap of the race as well. Come the final later on, fastest lap of the race does see an extra championship point as well, so it pays to be quick. Well, that is the first run of races then. There will be another 2 more qualifying heats later on for both drivers. There you can see the minis coming up next at 11:50, so we've got about half an hour's time before the next race, so we will take a short break. Then it's back to the juniors and seniors for their second round of qualifying heats, and then we round it out with the third round of qualifying heats for mini, junior and senior. And then, of course, we go into the finals, so there's instantly straight into finals. There's 2 finals over the weekend. So points up for grabs for that one. That's the important one. That's the one you need to stay tuned for. They'll be coming up later on today. But before then, stay tuned with us as we'll be back in around 25 minutes for the rest of the racing. Do not go anywhere for the Champions of the Future Academy program here at the Forsan International Sports Resort in the United Arab Emirates. We'll take a short break. We'll see you in 26 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Champions of the Future Academy program, brought to you here from RGMNC live at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. I'm Anthony Jordan, your commentator, taking you through all the races throughout this weekend. And as you can see on your screen, the drivers are lined up ready for their qualifying Heat 2 for the Mini 60 category. It was a great race earlier on. Dan Aleman and Priyan Bruno took the first and second place spots in that race. No drama between the two of them. And again, they start this one on the front row with the rest of the field behind them. A look at the track. 1,200 meters clockwise direction, 17 turns in total. Absolute flat out track, this one. Lots of tight twisty sections as well, up and downs, cambered corners. It's got everything you could hope for. Top speed these drivers would reach would be at the exit of the banking of turn number 9 in towards turn 10 at around 110 kilometers an hour for some of our drivers. The track itself, like we say, 17 turns, 11 to the right, 6 to the left. Superb venue to go racing at. The team at the circuit and here at the venue have done a fabulous job to make sure the track is primed, ready to go for this week of racing. And there you can see Dal Anaman getting himself primed, ready to go. He is certainly looking forward to this one. It was a win earlier on. Can he replicate that here as well? Pole in qualifying. And 50 intermediate classification points to his name. He's certainly looking like he's in a good spot for this one. Leonardo Peruzzi finished in third earlier on from Alessandro Tuchot, the American driver who finished in P4. And again, big changes there. There is Roland Geidel, who, nice smile on his face. He's watching from the sidelines here. Very happy to see how the company and the championships have grown around the season. Priyan Bruno starting alongside, trying out maybe a new celebration hand signal there, maybe, with his gloves. Bit new gloves there. It's hard to get your hands in the right direction. There we go. But he looks primed, ready to get going for this one, alongside the drivers just behind them as well. There you can see the number 23 out on track. That's a little further down the order. That is Oliver Warner, who unfortunately retired from his first race. He is looking to get a better result in this one. Certainly not the result he would have wanted. He had a coming together with another driver. Leonardo Peruzzi starting this one on the inside row of the row number 2. He's got the close company of his believe brother Achilles Peruzzi just alongside him. Both drivers very quick in qualifying. Colin Mayer and Nikita Dizalov starting on the third row of the grid as well. Full grid though, 34 drivers ready to get going in this one. And Achilles just getting seated into his wagon now, ready to get going for this one. Again, he's got a tricky start on this from the outside row. Out the outside line, it's very tough through turn 1 at the start of these races. We have seen them in the other categories. It's difficult to get the kart to the inside line, but if you can get the kart to the inside, you'll have a good run through 1 and 2. But then you might suffer through turn number 3. It's a tricky track, but these drivers have certainly taken the time to learn it. Some of these drivers quite experienced around this circuit, some drivers only being on it for the first time this race week. So racing this weekend over, of course, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. So a slightly different format to what these drivers are used to. The Australian Conor Mayer on the third row of the grid. He's got the inside line going in towards turn 1 again. Good opportunity here to gain positions in the early stages. Had a good race early on, finished P5. So can he replicate that one? There you can see the 1 minute board going up by our judge of fact, Ross Upton. And we are ready to get this race underway. Marshall's primed and ready on the circuit again. Brilliant stuff from them, working super hard all the way throughout this one. There is Nikita Dizalov, who starts this one on the third row of the grid. Eyes closed, focusing on the job in hand ahead. Keep a close eye on him. Very quick in qualifying as well. And again, just a driver unfortunately got caught out by traffic in the early stages of that one. 30-second board goes up. 8 laps about to get underway. And right now, this is the second of 3 qualifying heats these drivers will have before their first final of the weekend. Remember, 2 finals this weekend, and they do get championship points for those finals, and the finals get accumulated together from day 1 and 2 of racing, and that will give us the results. Next race, Mini 60. Qualifying Heat 2 is about to get underway. Let's take you through the starting lineup then for this one. 34 drivers, and it was a close race earlier on between our front two drivers, Dan Alaman and Prem Bruno, who again start this one on the front row of the grid with Leonardis Peruzzi and Achilles Peruzzi on row number 2. Conor Meyer and Nikita Jalilov on row number 3 from Alessandro Truchot, and Liam Carr on row number 4. Desernas and Pierre Abu-Divan go from row number 5 and round out the top 10 from Oscar Singh and Aryan Singh on row number 6. Paris Harion and Derek Rivera on row 7 from Sofia Pavaznia and Victoria Farfus on row number 8. Ollie Warner and Lorenzo Zucchetto go from row number 9 with Enna Pizzuto and Ari Kallenberg rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Veer Chopra from the UAE and Ava Lawrence, also from the UAE, going from row 11. Nilas Malik from Spain and Aaron Bufa on row number 12. Aurelio Longitano and Francisco Cueta go from row 13. Koda Singh and Akita Mir round out row number 14 and the top 28. Ray Heber and Min Jae Kim go from the 30th spot of the grid on row 15. Mikhail Abubakar and Luca Besaril on row 16. Baptiste Augustine and Yuvros Mehta round out the 34 drivers in this race, and it looks like everyone has got going, which is good to see. We saw it earlier on, Dan Alaman and Prem Bruno, they just broke away from the rest of the field. Alaman looking for a good result here. He's in the best spot right now with pole yesterday in Q1 and a win in his first qualifying heat as well. Something like looking like a favourite out on the circuit, but anything can happen in karting. You can't put all your cards on one person. And again, yellow flags now as the drivers begin their formation, and we will get going for their second qualifying race of the weekend. One more for the minis after this one, and then the finals later on today. That's going to be the race you're going to want to watch, but do not go anywhere. Make sure you stay tuned on all of the social platforms. We're live on motorsport.tv. Welcome to everyone watching there, onto YouTube as well. Welcome there, and of course all on the social platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and so on. Welcome to everyone who is joining us around the world here for the first inaugural round of the Champions of the Future Academy program here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. Some drivers not in formation. One driver just pleading with the driver. They're saying, I should be there, but unfortunately he's gone past the red line, so he might be in a spot of bother here, but looks like we could be going. Drivers are formed. Are the lights going to go out? No, they're not. They are sending them round again, so one more formation start then. Drivers not in formation at the back of the grid, and Race Director Martin Bean deeming it a false start. And yes, nice and easy for these drivers to get that one sorted out, so they'll head round again. Right, so reminder earlier on of the positions. Dan Alaman took the win from Prem Bruno. Leonardis Peruzzi taking third from Truchot. Then it was Conor Meyer who finished in P5. It was Carr, then Abu Divan, Rivera, who rounded out the top 8. This is a replay of the start, and yeah, just in the sort of mid-pack there, there were some drivers out of formation and already going for moves to the inside. So yeah, not a clean start. Hopefully this time around, everyone is in their right spot and in their right lane as well. It's crucial to be in the right side of the correct side of your grid. And once you've had a couple of laps to get the tyres up to temperature, you can imagine it can be quite confusing as to which side you should be on. But drivers primed, ready to go. Here we go then. Dan Alaman and Prem Bruno at the front of the grid here. Across the red line they go. As they have to wait now for the yellow line. That is the acceleration line. That's about on the 6th row back. So they can't really hit the loud pedal until then. This is looking much better. Drivers out of formation in the background there, but green lights do go out, and they are away and racing. Good start then from Alaman once again. Prem Bruno not getting a good getaway this time around. He gets swamped down into about P4. Leonardis Peruzzi goes up into second place, and he now has a chance to attack Dan Alaman here, but down the inside, I don't know how he's done it, but Prem Bruno has got back into second place. That's absolutely superb driving. It looked like he'd gone down into P4 going through turn 1. but round through turns 2 and 3, he gets back into second place. Absolutely superb start then for the front two. Leonardo Speruzzi, though, has been attacked by Achilles Peruzzi, and now Achilles Peruzzi is up into third place. So it's the two Peruzzis there, third and fourth, as they try and hunt down the likes of Priam Bruno and Dan Aleman. Look at the lead that Dan Aleman's got already. He has just broken away from the rest of the field. Absolutely superb start there for the driver from Switzerland, and looking very, very strong. A little bit of curb there for Achilles Peruzzi, under pressure from Leonardo Speruzzi now as they go through the final sector now, and looking potentially to the inside here. No, not going to work on the exit there. We'll have to try and get the slipstream down and towards turn one. They're side by side in the background there. Lee and Carr going wheel to wheel with, I think, Forsan Nas for about P6 and 7. Having a good start to their race as well as they've jumped through. Again, action here as it has changed a little bit now. Who's that's gone up into P4? That is the number 47. That is Alessandro Touchot, who's got up into P4, and Leonardo Speruzzi is up into P2 now. So there's been some big changes in the opening lap here as they go 3 wide. Alessandro Touchot trying to get the job done on Priam Bruno, but he's not got it done. Now Bruno's down into 4th place now, so he's got a bit of work ahead of him. Both Peruzzis have got through. So it is Leonardo Speruzzi who has got up into 3rd place now, and it is here. Alessandro just trying to get through. Achilles Peruzzi, so I should say, trying to get through. So changes here as they go through. No dives to the inside just yet. Priam Bruno looking very close here, though, looking for the switchback here on the start-finish line. Hadn't got the legs here, and now down the inside. Oh, well, there you can see Leonardo Peruzzi just saying, you know, come on, let's go. Achilles Peruzzi, sorry, just saying, come on, let's go. But the driver's taking that as right, we're going to go past you. So there is Leonardo Peruzzi in the gold helmet just going through. Now it is Priam Bruno who is up into 3rd place. I think it's actually Conor Mayer that they're battling with here. So it's actually Conor Mayer, sorry, who they are battling with. So it was Conor Mayer who was going through saying, please, let me go through. And that's a big moment there. And that is a driver out of the kart, and to be in a bit of discomfort. Now, I'm not sure who that is, so I will not speculate who it is. But hopefully that driver is okay at the moment. So I suspect they'll be going into some yellow flags here, and a full push yellow has come out. So slow board has come out. So the race has been neutralised. The first flag that they will see, they'll have to slow down into single file formation. No overtaking now permitted, as the slow boards have come out, and that's been seen by the leaders. And now a red flag has been called. So red flag has now come out. So Marshall's quick to display the red flag. Drivers now will be stopped in the designated zone that they were briefed on. And right now it will probably go back a lap. We're only in the early stages of this race. Actually, we were half race distance, but there will still be I believe a partial restart from this, but we'll find out what happens as they go on. But Dan Aleman was leading the way at the start of that one from Leonardo Peruzzi, and I'm still unsure of the drivers who were involved in that. Now, it has popped up on my screen that 4 drivers have not crossed this timing loop. I will read those out, but I don't not know who involved in that one. Now, Forsan Nas has not come over the start-finish line. Ari Kallenberg hasn't. Francisco Bueta also has not come over the line, and Aaron Buffa also hasn't come across the line. So they have not crossed the timing beam, so they could be the drivers involved in the incident there at turn 1. But the race has come to a stop then. First red flag of the weekend, and drivers will be stopped on the start-finish line and will be briefed by our race director, Martin Bean, I'm sure very, very swiftly. But for the time being, it was Dan Aleman who was leading the way from Leonardo Peruzzi. Priam Bruno dropped down to 3rd before that red flag came out. Alessandro Touchot from Lee and Carr. Conor Mayer, who had a good start, was actually battling up in the top section there as well. Dropping down the order. Achilles Peruzzi actually dropped down to 11th place at the start of that one, so also running in a blue suit and white helmet. Kind of looking very similar there to Conor Mayer. There, though, is your current race leader, Dan Aleman, stood up. And as you can imagine, in these moments now, when you've had the start of your race and everything's going, and you can just see in the background there, that is one of the drivers. Now, who is that? I think that's Alessandro Truchot, who was just communicating with his mechanic there, the number 47, just saying, I'm sliding around a lot. The back of the car, not got a lot of grip. There is one of our drivers, unfortunately, out of the race. I think that's Nasser Nas, who unfortunately is one of the drivers out, but he's up on his feet, which is good to see. There you can see some of the mechanics at the sidelines there, family, friends, also watching alongside. And again, you can imagine it's a lot of emotion that goes through these drivers while they're out on the circuit. They have not got many attempts to make sure they get a good start for these finals. While we watch the live feed there, let's take a look back at the race start. And initially, second time of asking, it was a good getaway. Green flags going out, and Dan Aleman getting a good getaway. It wasn't a good getaway from Priam Bruno. There you go. He got left out to dry on the outside, and everyone trying to sweep to the inside. You see him there. He's in P4, battling away. And amazingly, as they exit out of turn number 3, he managed to hold his kart down the inside. Well, there you go. I mean, there is a line there on the circuit. It's quite a faint line, I will say, but a lot of those drivers not actually on the track, I suspect, through that sector. But again, very tricky part of the track there, because the kart goes light as you go through turn at number 2. So it's quite hard to get the kart turned in. So it's really, you need to take turn 2 a little bit slower, so you can keep all 4 wheels on the track and get it down. There was Conor Mayer getting the positions done. So it was Conor Mayer who had a brilliant start to that race. And he was battling wheel to wheel with Alessandro Truchot, who got down the inside of turn 3. Not able to get it done through turn 4, though. He stayed behind and tried to have a go on Priam Bruno as well. So Priam Bruno, who unfortunately dropped behind Leonidas Peruzzi. That Peruzzi breaking away from the rest of the field. There you can see again on the live feed, more of our senior drivers just watching along, seniors and juniors. Priam Bruno, though, and Alessandro Truchot through the inside of turn number 1. That was a moment there. So that is the number 39. That is Francisco Puerta, who looking to also be in a bit of discomfort through turn number 1. And if you are just joining us, a red flag has come out through the second qualifying heat for the Mini 60 category. There are still 2 more races for the Minis to go after this one. They have their third qualifying heat, and then, of course, their finals at the end of the day. The same with the juniors and seniors. They also have got a couple of races to go before the end of their day as well. We caught up with Dan Aleman earlier on while we wait for the situation on track to be cleared. Let's see what he had to say after qualifying yesterday.
Qualifying 1 is done then for the mini category for Champions of the Future Academy program. Dan Aleman, you put it on pole for the first qualifying group. Nice work. Are you confident for the rest of qualifying today?
Yeah, because all the chassis we don't change, and when I'm fast with qualifying, I'm faster than the other one.
It was an impressive time. Do you reckon it could be beaten when it gets a little bit darker and the lights come on?
Yeah, because the track come colder and the tire come colder, and then I can go faster.
What are you thinking of the weekend at the moment? It's looking very professional. All the drivers here, all the same equipment that you're using. How are you finding it?
It's good because we are 1 and 2, and when we make like this all the time, it's good.
Feeling confident then for the rest of the weekend?
Yes.
Excellent. Best of luck for the rest of it.
Thank you.
Great to catch up there with Dan Aleman. As you can see, drivers out of the karts now. They've put themselves back into the sort of pit lane area. The guys from Paralympic will be checking over the karts as well, making sure everything is good. And there you can see they're having a quick chat with the rest of their mechanics there. And you can see Caden Higgins just having a chat there with one of our drivers, just getting themselves ready to go. But like you say, tense moment for these drivers. They haven't got many opportunities to score intermediate classification points. At the moment, before the checkered flag went out, though, Dan Aleman was leading the way. And with that result, he would have the full 100 points, meaning at this moment he would be starting on pole for the final later on. But you still got a half race distance to go in this one. There you can see drivers who did unfortunately retire in the early stages of that race will have to remain at those marshal points. They can't rejoin the race, unfortunately. But still great to see so many people here at the circuit. The Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. Brilliant facility here in Abu Dhabi. Plenty of things to do here, so you can never be bored. Karting, racing, horse riding as well, paintball, wakeboarding, all sorts of things, water sports. So it is a fantastic venue. And the track itself as well, a brilliant, brilliant circuit. So 1,200 meters. That is a superb venue, 17 turns in total as well. The Forsan International Sports Resort. Track's only 8 meters wide, so it's quite a narrow one. And the main straight there, only 120 meters. Second one, 80 meters as well. That's the fastest part of the track as well. The exit of turn 9 in towards the right-hander of turn 10. Turns in total 17, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, 3 hairpins as well. There are plenty of overtaking opportunities, though, out there through turns 1, 3, and 4. We've seen plenty of those. We've seen the moves into turn 7 and in towards turn 8 as well. And then we've seen lineups through 16 and 17. But it has been a popular place for drivers to try and get those overtakes. The top speed around the circuit, 110 kilometers an hour going down in towards turn 10. You're flat out through the banking of turn 9. The average speed around here just over 73 kilometers an hour. It is certainly a superb circuit, and I've been really impressed when I arrived here. Went for a track walk as soon as we arrived, and I got to say, fell in love with the circuit from the word go. Brilliant, brilliant camber changes in the corners as well as undulations. So superb to see it. There you can see the juniors getting ready for their next race. They'll have a bit of time to wait though, but once again, Marshall's doing an absolutely superb job out on the circuit to make sure the driver's staying nice and safe, keeping the track clear of debris as well. And we cannot go racing without our brave marshals in any circuit around the world, be it in Europe, America, Asia, the Middle East, and Australia as well. They're everywhere, and yeah, great to see them being represented here. There you can see family and friends getting lined up, ready to get going for the next one. Ross Upton giving us an update there on what is going to be happening with the proceedings. Drivers still on the other side of the circuit. No one in karts just yet. You can see there for the guys from Paralin just getting it going. Dan Alaman just walking through, seeing if he can find someone to chat to. It looks like he has found someone to chat to. He's all good. Pride, ready and focused. But a lot of the drivers there getting words of encouragement from the marshals, and there we can now see drivers being recovered from the circuit. But lots happening in this one. You can imagine tense situation for a lot of our drivers throughout there. But it's certainly been an interesting run through the weekend so far. We have seen some names jumping up and down the order. Qualifying was interesting. First time a lot of these drivers would have done qualifying in the dark as well. That was a new venture for a lot of them. Racing under the floodlights here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. But right now it is daylight, and they will not be racing in the dark again this weekend. The last race is starting at around 4 o'clock local time for the finals. That will be the last one. There you can see Gonzalo Plata and Gary Walker just making their way down the start-finish straight after the incident there. There we can see the number 33 being recovered. Zernas, fortunately, yeah, for him, his race over. Wagon not working after that one. Several other retirements as well during that incident. But plenty of action still to be had over the course of the day. We still have the juniors and seniors for their round of second qualifying heats. Then we go back to the minis, juniors and seniors for their third round. And then finals, they start at around 3:30 today, kickstarting with the minis, 16 laps for them. 4 o'clock for the junior final, 21 laps. And the senior final starting at 4:30. And that one, 25 laps, that race. So yeah, it's going to be a long old day for a lot of the track staff officials here, as well as the drivers, of course. It's a amazing setup in the background there. All the Paralins looking absolutely superb there, and the team from Paralin doing a brilliant job making sure all the drivers have exactly what they need. And it looks like we're just sorting out the order here, so they're just swapping around 2 of the drivers. Now that was a little further down the order. Looked like Ray Haber and Luca Becerril, who is being swapped around. Luca from Mexico, he had a good run there, 10 positions gained for him. So brilliant run for Luca. Any other big movers in that one? Kim Min-jae also having a good run, up into 17th place in the early stages of that run, gained 13 positions, the same as Mikhail Abu Baker as well, 17 positions gained. The number 42 jumped up into P14, so brilliant start there as well as the rest of the field. Achilles Peruzzi, unfortunately, in the number 21, dropping to P11 in the early stages, but he does have a second attempt here to gain some positions. A lot of drivers with helmets on, so a lot of drivers with helmets off as well, so field unsure whether or not they're moving soon. And after the looks like the guys are getting the karts into grid order, so looks like we could get going in a short amount of time. There is Alessandro Truchot and Priam Bruno having a good little conversation with each other. Sure, they're just discussing their racing that they had out on the track. It was very, very close between a lot of our drivers. Now there's a kart on a trolley. I can't see a kart number. I see a 9 potentially. Mechanics in the way. Can't quite see whose kart that is. The 49. There we go. Now who was the 49 out on track? That is Ari Kallenberg's kart. Now that is coming off the trolley now and is going back on the grid, so that's good. But Parallel spotting something there and being checked over, and looks like wagon is all good and back on the grid. Now Ari Kallenberg there, who was running somewhere out on the grid. Where was Ari Kallenberg out on track during that one? It was actually one of the drivers who didn't cross the loop earlier on, so that was the number 49 in 32nd place. So looks like that car has rejoined on to the circuit, and again, plenty of drama throughout. So there we go. There you can see 2 Chihuahuas on the back there of Fastest helmet there. There we go. I wonder what their names are. I'm not quite sure of the Chihuahua's names out on track, but for Victoria Fafas, good to see that she has her dogs on the back of her helmet there. Good to see. Drivers, though, still primed and ready to get going in this one. A lot of tension throughout this weekend. It's a new format that a lot of drivers have had to deal with, again, from a usual race weekend where they would have qualifying, free practice qualifying at the start, and then they would go into a huge round of qualifying heats, and then pre-finals and finals at the end of the weekend, with only, of course, the 36 getting through with multiple drivers in the class. This weekend, it's only a maximum of 36 in each category, meaning it's one group, and it's 3 qualifying heats each on day 1 and a final, and then day 2 as well. 3 qualifying heats and a final on the second day. The points are accumulated from the 2 finals only. They are the championship points that get calculated together, and that gives us our victors at the end of the weekend, our champions as such, in the inaugural round of Champions of the Future Academy program. A brilliant program as well. 3 drivers in each category, 3 female drivers being represented by the F1 Academy. This is a great stepping stone from karting into the world of Formula racing as well. There's been a lot of work behind the scenes. Susie Wolf doing a brilliant job of getting together with the guys from RGMC and putting this event on, and it has been an absolutely superb effort from all the teams to get this one going. Here's a look again at the race start, and there you can see Liam Carr getting a good start there, just diving to the inside straight away. You can see him in the orange helmet. He gets squeezed back to the outside, though, as the rest of the field wanting to get through. Now that's Nassar Nash, you can see the blue Praga suit, the black helmet, just up in a good position there in the early stages. Unfortunately would retire in the latter stages night. Now Conor Mayer actually had a brilliant start to his race. Now Conor Mayer started this one P5, straight up into the top sections there, but there you can see Priam Bruno absolutely full send down the inside through turn number 3, and getting it back into second place there in the white helmet, blue suit in the background there. Now Liam Carr just getting past. That was Achilles Peruzzi, unfortunately not getting the good getaway that they had wanted. And Conor Mayer just giving a friendly piece of advice there, and that is actually how Leonidas Peruzzi managed to get the job done and through into second place. So again, this is the highest up Leonidas Peruzzi has been so far this weekend. It was Primo Bruno and Dan Aleman who were first and second earlier on, and Peruzzi who finished third. Now up to second place, and obviously then the red flag came out, but he got that move done early doors, and it was Conor Mayer and Alessandro Truchot who were still going wheel to wheel as well on the second lap. Both of them fighting, and you could see there Conor Mayer just saying to them, just like, let's try and close that gap, but Primo Bruno saying, no, I'm going to take full advantage of this situation here of being down the inside, and so was Alessandro Truchot, and unfortunately then we saw the red flag come out as an incident at turn number 1. There you can see one of our drivers in a bit of discomfort. That was Francesco Puerta, not comfortable. But the drivers out of the carts and having chats with their mechanics, getting ready before a restart. You can imagine a tense time for them. Now you can see race director Martin Bean having a good chat with our drivers, just getting going for the racing. But everyone with smiles on their face, eager to get the race back underway. And Martin Bean doing a lot of work behind the scenes here as well, just making sure that the drivers primed and ready, and making sure the track as well is primed and ready. He's done a lot of work with the team here to make sure the track is nice and safe for the races here, and I've got to say the track is looking superb. Had a nice track walk with them in the morning when we first arrived here as well, just going over all the highlights of the circuit, and there are many highlights of the track here, the ups and downs, the undulations, the cambers of the turns as well, the tight hairpins, the fast sweeping corners. There is plenty of them out there, but it looks like we're just going to have a quick brief of what is happening. Let's see if we can listen in as well.
If this is a good question, I like take it. Go on.
Okay, we make one lap of slow.
Yes.
How much laps are we?
I'll tell you that on the board when you go round.
Same
No?
question.
You okay? Same question. Good answer then.
Middle of the challenge.
There we go. So good to see there that Martin Bean getting involved with the drivers, just answering any questions that they may have. And looks like we are going to get a restart very, very soon. And despite that, Martin being very busy man answering the phone as well while talking to the drivers. But they've been briefed now. They know what they need to do. They'll get themselves seated, ready to go for this one. But good to see that they have been communicated there. Last few checks with the mechanics before they get a restart, but it was about a half race distance, so there will be like a 2-lap shootout, I suspect, or so. I don't know the full ins and outs. I've not been briefed on that yet, so I can't give a full clarification of what is going to be happening on the restart. But we were on lap 4 of 8 at the start of that one. So I can imagine drivers know what they need to do. So last few checks there, Liam Carr and Conor Mayer giving themselves a good chinwag, the two Australians from here racing. There you can see Dan Aleman and Primo Bruno also having a good chat. But lots more drivers out there as well. Just having a few final words. That is the Anglo-American French driver there, Alessandro Truchot, just having a few words with his mechanic, probably looking at the timing there at the start. But yeah, certainly a very close start to the race. Much more than their first race. The first race earlier on for the Minis was much calmer, with drivers just working together there. It was Dan Aleman and Primo Bruno who just drove away from the rest of the field. Leonidas Peruzzi finished third in that first race. This time around, a little bit different. Peruzzi has split up Aleman and Bruno. And we'll hopefully fight through this one. Of course, the Mini's running on the Vega tyres. The set that they're running right now was the same set that they used in qualifying 1 yesterday. They will use these throughout the 3 qualifying heats and the final that they will have today. And then tomorrow will be the second set of tyres, the tyres that they used in Q2. They will use those same tyres across those races as well. But great to be here in Abu Dhabi for the first time. And I would say the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track, a superb venue to host the first round and inaugural event of the Champions of the Future Academy program. Plenty of people being represented here. Lots of new faces in the paddock and some familiar faces as well. Has been absolutely superb. And again, if you are just joining us on any of the platforms out there, welcome. We are just under red flag conditions. If you're joining us on Motorsport TV, on YouTube and Facebook or any social media platform, make sure you follow Champions Karting or Champions Academy Karting as well on any of the socials. Make sure you can follow along on all of the social media. There'll be plenty of updates throughout the race weekend. There is Dan Alaman. And again, a superb drive from him through these races and in qualifying. And we got a lap from Dan Alaman from qualifying. Let's take you through a lap in what a Mini can do around this circuit. It was a very quick time. Following the lap then here from Dan Alaman down the main straight. Again, very quick on these Mini 60s. The GM GR3 engines running on board through turn 1. Very nice and clean. This is turn 2 where the cut goes light. Very easy to run wide there. The late apex of turn number 3 is just set it up for the uphill section of turn 4. Short straight here as you go into the chicane. Very fast through here, clipping both apexes into the heavy braking zone of turn 7. Very easy to run wide here as well as you head then downhill into the downhill braking zone of the hairpin of turn 8. Very easy to lose the back end and to run wide there as well. Now we come in towards turn 9. Absolutely flat out here through the banking. Follow it round. Super fast, the fastest part of the circuit, then into the very heavily cambered turn 10, through 11 and 12 here. We've seen some overtakes through 11, then you through turns 12, sorry, then you come into the single file sector through 13, 14, 15, then in towards turns 16 and 17, the penultimate final corner on the circuit. Very technical and very easy to run wide there as well, but a superb lap in qualifying would secure Dalaman his pole position and his first race win of the weekend as well earlier on. Red flag out at the moment for their second qualifying heat, but another look at the circuit. Year of opening 2010, the lap record is actually Finn McLaughlin with a 54.806, and that was from qualifying yesterday. A superb time set in qualifying from Finn McLaughlin. The track itself, though, 1,200 metres. The track's only 8 metres wide, and the highest elevation change is about 5 metres. So it doesn't seem like a lot, but while you're out there, trust me, 5 metres is actually quite a lot. 80 metres for the second short straight. That is the short straight between turns 9 and 10. 17 turns in total around this track, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, and 3 hairpins. The main overtaking opportunities seem to be through turns 1, 3 and 4, turns 7 and 8, and then in towards 16 and 17. But we have also seen those overtakes in towards turn 12 as well, so seems to be plenty of places to get the overtakes done. But it's a very technical and demanding circuit. Top speed, these drivers will be reaching around 110 kilometres an hour going into the braking zone of turn 10. That is through the exit of turn 8 and then round the flat-out banking of turn 9, an average speed just over about 73 kilometres an hour for the senior category out on circuit. The minis will be slightly less, of course, as they only run on the 60cc engines. There, as you can see, happy drivers all around as our drivers getting ready to get going for this one. There you can see drivers keeping hydrated as well. That is the main thing, because it is very, very hot out there. Ambient temperature around 25, 28 degrees around that. It's a little bit cooler today than it was yesterday. Yesterday it was in the mid-35s, so it's substantially cooler today. But it is very, very warm. There you can see Ollie Warner, you can see with his helmet off. He wasn't feeling too great yesterday. Looks like he's back in fighting form, and yeah, good to see. Hopefully he has a good result in this one. Ross Upton and Johan Christian Meer just out on the grid there, giving us a quick update of what is possibly going to be happening at the start of this one. Obviously quite a lengthy delay just to make sure that the grid is in the correct order. You can see some of the officials here from the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track is giving us what we need, and they're the drivers. Just, I don't know if they're dancing or stretching, but it's a bit of both, but they seem to be priming themselves ready to get going for this one. Gary Walker and Johan Darren Clark there, our scrutineers this weekend, making sure the karts are running all within regulation. Of course, not much you can do with the kart. Of course, this being with a single supplier weekend for the minis with Parolin and GM engines. You're not allowed to do much with the kart. You can change a little bit of the settings on the chassis, things like that. You can't do anything with the jetting of the engines, the carbs or anything. They have to stay the same. And yeah, it's not much you can do, which keeps a nice level playing field for the entirety of the grid. More smiles out there from our drivers, waving along. Liam Carr there from Australia. Conor Mayer with him as well, and a handful of other drivers also primed and ready to go. And it looks like some drivers heading back to their karts now, so we might have an update here of what is happening. But as you can see, the team here from RGMC working so hard throughout the weekend. Cameraman, would you like some water? It is warm out there. There you go. No, he happily declines there. He's well fed and watered already. But I've got to say, very humid out there. The drivers will have to stay hydrated. Very easy to become dehydrated out on the circuit. That is the problem with racing in the daytime here in Abu Dhabi. Of course, this the same week as the Formula One Grand Prix, the finale for them at the Yas Marina. Literally a stone's throw away from this circuit here, about a 20-minute drive or so from the Yas Marina circuit here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. So you can imagine a lot of drivers here at the end of this event will be heading to the Grand Prix. But very busy weekend for a lot of people here in Abu Dhabi. As the drivers once more getting themselves ready to head out onto the circuit. Now they have headed over back to the karts somewhat, some drivers. But still discussions going on about what is happening. Nice wave there for Gary Walker. He's got a nice tan, has Gary. He's been out here for quite a while. Nice to see. But he's been working hard on that tan. There, Christian Mir. So one of our staff from Spain, giving us a quick update as well. Having a good chat. Drivers getting restless now, and understandably, they want to go racing. But the final checks have to be made to make sure the track is all good out on the circuit. But yes, they are eager to get going racing. They have only got this one and one more qualifying heat, and then their final later on today. But everyone just waiting to get going. Again, the marshals out on track as well, doing a superb job keeping the track nice and safe for our drivers to go racing on. It looks like one of our cameramen has given the camera over to another staff member. Not too sure who's been given that camera. Hopefully he's just as good as it as our man Oglek there. Let's take a look at some of the highlights then from the first race. There were many. The Mini 60s, let's take you through some of that. Great start then for Dan Alleman and Priam Bruneau. This is the first qualifying heat that they had. Certainly an interesting one. Grid exactly the same for that one as it was for this one. Of course, qualifying was yesterday, Q1. That determined the grid for all of the races. And again, it was kind of a two-horse race all the way throughout. Again, Priam Bruneau with a much better start this time around. Actually held on to second place before they even got to turn number 2. So it was a good start for both of them. But it was Dan Alleman and Priam Bruneau who just broke away from the rest of the field. Alessandro Touchot just trying to get his nose down the inside there, but unable to. Conor Mayer just holding off the attack, but would drop down into P4. And Leonardo Peruzzi would go through. That was the moment where we lost 2 drivers. Now, that was Ollie Warner and Nassar Nass, who unfortunately as well has had another retirement in this one. So it's not gone well for Nassar Nass, unfortunately. He has not had the best result. The battle here, though, Conor Mayer and Alessandro Touchot certainly had a good battle all the way throughout, but it would be a solid drive here for Dan Alleman. No time wasted whatsoever, and he took the first race win earlier on from Priam Bruneau. And Leonardo Peruzzi would finish in 3rd place. It was a interesting first race, a calm first race, actually, surprisingly, for the Minis. Usually they like to go 4-5 wide. With the track here being so tight and technical, though, we didn't see such a thing, and we actually saw quite a dominant drive there from Dan Alaman, who as well pushing that kart right to its limits. There is Victoria Farfus just walking through, no helmet on at the moment. The driver's still not in the kart, so a lengthy red flag that we are seeing here. So we will take a short break with this delay. We will be back in a few moments' time, and hopefully we can get a restart. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break.
they're still having trouble finding me another ambulance. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll leave the carts here. This is parked for me. You cannot touch the carts, they're staying here. Okay, you can go back to your awnings, and I'm going to have a lunch break now for about half an hour. We've lost an hour and 20 minutes. Okay, so everybody will go back to their awnings, and we'll start again in half an hour at 1:15. Okay, 1:15 back here. Yeah, you leave your helmets in here. Leave your helmets.
In half an hour, boys. We stop for half an hour.
that, thank you. Hold tag. Get in your car, Fred. Keep going. Come on. Put the boards up, Rossi. Yes. He's on it now, thank you.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track for the inaugural round of the Champions of the Future Academy program. We are returning to racing after a minor delay there to proceedings. Drivers back in their karts after a red flag in the Mini 60 qualifying Heat 2. Can confirm drivers are back seated and we are ready to get going racing for the restart of that race. Should be a half race distance one. We are a fair time behind schedule, but we should be back on time. There were breaks issued all the way throughout after a short lunch break there. We should still be on time by we reach the end of the day. So despite the delay at the moment for the qualifying heats, we should be on time come the checker flag at the end of the day. I'm Anthony Jordan, your commentator throughout the weekend, taking you through all the proceedings throughout today's racing and tomorrow's racing, of course. 2 finals available for the drivers over the course of this weekend. A very unusual and unorthodox race weekend that these drivers are used to, where they would go with qualifying heats, practice and so on. With their finals at the end of the weekend. For our drivers this one, they have 2 finals, one at the end of the day and one tomorrow. As you can see, we're starting under the slow yellow flag conditions. It will be a full restart. Some drivers struggling to get going there. The number 42 not getting away at all. That is a big shame there for Mikel Abubaker, who gets it going now. And luckily for him, it's not the end of the world for him. So luckily that is a good one for him. So drivers getting themselves. Oh, the number 44 hasn't got away as well. That's Kim and G also not getting away. And mechanics working hard on it and get it going. And it goes. There we go. Perfect stuff. Priam Bruno on the last one, it's at the fastest lap of the race before the red flag. That still stands on this one. And luckily, I believe will be, like I say, a half race distance on this one. I think around 4 minutes of race time completed already. And the guys from Paralin working super hard to get everything done there, and you saw there Marco Paralin as well, just there getting everything sorted out, ready to go for this one. So before the red flag, it was Dan Alaman who was leading the way from Leonardo Peruzzi from Priam Bruno in 3rd place. Alessandro Touchot was there in 4th from Liam Carr, and Conor Mayer in 6th place. Arian Singh and Dada Rivera in 8th place from the rest of the field as well. It was a very, very close and action-packed first half of the race. And yes, let's see what happens this one. They are going around again, of course. We give them plenty of time to get everything up to temperature and back into the rhythm of things. If you are just joining us, welcome back. If you joined us earlier on in the middle of that delay, apologies for that, but we are back underway racing now for the Mini 60 qualifying Heat 2. To give you an update, this race was started initially at 10 to 12 local time. We are now 1:15, so that we are slightly behind on the time after the delay, but at the end of the day we will be back on time. The Forsan International Sports Resort kart track, though, brilliant place to go racing, and unfortunately for the number 28 Veer Chopra, that car has come to a stop unceremoniously on the start-finish line, so that is a big shame. So Veer Chopra unfortunately out of the race. Will not be happy with that. Rest of the field, though, continues to go. Let's see what these drivers can do in the last few remaining laps of their race. Remember, they get 3 qualifying heats on day 1, 3 qualifying heats tomorrow on day 2, or day 3 if you really count it, day 1 being free practice and qualifying. And again, the tyres that they were using right now are the same tyres they used for qualifying 1 yesterday. They'll have a fresher set, the tyres they used in Q2. That's the tyres they'll use tomorrow. Here we go then, back on the start-finish line, single files start. Green flag goes out, and we are under green flag racing conditions once more as they go down towards turn 1, and Leonardo Peruzzi immediately going on the attack there towards Dan Aleman, but Dan Aleman closes the door and denies the attack straight away. You saw there Alessandro Truchot also getting up into 3rd place as well. He's got past Brian Bruno, and Bruno's down into 4th place now. He's got the pressure of Liam Carr just behind him, the Australian, looking like he wants to try and get past as well, and Conor Mayer is still there as well, so they're all trying to battle for position. They're side by side there as they go down in towards turn 8. The hairpin very, very tight through there. You can see just chopping and changing the number 21, I think, Achilles Peruzzi, just getting squeezed out there as they try to get through. But it's a good start at the front of the field, though, and a nice breakaway with a couple of laps left in this race. Dan Aleman leads the way from Leonardo Peruzzi. And Peruzzi is actually still closing in on Dan Aleman. He had a bit of an advantage in the early stages of this opening lap, but then he has closed back in once more. Back down the start-finish straight they go, and there you can see Alessandro Truchot is under pressure from Priam Bruno. Bruno pulls out of the slipstream, looks to the inside through turn 1, and I think that move is going to be done. Peruzzi not going for the move, and yes, it was. Yeah, Bruno up into 3rd place now, gets ahead of the American-French driver, who's now down into P4. Eyes on these top 2, though. Peruzzi and Aleman breaking away from the rest of the field. They've got about a 9/10 advantage from this big pack just behind Bruno, Carr, Singh, Mayer, Warner, Peruzzi. Then it's Rivera, Abudivan from Zucchetto, and Herun in there in the top 13 as well. Very, very close, but a clear breakaway for our top 2 on this one. And Peruzzi has a good opportunity here to send it down the inside through turn number 12. If he can get the momentum through this one, no, he can't. Thinks against it, stays behind. He'll have to wait now to potentially set something up through 16 and 17. Here they go through 13, 14, and 15. In towards turn 16 now, not pushing Dan Aleman too hard here. Will stay in that slipstream and might go for the move in towards turn number 1. Check over the shoulder. Well, there, clarification from Peruzzi. He's just saying, no, don't worry about me. You just keep going. I'm happy with the 2nd place. But is he throwing a bit of false sense of security there in towards Dan Aleman? Aleman does not look behind his shoulder again, and he might leave himself open to attack here if he does not close the door on this final lap, but Peruzzi giving his word that he will not attack. There you can still see Bruno still there in 3rd place, so dropping back just that little bit now. A little bit wide there for Aleman. It might leave himself compromised going in towards turn 10. Driver saying that it's a possible place to overtake, but it's quite difficult. Into the heavy braking zone here of 10. It's a very fast corner. You'd have to be very, very brave to send it to the inside there. But still, no change between these top 2. Peruzzi's trying it on the opening restart lap there. Not going to have it done. Is he going to try something here, though? Not close enough for a lunge, and he stays behind through 16 and 17. So it's going to be 2 for 2 for Dan Aleman at the end of that one. And he will see 100 intermediate classification points then for Dan Aleman at the end of that one from Leonardo Peruzzi. Priam Bruno then would take 3rd place from Alessandro Truchot, who finishes in P4. Liam Carr then leads the next battle. It was 5th all the way down to 15th place at the end of that one. Liam Carr taking that one. Oliver Warner with an impressive drive at the restart of that one, getting up 11 positions. He finishes in P6 at the end of that one. Conor Mayer unfortunately dropping to P8, but still a good result from Oscar Singh just behind in P9. Pierre Abadiban rounds out the top 10 on circuit. But Dan Aleman, maximum points so far. Pole in Q1, qualifying Heat 1 win, and now qualifying Heat 2 win. Can he maintain that momentum for the rest of this day and the week of racing as well? He's still got tomorrow to go through, but there is a final up today, and your man right there, Dan Aleman, looking very, very strong at the end of that 2nd race. Well, drivers will now head back into Parc Fermé after a lengthy delay. They obviously had a short lunch break at the end of that one, or in between that one, so it's probably the longest race they've ever done. But Dan Aleman will take the win from Leonardo Peruzzi, Priam Bruno from Alessandro Truchot, Liam Carr from Oliver Warner, Derek Rivera and Conor Mayer, Oscar Singh from Pierre Abadivan from Achilles Peruzzi and Aryan Singh, Lorenzo Keto down there in P13th from Fares Harion, Enna Pizzuto and Mikel Abubakar rounding out the top 16 after gaining 15 places in that one as well. Sofia Povizana there as well in P17. Ray Haber also a good result, 18th place, 11 positions gained. Ava Lawrence from Kim Min-jae, who gained 10 places from Luca Becerril, finishing in the top 21. He also gained a good chunk of positions, 11 places gained. Nikita Stazilov not having the best race in that one, unfortunately dropping down to P22. Victoria Fafas as well, running out the top 23. Let's take you through some of the highlights in that one. This will be obviously a very interesting one because the start was not the best one for Priam Bruno. It looked like he was going to drop all the way down to P4 in the early stage of this one. You can see the inside row here, Alaman Peruzzi and Conor Mayer getting up the inside. But Priam Bruno would just hold it around the outside and get it back down the inside through turn number 3. Again, they're slightly off track there. But I'm sure they'll keep an eye on that one. But up they go through turns number 3 and 4. The racing would go on. There again, you can see a different angle of that attack. Back in towards second place in the early stages of that one. Conor Mayer had a good getaway as well. Also, the Australian having an absolutely fantastic drive in that one. Unfortunately, though, would finish in P8 after then losing 3 places on the restart. There you can see the gap that had opened up and the big sideways moment there for Priam Bruno, and that allowed Leonardo Peruzzi to get up into second position, and he would hold on to that for the rest of the race and on the restart as well. Conor Mayer getting down the inside of Alessandro Touchot as well, but Touchot would finish in P4 just behind Priam Bruno. All of them just fighting for a position in the early stages of the race, the opening laps. Liam Kay, you just saw him in the background as well. He was still battling away with the rest of the field. He had a good run in his run, getting several positions. You can see the hands up at the background there, and actually you could see there that was Nasser Nas. It was hitting the steering wheel there. Then we had a red flag incident, a couple of drivers involved there with a bit of discomfort to turn number 1, and there was a lengthy delay, which unfortunately meant a big delay for this. They had a lunch break in between their race, which you can imagine the drivers then completely shut off from racing, and they had to get back into focus for the second half of the race that would happen nearly an hour later. But in that meantime, they were still full of spirits and ready to get going racing, which was great to see. But still, you always want to make sure that you can finish your race in one go. The restart then, and again, it was a good getaway from Dan Alaman, but Leonardo Peruzzi, watch him at the start here because he instantly goes on the attack, and rightly so as well. If you had a run, definitely go for it. Looks to the inside, hoping he would get a push from the driver behind. Door was closed, though, by Dan Alaman, absolutely denying it there whatsoever, right round the outside there as well. Very, very close all the way throughout. The drivers looking for a battle all the way through, but it just wouldn't go some of their ways. With only a couple of laps in hand in that second restart, they would go on to the last lap. The look over the shoulder there from Dan Alaman to say, right, who's behind me? It was still Leonidas, and he would not attack. He would stay true to his word, and he would finish second place. But Dan Alaman would take maximum points now, 100 intermediate classification points to his name. He has got one more qualifying heat to go, the same as the rest of the mini drivers before their final later on today. And we'll see how they will finish. There you can see now the OKN juniors now heading onto the track for their second qualifying heat. And we will see what they can do in this one, because again, it was certainly a very interesting race earlier on. We saw Conor Clancy take the win of that one from third on the grid. Toby Gale will finish second, and Marcus Shalkunis, I believe, finishing in third on that one. But it was still a very close race that the drivers had for qualifying Heat 1. Conor Clancy, Toby Gale, and it was actually James Agnostiidis who finished in third place. It was Zain Al-Hobassani who finished fourth from Caden Higgins. Marcus Shalkunis finishing in sixth place in the first race from Luna Flusha, and Augustus Toniolo in eighth. There, though, Toby Gale, who did finish in P2, only losing one position, still had a tough fight on his hands through that one. Has got another chance here at the front of the grid to get a better getaway, but he's got that inside row, and he knows what he needs to do here. Getting himself primed and ready to go. Toby and Austin Gale, both racing here this weekend. Austin in the senior category. Both did well in qualifying. It'll be crucial to see how they do in this one. Certainly a tough fight for all of our drivers around this circuit, many of them new to the track as well. Starting alongside Caden Higgins on the front row, the 157. Curious to see how he can do. Nice to see that the track staff there still full of spirits and ready to get going. We can't go racing without them out there. They're doing a fabulous job making sure our drivers stay nice and safe out on the track. Your winner, though, from the first qualifying heat, Connor Clancy, who starts this one again on the second row of the grid. He had a good getaway starting in P3. Be curious to see how he can do. There he is on your screen. He, at the moment, with the maximum 50 points to his name. And right now, hopefully, he's wanting to maintain that momentum. He had a good run on that inside row. But, of course, you'll have to be careful with what happens throughout that one. There on your screen is Sara Matsui, who's starting in the 9th spot of the grid there on row number 5. As I say, he's got a bit of work there as well to do, but Luna Flusha as well, who starts on the 6th place spot just further up ahead. There is not Marcus Shilkunas on your screen. That is another driver. I believe that is James Agnostiidis, who we see on our screen. But we've got about 1 minute to go until our race starts, so that will be how long we have. Marcus Shilkunas, you can see on the other side of the grid. Ready to get this one going. So, still, good results that we saw all the way throughout this weekend. Qualifying was good. Whistle blows, show 30 seconds to go for the second OKN Junior qualifying heat. But can Toby Gale convert a pole position start into a qualifying heat win? It was a second earlier on. Clancy would take the win from third. But as we get ready to go, nerves will begin to rise. As the temperature again, still roughly about the same. It's a lot cooler today than it was yesterday as the green flag waves and engines get started up. Or will it? We started up for Caden Higgins there. Yes, he does get away. Oh, but that's a car not starting up there at all. Stalls, mechanics in quickly to help. And they do get away. Well, let's take you through the starting lineup then. Well, it looks like all of our karts did get fired up. Toby Gale and Caden Higgins then starting this one on the front row. Connor Clancy and James Agnostiidis on row number 2. Marcus Shilkunas and Luna Flusha on row 3 with Zain Al-Homasani and Augustus Toniolo going from row 4. Sara Matsui and Nikita Klesismets on row 5, rounding out the top 10 after Dodonka and Maria Nadali going from row number 6. Alexander Dahlstrom and Angelina Simmons-Torres go from row number 7 with Jeremy Montgomery-Swan and Dinyar Islamov on row number 8. Max Murray and Zachariah Dole on row number 9. Raquel Zareth Baladin going from row 10. He's got Dan Delakian from Spain alongside. Katrina E and Egon Pedrotti round out row number 11 with Corinne Kaur and Ella Hakkinen on the back of the grid. Let's see then what happens as drivers finish their warm-up lap. They go on to their formation lap. At the end of this one, the race should be under green flag conditions, depending if they do get a false start or not. But like you say, been a good start of the weekend for Connor Clancy, who gets going, and there as well, James Agnostiidis, who had a third place earlier on, is looking to get another good result. And oh, there's another car that's stopping there. That's the 170. That is Ella Hakkinen, unfortunately, and it's just not firing. And the guys from Kart Republic trying so hard to get it started, and that is an absolute disaster. Ella Hakkinen, who did not set a time in qualifying after a breakdown, now in the second qualifying heat, seeing another mechanical failure there, and that is a huge, huge shame for Ella Hakkinen, and I can imagine the frustration kicking in there and not what she wants at all. Right then, here we go then. Rest of the field, though, getting lined up. They're a bit spread out at the back, but they look good now in towards the yellow flag conditions. From here, it's no overtaking. You should be in your grid slot now and ready to get going racing. So, out of the final corner, accelerating early, lights go green. Here they go, down towards turn 1. It is a good start from Gale. He holds on to the inside line there. You can see James Agnostiidis on the outside there, trying to get that kart back on the track, does so successfully, but it is a good getaway there. There, Marcus Shilkunas there up into third place, holding on to it, looks to the inside into the chicane there on Caden Higgins has dropped down, and there's a change for the lead. Is that Connor Clancy to the inside there? Yes, it is. Connor Clancy back into the lead of the race. Early doors in this one. The 1-2-2 leading the way from the 167 of Toby Gale. Gale still there in second place, has got the close company of Marcus Shilkunas there in third place. The rest of the field slot through the order. There goes through Sara Matsui in the pink helmet there. A very distinctive helmet livery. The driver from Japan pushing hard in these early stages, starting this one on the 5th row of the grid in P9, gaining positions all the way throughout. In they go through turns 16 and 17. We saw an overtake in the background there. We'll update the order. So it is Connor Clancy who leads the way from Toby Gale, Marcus Shilkunas, Caden Higgins there in 4th place, and Zain Al Hamzani, who's gained 2 places on the start of that race. James Ignatiadis still there as well in P6 from Luna Flusha, who has lost only 1 position, is there in P7. Luna wanting to latch on to this front group here and try and gain as many positions as she possibly can. There you can see she's got Sara Matsui just behind as well. P7 and 8 for those two. Back down in towards the turn 8 hairpin. It's still getting a little bit chopping and changing in the background there. You just saw the 125 of Donker, I think, getting past Augustus Toniolo. That was for P9 just in the background as well. While that's happening though, the top 2 are starting to break away just that little bit. Connor Clancy and Toby Gale, there you can see there is quite a significant gap now being opened up. So Marcus Shilkunas is the first of the train. I say that, I think he's under pressure now actually in 3rd place, and I think he has actually lost it. So I think it's now Caden Higgins who's up into 3rd, as Luna Flusha on the live picture there on your right hand side, having to go to the inside, having to defend here from Marcus Shilkunas. So Shilkunas now under pressure from Luna Flusha. So a lot of drivers back into their original starting spots now. And there you still see the replays of the start of that one, of the sideways moments there, and the big shame there for Ella Häkkinen. And well, it looks like she did actually get going again, which was good to see. And yeah, there she is out on track. So Ella Häkkinen has managed to get going again, which is good. Because she did not want any more fails to finish. I'm sure she'll have plenty of time to try and close the gap up. Lap 3 at the moment of 9. Right now you are watching the battle here for P4 at the moment. Currently, James Ignatiadis, Marcus Shilkunas is there behind the red suit. Luna Flusha, Spaniard, there behind as well. Sorry, and Daniel Homasani just behind as well. Luna Flusha here, looking very, very strong. The inside here through turns 3 and 4, not able to get anything done through the chicane. Big curve moment there for Caden Higgins. Cut back in the straight and narrow. You can imagine they are quite sizable curbs here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. You have to be careful of where you position the kart, and right now, there we go. She's got it done. Got past both of them actually through the second sector. So now that is Luna Flusha up into P4 now, I believe. As everyone just trying to through. Sara Matsui's got through as well, and while back down the inside there, big moment for James Ignatiadis. He gets it done though, gets back past Sara Matsui, and they're still battling for position. So it's still Clancy from Gale, Higgins, then it's Flusha, then it's Shilkunas, Ignatiadis, then Matsui, El Homasani, Didonka, and Augustus Toniolo, the top 10. And it all seems to have calmed down now here between Luna Flusha and Marcus Shilkunas. They're working together. It's not calmed down here though, as Sara Matsui again battling away, and I think that was Zain El Homasani who was looking to the inside there as well. So we'll possibly see a change in the order at the end of this one there. Okay, it's the 130. That is Sara Matsui, and she is in front of Zain El Homasani. So El Homasani has got through as well on James Ignatiadis. So there's been some big changes in that battle, and I suspect there's going to be some big changes here because Caden Higgins has closed up on Toby Gale. That gap is now non-existent. It was 0.4 of a second, it's now 0.2, so the battle for second place is on. Toby Gale and Caden Higgins very, very close here now, but where is Higgins going to go for the move? He's not decided to go through turn 1 or turn 3. In towards turns 5 and 6 the chicane, not a chance through there. Potentially down in towards turn 8, the hairpin. Could we get a lunge under braking here? I don't think he's quite close enough for it. No, stays behind. We'll have the slipstream now in the toe through turn 9 here into the banking. And we'll try and carry as much momentum and speed as you can. Wide there for Toby Gale. Getting it back onto the track now and is clearly under pressure here from Higgins. Higgins is going to go for the move, but just when is it? In this meantime, Gale is still closing in on Conor Clancy. The may be defending, but he's also attacking at the same time. So it's a fine margin between the two of them, tucking in behind the NASA panel as much as possible, making himself as slipstream as he possibly can. And again, all the meanwhile, positions changing. Augustus Toniolo has not had a good lap on that one. He dropped down 7 positions, unfortunately. Now he's down into P14 in the background. Higgins, though, with this position in 3rd, get himself ahead of James Ignostiadis in the intermediate classifications and Zayn Al Homasani. 77 intermediate classification points would go to Clayton Higgins' way. If he can hold on to this one, he would gain more. If he could get past Gale, he would not surpass Gale. Gale's still on the 88 intermediate classification points at the moment. Still line astern, no change between the 3 of them. The lap times are still looking relatively decent, and there's 2 karts that have gone off there. That is the 1:17 and the 1:29 that have collided at turn 8, and that is Egon Pedrotti and Augustus Toniolo. That is why we saw Toniolo's name drop down the order, unfortunately, coming into contact there with Egon Pedrotti, and the both of them out of the kart and out of this race. Big shame for them with only a few laps to go. Top 3 still unchanged. Clancy, Gale, Higgins, with Higgins closing in on Gale. Battle for 4th place still underway. Flusha and Shulkunis. Flusha trying to close in on this one. Last lap for Luna Flusha was a 56.3. The gap was 3.4 seconds, and yeah, it's about 3/10 a little bit slower than what the drivers ahead are doing. But maybe with a clear piece of track in front, maybe she can try and close that gap just a little bit more. But time quickly running out as we end lap number 8. We go on to the final lap now, final lap 9. And right now, it's all down to really what Clayton Higgins can do here, as Augustus Toniolo sees a warning flag go his way as well. So potential for the incident at turn number 8. Here though, Conor Clancy got the lead in the early stages of the race, getting past Toby Gale. Gale again struggling to hold on to the race lead in the start of these races, but can, as soon as he's got 2nd place and as soon as he's in position, he's absolutely fine. He can follow the pace and matches the pace here at the front. Just a case of getting those starts dialed in just that little bit more. But for Conor Clancy, he seems to have the starts absolutely superb, with only a handful of corners to go here through turn 15 now, in towards 16 and 17. No chance for an overtake here from anyone behind. It will be Conor Clancy, 2 for 2 for Clancy across the line, looking very strong in the qualifying heats. He takes the qualifying heat 2 win in the OKN Junior qualifying heat from Toby Gale. Clayton Higgins bumps himself up to 3rd in the intermediate classifications on Tuesday. James Ignostiadis and Zayn Al Homasani then drop down to 4th and 5th in the intermediate classifications, but finish a few spots behind. Luna Flusha with her best result of the weekend so far, finishing in P4, gaining 2 positions for the Spaniard. Marcus Shulkunis finishing in P5 this time around, starting P5, finishing in P5, not the result he will have wanted. Zayn Al Homasani and James Ignostiadis then finishing in 6th and 7th on track. Al Homasani actually gaining a position in that race. There you can see the 162 of Kareem Kaur. Fortunately, was a breakdown on the circuit as well, so not what we wanted for there, unfortunately, being unceremoniously pulled back to the pit lane. Drivers heading back in towards Parc Ferme now at the end of their race. Of course, all the results that we talk through now are provisional, pending scrutineering. Conor Clancy from Toby Gale, Clayton Higgins from Luna Flusha, Marcus Shulkunis from Zayn El Homasani, from James Ignostiadis, Sarah Matsui from Japan, from Arthur Dudonka, Dan Delakian from Nikita Gresselsmits, from Alexander Dahlstrom, Danir Islamov, and Maria Kara Nadelli. Max Murray rounds out the top 15, 17.2 seconds behind the race leader at the end. relatively spread out in the backfield there, but super close at the front, only half a second separating your top two. 16th place downwards would be in Angelina Simmons-Torres from Katrina E. Jeremy Montgomery-Swan from Raquel Zarif Faradin. Zachariah Dolem finishing up there as well. Better result this time around for him after retirement in the first one. Ella Hakkinen did finish in 21st place after gaining 3 places. After nearly not starting the race, luckily she does see the checkered flag. Egon Protrotti, Augustus Toniolo and Karine Kaur, unfortunately all retirements from that one. But there on your screen, your race winner, Connor Clancy, after a superb second qualifying heat. Let's take a look back at how he did it. The race start on this one was a good start from the word go. Instantly, Toby Gale getting to the outside there to optimise the racing line going through it. But Toby, keep an eye on Connor Clancy because it was down in towards turn 3 on the second lap. So the start's actually getting away well for Toby Gale. Just leaving the gap at the wrong time, I think, is what caused it. So it was actually the run here down in towards turn number 7. That's where it was had. There was, very fortunately for Ella Hakkinen, starting the race a lot later behind anyone, though. Obviously a big disappointment that she didn't get away with the rest of the pack after the breakdown, but amazingly the kart able to fire up and get going again, so she was able to finish the race. Luna Flusha, though, making the moves. Good start for Luna in this one, and best result of the weekend so far, finishing in P4 at the end of that one. Same with Sara Matsui. A good result here, finishing in P8. Fantastic to see her making the moves there and really pushing the kart to the limits. There, the 161 going through your screen, that was Zachariah Dole, who this time around was able to finish a race. He was a retirement earlier on in the weekend, but it would go the way of Connor Clancy, 2 for 2 in the OKN junior category. He's got 100 points for his name now for the Tuesday session. These all intermediate classifications get restarted tomorrow as they have a second final tomorrow and a final later on today. But Connor Clancy looking like the favourite in this one at the end of their second heat. Seniors coming up next. This is their second qualifying heat, and then we go back into the third round of qualifying heats for them in just a moment as well. Finn McLaughlin and Austin Gale certainly had a good run all the way throughout that race, but it would go the way of Finn McLaughlin in the first qualifying heat. He had a tough fight all the way throughout, but Austin Gale would finish in second place from Zachary Hurd as well in third. He had a good run. Also, the Australian driver having a brilliant one. Fellow countryman Pip Casabene finishing in P4, so didn't gain or lose any positions. And then had Suleiman Zamfari just behind. Now, Suleiman Zamfari had a superb race. 12 positions gained. He certainly made some moves. But did he push that kart just a little bit too hard to get that kart into that position? August Reber finished 6th in the first race from Gabe Balanka, who gained 12 positions as well, gaining up into P7. Hamza Al-Fayez finishing in 8th place from Jack Webster. Peter Stiller finishing in 10th place from George Nassar, who rounded out the top 11. The retirements in that race, there were many. Isaac Demelweek retiring, Adam Al-Azari retiring, Brotek Stefan also retiring, unfortunately, with Omar Ghanum. Christopher El Fagali, who had big damage to his kart. Luckily, they've had plenty of time to get that wagon rolling again. So hopefully he's all good. Maximus Chudasco also retiring from that race. Irina Kanina, unfortunately, didn't even start the race. The same with Sal Zepler, who was a breakdown at the start of that one. And yeah, big shame for a lot of our drivers. But they get a second chance at going for it this time around. As you can see now, drivers for the senior category getting themselves primed and ready. Still a very busy grid in this one. 36 drivers in total for the seniors. But certainly a very strong grid of drivers all the way throughout. And drivers from all over the world as well. Plenty of nationalities being represented here in Abu Dhabi. There is one of them from Ireland, Finn McLaughlin, who starts his one on pole position. We caught up to him after qualifying. Here is what he had to say after his qualifying one yesterday.
OK, senior time qualifying 1 is done for the senior group for the Academy programme. And Finn McLaughlin, you put it on pole, which means it's going to be a good day tomorrow on Tuesday. How was qualifying? How was the track feeling? Because everyone's a little bit new to the circuit here.
Yeah, everything feels nice. Nice to start off the week with pole position. One step done, now we see how the rest of the week gets on.
Qualifying 2 coming up later on in the dark. Obviously, a lot of drivers new to racing in the dark as well, so that's going to be a new challenge. But the race weekend itself also a challenge. The same equipment for everyone, and barely any testing as well. It's a brand new track for a lot of drivers.
Yeah, it's the event's amazing at the minute. The KR chassis is really good. Engines are good. Track's amazing. I like the way the event's going.
What do you think is going to happen then in the next qualifying session? Do you feel like there could be some more drivers who may come back a little faster in the next session? Do you think it's going to change up with the lights going down?
I still think the same drivers will be at the front. Just let's see how it plans out. But it'll be a bit different in the dark, so we'll see.
It'll be a challenging weekend, but it looks like you're looking forward to it and ready to get going. So we'll see what you do in qualifying Group 2.
Okay, thank you.
Well, qualifying Group 2 for him wouldn't go fully his way, but still qualifying 1 was good and would start on pole for today's racing on Tuesday. Another day tomorrow, so Finn McLaughlin looking very, very strong. As well looking strong, Austin Gale as well, who starts this one on the outside of row number 1. Looking to get a better start this time around, but still had a good result earlier on, finishing P2. So not gaining or losing any places come the checkered flag. Zachary Hurd just behind as well has got a good starting position in this one. P3 as well. He had a good finishing position in that one as he started in P5. It would be this man here, Adam Alazari, who would start on this row. Now, Adam unfortunately did retire earlier on, having a contact with another driver. It certainly wouldn't go both their way, so hopefully this time for Adam Alazari, it is a better result this time around. Certainly a tough challenge for a lot of our drivers. But there you can see Pip Casabene getting himself primed and ready as well. Another driver you need to keep a very close eye on. Well, as you can see then, the senior race about to get underway. And there you can see drivers and mechanics ready to get things started. But you can imagine a lot of tension going out again for a lot of these drivers. They've seen what's happened in the second half of some of the racing. And Zachary Hurd here, who finished in P3, wanting to repeat what he did earlier on, or even better results. I'm sure he would appreciate a second or a first. But he'll have a bit of work ahead of him to see if he can try and do that. Still very close all the way throughout. He's got George Nassar just alongside. There is George, ready to get it going. Whistle blows as drivers get a reminder of how long to go until the race gets underway, which is 1 minute's time. Our judge of fact, Ross Upton, there at the front of the grid, making sure the drivers stay up to date with everything. There, our race director, Martin Bean, as well, showing the proceedings, making sure everything is good. Jack Webster there with a fantastic livery on his helmet design. Of course, Formula One currently just racing there in Las Vegas. They're now making their way over the other side of the world to where we are now, to Abu Dhabi, for their final round of the FIA F1 World Championship at Abu Dhabi at the end of this weekend. But right now, a lot of these drivers focusing on their racing that they've got right here and right now as the 30-second board goes up, engines fire up. Next race is the OKN Senior Qualifying Heat 2. Let's take you through the starting lineup then for this one. Finn McLaughlin, who won earlier on, he starts this one on pole position with Austin Gale alongside. Adam Alazari and Pip Casabene go from row number 2. Zachary Hurd and George Nassar on row number 3 from Jack Webster and Peter Stiller on row 4. Romeo Nassar and Emanuele Leodikis on row 5, they round out the top 10. August Raber and Alessandro Tedesca on row 6. Christopher El Fagali, who also retired with heavy damage, starts this one again on the 7th row. He's got Austin Lee alongside. Hamza Al-Fayez and Mohamed Minane go from row number 8. Sulaiman Zamfari, who gained several positions, who finished up in the top 5, starts this one on P17. Can he repeat what he did earlier on? He's got Joba Al-Sabala alongside on the row 9. Gabe Belanco, who also gained 7 positions, starts on the 10th row with Omar Ganoun on the top 20. Cooper Lyle and Bernardo Bonaldi go from row 11. Brodzak Stefan and Elizaveta Kozlova go from row 12. Maximus Jurasco and Eli Yulton round out row number 13. Marco Drittenpress and Alessandro Biggi round out row number 14 with Marina Canina and Isaac Demelweek on row number 15. Mario Bigliotti and Rafael Jesus on row 16. Sevilla Sampari and Leith Munina on row 17. Aisha Sabi and Sal Zerpa, hopefully having a better start this time around, starts shotgun at the back of the grid in P36. Drivers on their formation lap now, getting themselves ready for this one. Not many races left to go in the day. One more qualifying heats each after this one for all of our classes, and then of course the finals starting a little bit later on today. That is the big moment for the drivers, because the finals are the important one. Championship points up for grabs in the finals. 2 finals that they have over the weekend, they get accumulated. They give us our champions at the end of this one. For the Champions of the Future Academy program, the first of its kind, and hopefully many more to come next season. So make sure you stay up to date with all of the socials on the Champions Karting Academy or Champions Karting as well, to stay up to date with all of the latest gossip. Here we go then. OKN Senior qualifying heat 2. Into the tram lines. Is the green flag out first time of asking? Yes, it is, and away they go down towards turn 1, and it's a good start again from the front row, and it's a better start this time from Adam Alazari, who's up into the race lead now. He's got back, he's got past Finn McLaughlin in the early stages, and that is an absolutely lightning start for Adam Alazari, who leads the way, but now he's got to try and maintain it, because he's got Finn McLaughlin, who was pole in qualifying and who won the first race earlier on right behind him, but he's opened up a little bit of a gap now from that now. That looks like Pips Casabene up as well, and I think George Nassar has had a good one. Toby Gale there in 3rd place. He's under a lot of pressure from behind as well, as the rest of the field slot through the pack there. Through they go in towards turn number 10, and it is the 2:13 that goes through. That's Zachary Hurd, who moves up into P4 now, so it's a good start once again from that inside row. But Austin Gale here just holding on to P3 right now. Across the line they go, and it is Adam Alazari from McLaughlin, Gale from Hurd, Casabene from Stiller, Nassar, Webster, Tedisca, then it's Nassar, Raver, then it's Leodikis, Sampari. Yellow flags out as well, and I can see that Jabbar Al-Sabar has fallen down the order as well. He's across the line now in 32nd place after losing 14 positions. That could be what's caused the yellow flag, but I can see as well that Sal Zerpa has not crossed the line once again, and there on your screen is the 2:30. An absolute disaster for Sal Zerpa. He has not finished a single race so far today, and he will have absolutely no points to his name. A big shot, which is a huge shame. But for Adam Alazari, this is much better for him in the lead of this one, pushing that one to the limit. Well, there you can see as well the mechanic doing his level best to get it started, and that was the treble 2 trying to break away. Now that is Jabbar Al-Sabar, who did not get away well, but despite his mechanic's best efforts, certainly tried to work hard for it. Good start though from Adam Alazari. He broke away quite nicely and immediately took the lead. They're still battling on the live pictures there on the right hand side of your screen. Toby Gale under pressure here from the rest of the field behind. There's a real train of karts just behind Toby Gale, but the replays there on the left hand side certainly very close in the action that they had out on the track. Back on the live pictures now, and Adam Alazari still leads the way. 7/10 clear from Finn McLaughlin. This is an outstanding opening few couple laps from Adam Alazari. Zachary Hurd still there in 3rd place from Peter Stiller. Pip Casabene still in 5th place from Austin Gale. Unfortunately not had the best start to his race. There he is. Coming through your screen now. The 2:36 driver started on the front row. He's under pressure from Alessandro Tedisca and Jack Webster. Jack Webster didn't actually have a good result in the end in his first race. He actually received a fair few time penalties, and there's been an incident out on circuit because Austin Lee, Gabe Balanka and Mohamed Miname had not crossed the line. So 3 drivers have not crossed the line. They've all jumped down into 33rd, 34th and 35th out on track. So not sure what's happened to them. Along with Bene. There you can see him. 344 just trying to close in now on Peter Stiller. There you can see the drama there for Gabe Balanca. We saw him dropping down the order. Unfortunately for him, he's out of this race. That is not what he wants after having a good result earlier on. But, yeah, big shame for the Australian after he gained 12 positions in the first race. Big shame there. On lap 5 now, out of 13. Zachary Hurd with the fastest lap of the race in 3rd place. Starting to close in potentially on Finn McLaughlin. There you can see the top 2, and McLaughlin's actually closing in on Adam Alazari. And you can see there that Alazari taking a big look over the shoulder just to see there, and there you can see more karts coming to a stop. Now, who is that? Is that still one of the drivers? I think that's Mohammed Miname there in the 238 that's come to a stop. Yes, it is. The car is just stationary there on the exit. Turn 16. The race leaders here, and yeah, I can feel the pressure building here on Adam Alazari's shoulders. McLaughlin has closed right back in now, and is possibly looking for an attack here. Out of turn 4 they go. We've seen a run down in towards turn 7 before. Are we going to see something here? No, we're not. As Sulaiman Sambaris, that's the fastest lap of the race. He again is having another good race. He's up several positions now. Close eye on that battle. We watch for the race leaders. McLaughlin just eking ever closer. Gap was 0.2 of a second last time out. Any move that he goes for will just bring Zachary Hurd into play. And of course, if Alazari goes defensive here at all, this will be a 3-kart battle. Drivers being collected there at turn number 6. There's certainly a collection forming around the circuit of senior drivers. Attack here from McLaughlin, just waiting for the right opportunity to go for the move. Adam Alazari is doing a fabulous job of holding that position. Not easy to defend from McLaughlin. McLaughlin, who's been racing all over Europe this year in many classes. Certainly looking very, very strong. Another check over the shoulder there. Got Alazari. Change position. Just imagine what they're both thinking here. Rockland waiting for the opportunity, and there it is, down the inside through turn 12, and it was just a small gap that was left open there from Adam Alazari, and he just went for the move. An investigation flag has come out for Alessandro Biggie, possibly for an incident that happened earlier on, but McLaughlin now leads the way from Adam Alazari, still there in 2nd place. This is still a good spot for Alazari after the retirement earlier on. But Zachary Hurd's just behind as well, and Zachary is wanting a good result here. Zachary finishing 3rd earlier on, wants to better what he did. He does not want another P3. It would be good for him if he's 2nd in the intermediate classifications, if he stays there in 3rd. Every little helps. Check over the shoulder there for Alazari. He doesn't do that too many times. Up going that way, and wow, there's a side pod that's come off the kart. Couldn't quite see the number there on that one, so I'm not sure whose that belongs to, but there is still retired drivers out there, and they are still accumulating. Pip Casabene is one of them. It possibly could be his. We would have seen a technical flag if he had, or if it's a retirement. It's just on the side of the circuit, you won't see that. Still here now, battle for 2nd. Zachary Hurd all over the back of Adam Alazari, and McLaughlin breaking away, and there he is for the move down towards turn number 3, and Adam Alazari just denies that attack there. He thought there was a gap there, did Zachary Hurd, and he's not been allowed to get that position. He stays there in P3. Meanwhile, Peter Stiller is starting to close in here now. You can see him in P4 just behind, and every lunge attack that Zachary Hurd puts on Adam Alazari, they lose time to both McLaughlin, and Peter Stiller gains a lot of time on these two. So So big changes happening all the way throughout the field, and there's still been some big moves all the way throughout the field as well. Maximus Chudasco has gained 13 positions. He's up to P12 on that last lap crossing the loop. Rafael Jesus has also gained 18 places, finishing in P14. A brilliant run for him so far as well. But McLaughlin looking comfortable in the race lead. No drama around him whatsoever. But Adam Al-Azhari, I think, has got the world against him here on his shoulders. He's got Zachary Hurd right behind him. Continuously checks over the shoulder as they exit out of turn 8. Yes, there is a small straight there, and again there down towards turn 10. The pressure is building on Adam Al-Azhari here. This would be his best result of the weekend if he could finish in P2. But Zachary Hurd is also wanting his best result with finishing in P2. He finished P3 earlier on. He wants to better it. There's not many laps left in this race. They complete lap 10. They go on to lap 11 of 13 now. Time is quickly running out. But for Adam Al-Azhari, this will have been the longest race of his life so far. You can imagine the pressure on the shoulders here. But not cracking. Pushing on, doing what he needs to do. Keeping a consistent gap between himself and Finn McLaughlin as well, but he leaves the door open through 8. Can he get the switch back here? Zachary Hurd now going wheel to wheel with Adam Al-Azhari, and Al-Azhari gets the position back, holds on to P2. There it is, confirmation, he did hold on to it. So Zachary Hurd, that's the first attempt, it's not worked out. Peter Stiller closes in even more. Gap still about 2 seconds, but he's still right there in P4. Manuel Leodikis, though, now seeing a technical flag, so was that his side pod that we saw earlier on? So that is unfortunate for Leodikis, the driver from Greece, unfortunately having to retire from this one with a technical problem. Zachary Hurd, though, still on that rear bumper. Only a couple of laps to go. Here was the move from Finn McLaughlin earlier on for the race lead. Through turn 12, nicely done, well timed. And a brief check over the shoulder there. And Zachary Hurd also trying to go for the move. Curve moments there. The carbon public chassis flexing as much as they can. The driver's the ultimate grip around the track. Still no change between these two. I suspect this last lap might be a little bit interesting. Zachary Hurd wants that second place, but he might be being told at the sidelines there, hey, you're in a good spot there, don't fight it too much, you're currently second, you don't need to risk gaining another place, you're still second in the points at the moment, but he is going to go for the move anyway, down and towards turn number 3, wheel to wheel, side by side, but again, Adam Al-Azhari just denies the attack and stays wheel to wheel with him. He's going to go for the outside through turn number 5, he goes over the curb, absolutely no chance there for Zachary Hurd through the chicane. He tried it, it failed, but certainly a fantastic effort if he could have got that done, but it was not going to go his way, and he might actually have quite a significant piece of damage to his kart there. It went up in the air and slammed on the floor. But for Adam Al-Azhari, this will be his best result of the weekend after retiring in the first race. Race 2 is going to go his way, but for McLaughlin, it's another perfect race for him. 2 for 2. Maximum points across the line. Checker flag goes out, and a big thumbs up there for Adam Al-Azhari in second place. He'll be delighted with that result. Zachary Hurd finishes in third place after a solid attempt at trying to go for second, not going his way. Peter Stiller with a good result as well, P4, after gaining 4 positions from Christopher El Faghali, who finishes in P5. A much better result for Christopher El Faghali after retirement earlier on, getting 8 positions as well in that race. Oh dear, the 2:51. Augustus Reiber not finishing the race by the looks of it. His car has come to a stop at the end of that one. In fact, no, I think he did finish the race. He did finish P10, but it stopped after the checker flag, so that's lucky for him at least. Tries to get it restarted, and luckily for him, he gets it going. So let's see what he can do in the next race a little bit later on. But for Finn McLaughlin, that's 2 for 2. He'll be delighted with that one as he makes his way back into Parc Fermé. We'll go through the provisional classifications at the end of that one post or pre-scrutineering. From McLaughlin, from Adam Alazari, Zachary Hurd from Peter Stiller, Christopher El Fagali, Austin Gale, Suleiman Zamfari, Jack Webster and George Nassar, Augustus Reiber and Emanuele Leodikis, who did finish 11th, but did receive a technical flag. Jalesko, Jesus, just as well, Lyle, Kozlova, and Hamza Al-Fayez finishing in P16. It was a good race there for Maximus Jalesko and Rafael Jesus. 13 and 19 positions gained apiece for them. And then it was Marco Didn't Press also gaining 10 positions, finishing in P17 from Omar Ganoum and Bernardo Bonaldi finishing in P19. Jabbar Al-Sabah finishing in P20 despite the shaky start he had. Certainly a good result. And a good result as well for Irina Kanina finishing in P21. 8 positions gained. And a very good result. McLaughlin's kart then goes into scrutineering as everything gets checked over, and again a superb result for the Irishman and a fantastic opportunity for him. Here's a look then at some of the highlights from that one. Despite the mechanic's best effort to get him going, at least he's got a smile on his face after tumbling on the track there. The treble 2 getting away. Jabbar Al-Sabah, unfortunately not the start he would have wanted though. The race start as well, it was a brilliant start from Adam Alazari. Absolutely shone to the lead in the early stages and would hold on to it for a fair few laps as well. McLaughlin would retaliate though, 3-4 wide in the background as they go down in towards the turn 3 hairpin as well, just in the background there. It was a brilliant start all the way throughout. There would be some dramas and turmoils later on in the race. For all of our drivers. Unfortunately, one of them going to Austin Gale, who would unfortunately finish in P6. Not the result he would have wanted, as down the inside, this was the moment that Zachary Hurd got the job half done, I say. Austin Gale not fully happy with the way he got past. There was the retirement for Gabe Belanca, not the sort of race he will have wanted. There were still several retirements in that one. Tedesca was a retirement, Casabene, Lee, Belanca, Menemne, and Sal Zepra also retiring. Fantastic shots there of the karts showing how flexible they are. The second attempt here for a change for the lead for Zachary Hurd wouldn't go his way. He would have a third attempt now in towards turn number 5. He was on the outside going into the corner, would actually go airborne up into the next corner. There again, another angle of the overtake. Now this is where they went side by side in towards turns 5 and 6, and you can see there he's on the outside. It would not go his way. It would go the way of Adam Alazari, who finishes his best result, P2. But for McLaughlin, it's 2 for 2. And for Zachary Hurd, finishing in another P3. He puts himself second in the intermediate classifications, ahead of Austin Gale, who drops down to third. Very close between and Suleiman Zamfari and Peter Stiller, who are the top 5 in the intermediate classifications and will be the top 2.5 rows of the grid for the final later on today. Next coming up is the Minis for their next race. They are due to start, they were due to start this one at 1:10, and we are at this moment in time 2:10, so we're about an hour behind schedule. But hopefully they'll be back out on track in just a few moments' time as well. For the Minis, it was certainly a very interesting start, but it's been Dan Alaman who's been dominating the world of the Minis. He had a fantastic result in qualifying 2, but Priyan Prano did not repeat his Q1 or qualifying Heat 1 results. He would finish in P3 in the second qualifying heat. Leonidas Bruzzi having a good result, though, finishing in P2. Alessandro Truchot finished in P4 earlier on from Liam Carr, both of them gaining 3 positions. From Oliver Warner as well, who had his best result of the weekend as well. 11 positions gained, finishing in P6 after a retirement in his first qualifying heat. So big changes for the Mini 60 category. And of course, they were the ones that had, unfortunately, the lengthy delay in the middle of their second qualifying heat. So they've not had much time to get their karts back ready and going for their next round of races. But it is due to start, I believe it's been pushed back to 20 past for the Minis. So we've got about 8 minutes time for that race. So we will take a very short break. We'll be back in a few moments time for the Mini Heat number 3. Well, there you can see now drivers making their way on to the track now for their third and final qualifying heat. Mini 60 about to get underway in a few moments' time. But again, it's been a solid result for Dan Aleman, 2 for 2 in his race wins. Again, he's got 50 points to his name. Can he make it 150 at the end of this one? Remember, these tyres are now starting to be fairly old. They've done qualifying yesterday in Q1. Now 2 qualifying heats. They're about to do a third. And, of course, the final later on today. But right now, drivers are lining themselves up ready to get going. You can imagine tension building and the light starting to fade here. Sun is very low in the sky. But we still have plenty of daylight with us today. But it's been a very calm day as well. Wind's picked up just a little bit. There's a headwind down the start-finish straight that these drivers are having to deal with. Sun is still shining. But it's been a very calm day. Not too hot. Temperatures a lot lower than they were in the other half of the week. But drivers now getting ready to go for this one. So a reminder of the grid order for this one. Dan Aleman starting on pole. Priam Bruno starting alongside. Second and third for Priam Bruno in his qualifying heat wins. Leonidas Peruzzi as well from Achilles Peruzzi. Hopefully, again, they can have another good start to their races. Conor Mayer and Nikita Davrilov as well on the third row of the grid. There is Dan Aleman, your driver starting on pole position again, 2 for 2 on his race wins. Certainly looking the favourite going into the final later on today. But plenty of action to come up. Of course, these races, the shortest of the races that we've got in terms of the races over this weekend. 8 laps for the minis. It's 9 for the juniors and 13 for the seniors. Those races will be significantly longer later on in the day. In fact, nearly doubling for a lot of our drivers. So very, very tricky races they will have. There is Priam Bruno. Second and third in his races. Then the last one only dropping 1 position. But right now, he is just focused, ready to get going for this one and the rest of the field as well. Some drivers already seated. Some drivers not even getting their suits on yet. So getting themselves ready. There is Leonidas Peruzzi. Again, waiting to get his helmet on, getting himself ready. He's had some good results so far this weekend. Third and a second. Can he better it going into this one? He's looking for a qualifying heat win. His first of the weekend. He's got a good spot there on that inside row. He just needs to try and get those starts dialed in. It was a good start earlier on, though, but he's always been fighting away with Priam Bruno in the early stages of that race. Achilles Peruzzi starting alongside on the second row of the grid. Conor Mayer starting just behind as well. He's been having some good run. There is Achilles, who's, again, a driver who's not even got his rib protector on yet, so he needs to get a wiggle on there. Some drivers getting in. There we go. He knows what he needs to do. He's primed and ready to go in this one. And again, hopefully he has another good result in this. Certainly working hard all the way throughout this weekend is Achilles Peruzzi. Starting on the third row of the grid, Conor Mayer and Nikita Davrilov as well, also having some good results. And for Nikita, who was very quick in qualifying, there is Conor Mayer, the Australian driver, certainly having some good results. We've seen him fly up through the field. But his result earlier on, P8 in his second race, fortunately dropping 3 positions after having a good start to his race. Didn't fully go his way, so keep a close eye on Conor, see what we can do. Another driver here, and that is Nasser Nas, who starts this one, the number 33 on the 9th spot of the grid. Certainly has had a challenging start to his weekend. Hopefully he can have a good result in this one. He certainly needs one for a good starting position in the final later on. There is Nikita. Getting themselves ready. Gloves on and focusing up for this race. There again, drivers all the way throughout this grid getting themselves sorted out. There you can see the number 44, that is Min Jae Kim, who starts this one 30th off the grid, the driver from South Korea, joining us here in Abu Dhabi. A little further up the field though, this is Alessandro Tuchot, and the number 47, who has been having some good results here, P4 in the second heat earlier on. A good result there, always keen for a battle and fighting through those positions. And keep a very close eye on what they can do in this race. But plenty of action still left to come, so do not go anywhere. There is Liam Carr, giving us a nice smile and a wave. Good to see him. He's been battling his way through the field all the way throughout this one. Carr finishing 5th earlier on. And who's he trying to get in? He's trying to get it. There you go. Lad and Dad in. Perfect stuff. There you go. That's what you need. I would say keep that hat on unless you got some Factor 50 as well. Perfect. But good to see that they're happy here from Australia, joining us here in Abu Dhabi. Brilliant to see. There you could see briefly the number 41. That was Baptiste Augustine, who starts this one 33rd on the grid as well. There on your screen is Yuvraj Mehta as well, starting 34th on the grid as well. Here is Nasser Nas, who has had a very tricky start to the weekend. Hopefully in this one can have a good result. Certainly would like to see Nasser up in a good spot here. The driver from Qatar joining us here this weekend in Abu Dhabi, and as well as the rest of the drivers primed and ready in this one. Retirements in the last one. There were a couple. Only a handful, though. Francesco Puerta, Nasser Nas was one of them. Ari Kallenberg, Veer Chopra, Baptiste Augustine, and Aaron Burafa also retiring. So there was some retirements earlier on. 1 minute board goes up as we near the start of the Mini 60s, third and final qualifying heat before their final later on today. This one will decide where they start, as we get a nice wave there from Pierre Aboudivan, who is ready in this one. He starts a little further down the order. P10 on the 5th row of the grid. It certainly has been having some good results. He finished P10 earlier on, so he managed to maintain his starting position earlier on as well. So certainly keep a close eye on him. He's looking for a better result, though, in this one. Remember, these races, only 8 laps. They go past quickly. As the mechanics clear the grids, the karts will be firing up very, very soon. The marshals still fully focused out on circuit, ready to get going for the racing here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. A superb venue here, and the next race, the Mini 60 qualifying heat 3, is ready and raring to go. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one then. Dan Aleman and Priyan Bruno on the front row with Leonas Peruzzi and Achilles Peruzzi alongside. Conor Meyer and Nikita Dazilov on row number 3. Alessandro Tuchot and Liam Carr on row 4. Nasser Nas and Pierre Aboudivan on row number 5 from Oscar Singh and Aryan Singh on row 6. Panis Harun and Derek Rivera from Sofia Paznevaya and Victoria Fafas on row 8. Oliver Warner and Lorenzo Zacchetto on row 9. And Pizzuto and Ari Kallenberg round out the top 20 on row 10. Veer Chopra and Ava Lawrence on row 11 from Nilas Malik and Aaron Buffa on row 12. Aurelio Longitano and Francesco Puerta on row 13. Karai Singh and Akita Mir on row 14. Ray Haber and Kim Manji round out the top 30 on row 15 from Mikhail Abubakar and Luca Barceril on row 16. Baptiste Augustine and Yurav Mehta round out the 34 kart grid on row number 17. Warm-up lap finish, they go on to their formation lap now at the end of this one. Hopefully we see a green flag and a race starts, but for a lot of our drivers, it's been a tough old day. Lots of racing to get through for our drivers. Not many breaks in between them, but they did have a lengthy break in between the middle of their second heat after the red flag. Hopefully a good full race this time around for our Mini 60 category, running on the Paralin chassis and engines provided by GM engines, running the GR3s. TM engines, sorry, I should say, on the GR3s. And, brilliant stuff to see them working super hard throughout. Parolin and Carlton with a big showing here, supporting our drivers in all three categories, juniors and seniors. Right now under yellow flags. Looks like we're getting ready to go. Grid nice and slow at the front, get more nice bunched up. The back of the grid still needs to get into formation. They're still a little far behind. Remember, they approach the red line here, and from here on out, they are under yellow flag conditions. So nice and slow. Bit of bunching up there, and that was Nassar Nass as well, getting sandwiched there in the mid pack. He'll have to be careful he doesn't get a drop nose there. And it does look a bit wobbly there as they all try to get into formation. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Are we going green first time of asking? Yes, we are. Down in towards turn one they go, and again, good start from Malawan. Good start from Bruno again, but it gets swamped to the outside, and through goes Peruzzi, and through goes Conor Mayer. Mayer up into P3, and they do get it done, and there's a spin and a roller thing in the background there through turn number 2. One driver spinning around, that's the number 30. That is Yuvrad Mehta, who has gone, and a red flag has been called. And there is a kart upside down there, and hopefully Marshall's quick on the scene. Big shock there, and hopefully all the drivers are okay. Again, unsure of all the drivers involved. So another red flag at the start of the race here for Mini 60. And what the drivers wanted, 2 drivers up there out of the thing. And I think that's Nassar Nass again, the blue private suit, black helmet, who I think has not come through this race, and that would be 3 retirements out of 3 races if that's the case. But red flag out before even the first lap, which means this would be a full race restart, I believe. Certainly a big shock there, and another stoppage for the Mini 60 is not what they wanted to see. And we'll get an update for you on the drivers out there. And there you can see Ross Upton, yes, starting them on the grid. So yes, it will be, by the looks of it, a full race restart. They would have stopped them in single file if it wasn't going to be. So I suspect there will need to be a shuffle of the grid to get them back into their original starting order. But we'll find out the information of who was involved there as soon as we can, and hopefully they are okay. Never nice to see a kart roll in any race format. And yeah, hopefully our drivers are okay. So at the moment then, still Dan Alaman who leads the way. Initially good start for him at the front, but the red flag was called quickly, so really past turn 4 there was no racing. So really it's just a case of get this one back into formation and a reshuffle. And that is exactly what the guys down there are doing, and I'm sure the drivers know as well. They know where they started, so I'm sure they will assist in this one to try and help them out. Ross Upton down there with a big job on his hands. There you can see some more drivers just out of their karts and up, walking around. Again, still unsure of the drivers who was there. I did see Yuvrad Mehta, who was still in the kart and driving around, but had spun at that top section. So that is one driver I can confirm who had a tough time, but I think was able to keep going and is actually at the back of the grid once again. There you can see, yeah, now the reshuffle has begun. Always a tough time because they try to avoid the drivers crossing the start-finish loop. No one officially has crossed the timing beam at the end of the first lap, meaning that the order from the start really shouldn't have changed. So that's what we want to see. There is Priam Bruno again. He gets a second chance at trying to start on the front row again. And there you can see medical crews there with our driver who was involved in that role. And good to see that medical team working hard there. There you can see the 2 other drivers just coming off that. One of them, Nassar Nass, who was involved, and there you can see a bit of debris on the circuit as well. Team working hard on that one. Unfortunately, kart number just out of shot there, so I can't quite see who was fully involved in that one. So another slight delay then to the Mini 60s. Lucky for us, there was an hour break in between the last of the qualifying heats and the super heats, or the super heats, the finals, I should say. And right now that gap has gone, so hopefully we still be on time. There's Gonzalo Plata, who is our man in race control, who's left race control to assist with the reshuffle. So good to see that as well. So big delay here then for Mini 60. A reminder of what happened in Heat 2. Dan Alman, Leonas Peruzzi, Primo Bruno, the top 3 in that one. It was Alessandro Turisco and Liam Carr. Oliver Warner, though, who had an absolutely fabulous run in his second heat after retiring in the first one. The first heat, though, would go the way of Dan Alman and Primo Bruno. Leonas Peruzzi finishing 3rd, so no change in the top 3. Alessandro Turisco with Trussaccio with another 4th place finish in that one as well from Conor Mayer. Liam Carr finishing in P6 in that one from Pierre Abutivan, who again has just had some good results all the way throughout. The current intermediate classification, though, still going the way of Dan Alaman with the 100 points. There is no added point 6 as the full restart. There you can see the heavy damage there to the number 33. That is Nasser Nas. So his kart went, looks like that went for a roll. And we have seen him walking around and up on his feet, which is good to see. There as well, the 48 is there as well. That is, I will confirm on my screen here, Nikita Tazalov, who was starting on the 3rd row of the grid. So they were relatively close to each other out on the circuit. So it looks like they've gone for a bit of a tussle, and so that's a couple of cuts off, and I can see there possibly the number 44 getting back into position yet. Kim Min-ji just in the background there. Looked like they were pushing it back to Parc Ferme, but no, they were just spinning the kart round. There on your screen, the number 35, Aurelio Longlitano, just getting themselves ready as well, and back into position. So a couple of karts missing from the order there. There you can see the 24th place spot. That is Aaron Buffer. His kart is not there. I can see a little further up ahead as well. That's another empty spot. Potentially Veer Chopra also not in position. The mechanics waiting to see if they can enter onto the grid. I don't think they'll be allowed at the moment, but yeah, these are push-button starts, these Mini 60s, so they do not need a push start, unless, of course, there is an issue with one of them. Liam Carr in the mid-pack there, just standing up, watching in front. Obviously, a couple of cuts missing ahead of him now that are able to go through. And there is the drivers being brought back to Parc Ferme. They will still have to go through scrutineering if they are out of the race. They are not allowed to put that back into the paddock. They have to go back to Parc Ferme. And it's a long old drive on the trailer. Not a nice feeling. Martin Bean and Gonzalo Plata there having a brief conversation
Medics have cleared him
about the potential restart
here.
here.
I'm happy for him
It's
to
null
start.
and void, so it's like nobody happened.
No, but it's not good. But the medics have said he's clear to race.
Just chatting that drivers are cleared to race and get going, which is good to see. So medics working hard as well with the race control team here. And talking about a bit of damage there to some of the karts as well. Of course, if a NASA panel's broken, that's technically a technical flag. And I believe there for Nasser Nas, that is his NASA panel that has come loose. So that would mean, under red flag conditions, I think it can potentially get it fixed. But if they can't, I think it's retirement, and yeah, he would get a technical flag for that. And yeah, it would be his race over. So many drivers still seated. Some just out of the karts, just having a conversation about the start there. More conversations happening here. As we wait for the race to get going as well. About 3 karts out on track. So yeah, 3 drivers who have not come back around to the start line. Of course, we know a number of those. Nikita Azalov as well, one of them. Hassan Nas as well. There's one more than I'm unsure. I know that Yuvrav Mehta was one of them, but he was back out onto the track. So we wait for the confirmation of when we will get a restart on this. But you can imagine a lot of work going on behind the scenes here with race control, timekeeping, and of course the track staff out there as well with the medical crews. And Leonas Peruzzi there just asking a brief question to race director Martin Bean But looks like we should be going relatively soon. Now, looks like the trailer's heading back, and have they put one of the carts back on the grid there? I don't think so, no. I think they've just gone back to Parc Ferme, and yeah, it's just the trailer going back to his starting position. So, shame to see another delay here. But unfortunately, red flags are a matter of racing, and the teams do their hardest to make sure that the racing does stay nice and safe. And obviously these restarts have to be done properly and to the book, and the team do work tirelessly to make sure that these races get going. There you can see everyone just having a brief chat there. You can see Pierre Aboudivan just having a brief word with a fellow teammate there as drivers are getting put back into their karts by the look of it. Now there's the 37 that's being pushed out of the way. Now that's Oscar Singh. Now that driver is also, I guess, probably one that was involved in that incident. He's in the ballpark area there. But that kart has been allowed to get put back on the grid, and it looks like, yeah, driver there who is all okay. His helmet's on, and he's going back out. So good to see there after the red flag. So right now, we're looking at a restart very, very soon, with the last of the drivers just getting into position. And lots of talks happening all the way throughout the field. You can imagine, again, a tense time, because as that incident happened on lap 1, it is a full race restart. So again, all the drivers get a second attempt to get going in this one. And suited and booted, once again, Oscar Singh from Australia takes a seat and gets primed and ready to go in this one. Crowd still healthy as everyone watches on the sidelines. And despite the delays that we see here, we still see plenty of support from family and friends from across the world, as well as here at the circuit. And of course, still fabulous work here by the track staff to keep us running as quickly and safely as we possibly can. There you can see some of the guys from local teams from around the area. But of course, everyone on the same equipment this weekend, the Parolin chassis and the TM GR3 engines on the minis. So looks to me like we're getting going very, very soon. Race Director Martin Bean just briefing the front two drivers. So I suspect it'll be straight into a formation lap. Our fantastic Marshall crew out there on circuit, still full of spirits, ready to keep us going. They've still got another 5 races to go here. Well, technically 6 races with the restart here for Mini. And putting back into position here is the 33 of Nasser Nice. So they did manage to repair the NASA panel, which had snapped off. And he does get a second chance at his third race. That's a lot of side pod damage there as well. But thankfully, he kept it going. And all the meanwhile, your man here, Dan Alaman, has just stayed cool, calm and collected, focused on the job in hand. He is 2 for 2 in his races. He wants to make it 3 out of 3. Maximum points to start on pole for the final later on today. And there you can see the 1 minute board is up. And we are nearly ready to restart this race then after a red flag. If you are just joining us, you are in time for the third and final Mini 60 qualifying heat. They did start earlier on, but after a red flag, it is a full race restart as it happened on lap number 1. And drivers once more are back in their original starting order. And it looks like a lot of drivers are back in their original starting positions. It even looks like the 48 is back in its position there. So Nikita Jalilov is back in his starting position as well. Green flag waves then, and karts will head out on their warm-up and formation laps. And we get going again. And can confirm that Nikita did cross the line there. So it looks like we have got all karts back in the original starting spots, which is good to see. So a full race restart here now, and a second chance at their qualifying heat 3. So Dalalaman once again starting this one on pole position from Priam Bruno. Leonardo Peruzzi from Achilles Peruzzi. Konomea from Nikita Dazilov, who starts this one on the third row of the grid from Alessandro Truchot. Liam Carr from Nassar Nice, who gets another attempt at trying to finish a qualifying heat here. He's had a very tough weekend. Pierre Aboudivan starts on the fifth row alongside Oscar Singh and Aryan Singh from Fares Harion and Derek Rivera. Sofia Posma Pavazia and Victoria Farras on row number 8. Oliver Warner and Lorenzo Zucchetto on row 9 from Enzo Pizzuto and Arya Kallenberg on row 10. Veer Chopra and Ava Lawrence on row 11 from Nilas Malik and Aaron Buffer. Aurelian Longlitano and Francisco Puerta on row 13. Koda Singh and Akita Mir on 14 from Ray Haber and Kim Menji. Mikhail Baker and Luca Besseril. Baptiste Augustine from Yuvrav Mehta. Hopefully the entire grid is there and the drivers are formed up, ready to get going for a second chance at qualifying Heat 3. Here we go then, out of the final corner, into the tram lines. It looks good from here. Is it good for race control? It is indeed. Lights go green, and away they go, down towards turn number 1. Again, another good start from Dan Alaman, who holds on to the lead. Brian Bruno with a much better start this time around, can hold on, and just holds on to P3 there as they go through. Again, another bit of contact there in the background there as they go wheel to wheel. One cut getting pinged up, but it looks like he's landed on all 4 wheels, and the race continues. Leonardo Peruzzi, though, is up into second place. He's had a much better start this time around and is battling for the race lead there, trying to get past Dan Alaman. One kart getting spat out off to the right there off screen, and it is the number 33, Nassar Nas, who had the incident earlier on, tried again, and unfortunately for him, that is 3 out of 3 DNFs for the Qatari driver, and that is an absolute disaster for him. Big shame. Back with the front though, and it's still, as we've seen all the way throughout these qualifying heats, it's still Dan Alaman from Leonardo Peruzzi. Priam Bruno still there in third place, but he's right on that rear bumper of Leonardo here. He's not dropping back at all, and that looks like Conor Mayer, who's up into P4 as well. So Mayer still with another good start. It's not, it's Achilles Peruzzi. So again, it's Achilles Peruzzi, who's had a much better start this time around, and actually he's going to look to go for third place, but Priam Bruno dives down the inside and he gets second place. So Priam Bruno back into second place now, and Leonardo Peruzzi will have to try and fight back. You can see them using all the track that's available to them and a little bit more through that one there. Down the inside is Alessandro Truchot going with wheel to wheel with Ollie Warner as well. Warner with a good start as well. Dialogov also having a pretty decent getaway, still there in P number 8. So as we complete nearly half race distance of lap number 2 here, like we were saying, full race restart, but it has been dropped by 1 lap, so now 7 laps versus the 8 laps. And still a very close train here. Remember, tyres are wearing thin now. They've still got another race to do on these. They have to be careful with how hard they've pushed them. So it's still Anaman who leads the way from Priam Bruno. Then it's Achilles Peruzzi, Leonardo Peruzzi, and Achilles Peruzzi still there in P3 and P4. There's a replay then of what happened to Nice, and yeah, that was the driver that we saw get spat out there. So it looked like there was a bit of contact on the wheels there with another driver, and unfortunately the momentum just spat him out onto the right-hand side. A big shame, and that was through the chicane there, through 5 and 6. So big shame here, 3 wide. As we return to live pictures now, and Alessandro Truchot is going wheel to wheel with Ollie Warner. Hand gestures there going out there for Achilles Peruzzi, who is just furiously communicating with the drivers around him. It being Priam Bruno, who's back down into third place now. So Leonardo Peruzzi back into second place. So with all this chopping and changing, it's still allowing the pack to stay nice and close. So Priam Bruno on that rear bumper, and Alaman starting to break away now. Alaman opening up a nearly 2/10 gap now, but that closes with the slipstream effect down the start-finish straight in towards turn number 2. Liam Carr there just in the background, still battling away with Conor Mayer, and again, here we go. Now our first change for the lead. Leonardo Peruzzi, or Leonidas Peruzzi, sorry, I should say, leads the way after setting the fastest lap of the race as well. Liam Carr looks to the inside, going through in towards turn number 7 as well, but a 102 treble 1 for Leonidas Peruzzi, and he takes the lead of this race. And this is the first time that Dan Aleman has not led a qualifying heat race. So he is under pressure, but he has got Priam Bruno behind, and those two have been working together all the way throughout this weekend. Are we going to see them work together here now? And are they going to try and close back in? So Achilles Peruzzi is still there as well, just behind in P4. He's got Conor Mayer, though, who's latched on behind. So I suspect we're going to see a battle there and a spin. Round goes the number 42 of Mikel Abubakar. And that is an unfortunate result for him. He gets going again. But yeah, all the way at the back of the field now for Mikel. Not what he will have wanted to see. So back at the front here now. Peruzzi still leading from Aleman, Bruno, and then Achilles Peruzzi. Yellow flag still out in that sector as, wow, two more drivers there running off the track. Now who's that? I'm not quite sure who that is from the helmets there. One of the Spirit drivers there, but we'll update when they cross the line. I can confirm who that definitely is. Well, there you go, the 39 and the 35. That certainly helps out. And that is Francisco Puerta, I should say, and the number 35 there of Aurelio Longnegato. Unfortunately, both of those are out of this race and broken at the side of the track, so a big shame for those two. Eyes at the front, though, and it's still kicking off. And, well, Priam Bruno has had enough of working with Dan Aleman. He's actually overtaken now and has gone up into second place and has closed in on Leonardis Peruzzi in the race lead. Now, Peruzzi, who's at a third second, he's looking for a first now, and here's how they got it done. That was the move there from Priam Bruno early doors, and there you saw on the live picture there, Priam Bruno going for the race lead as well now on your right-hand side of your screen with the replays on the left. But Priam Bruno now leads the way from Leonardis Peruzzi, and that will allow Dan Aleman to close back in. They've dropped Achilles Peruzzi. He has dropped back just a little bit. He's still there in P4. Actually, he's dropped Conor Mayer. Now, where's Conor Mayer gone? No, so it's Conor Mayer who's actually there. It's, I believe, Achilles Peruzzi who has dropped down the order. So it's Conor Mayer who's up into P4. Yeah, Achilles Peruzzi has dropped right down the field, actually. Right down the field to actually retire. I didn't even spot that. So Achilles Peruzzi has actually retired from the race. That is a huge disaster after having such a good start here. And again, another change for the lead as we go on to this final lap. Bruno and Peruzzi going wheel to wheel here as Priam Bruno sets the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. Now comes Dan Aleman looking to the inside here as they try to go wheel to wheel, and he's going to send it down the inside of turn number 8 down the hill. That's good, but has he outbraked himself? No, he hasn't. And Priam Bruno takes the lead, and Dan Aleman takes second place on this final lap. Leonardis Peruzzi was wanting a first place victory. That's not going to happen this time around, with Priam Bruno just absolutely breaking away from the rest of the field. Dan Aleman will accept a second place finish. He would still have the most points, and he would still start on pole later on in the final, but it will be Priam Bruno who exits out of the final corner, and he will see the checkered flag in the third and final qualifying heat of Tuesday's racing, and he will secure a front row start in the final later on today. For Dan Aleman, he secures pole position as well. 144 points to his name. 2 first places and a second is enough to put you on pole position for the final, and a superb result for our drivers. Leonardis Peruzzi secures third place, so we'll have the inside line on row 2 for the final, and Conor Mayer definitely has a good result, pushes himself up into 4th place in the intermediate classifications, and it will certainly help himself out with a much better start. But for Priam Bruno, a superb result, and he will start that one on the front row for the final later on today. His first win of the weekend. He'll be delighted with that one as they make their way back in towards Parc Fermé. Bruno takes it then from Dan Aleman, Leonardis Peruzzi from Conor Mayer, Liam Carr from Aryan Singh, Nikita Desilov with a good result despite the incident earlier on. Finishes in P7 from Oliver Warner, who gains 9 to finish in P8. Alessandro Trussot finishes in P9 from Derek Rivera in P10, who rounds out the top 10, 4 places gained. Oscar Singh from Enapasuto in P12, 7 positions gained from Ava Lawrence, 9 positions gained in P13. Faras Harion and Pierre Abu Divan in 15th place. 16th place onwards, some good results here. Rehabot gaining 13 places to finish in P16. Min Jae Kim finishing in P17, also 13 places gained. And Akita Mir, 10 places gained as well into P18. Superb run there. Ari Kallenberg finishes in 19th place from Luca Becerril, finishing in 20th after gaining 12 positions from Kara Singh. Veer Chopra from Nilas Malik, Lorenzo Zucchetto, and Baptiste Augustine, who rounds out the top 25. And there you can see some of our retired drivers out on track. We would lose Achilles Peruzzi, Aurelio Longatano, Francisco Huerta, and Nasser Nas, and Aaron Burfa also retiring from the race. The race start then. And it was initially a good getaway for the rest of the field. It would then go a bit P-Tong there in the background, a bit of wheel bashing there, and another retirement, 3 out of 3 for Nasser Nas. Unfortunately for him, he has had a weekend or a Tuesday to forget here with 3 DNFs and absolutely no points to his name. He will probably start shotgun at the back of the field for the final later on. Luckily for him, there is no elimination from this weekend, so his weekend continues. It's certainly not the results he would have wanted. Chopping and changing all the way throughout, though, between our top 3, Dan Araman, Leonardo Peruzzi, and Priya Bruno. Peruzzi going for the moves, left, right, and centre, trying to get to the race lead. He would lead the way. Dan Araman would do his level best to hold on to second place. He would eventually finish in second place, but he did momentarily lose out on it to Priya Bruno, who was ready to see if we could try and take a win in this one. He would lead going into the final lap, but then through turn 1, Peruzzi would take the lead back through turn 1, but then turn number 3, straight away, left the door open and invited Priya Bruno to go back down the inside, and Alaman would then later get the move done in towards turn number 8. The hairpin here down the inside, no drama there whatsoever. I thought he was going to outbrake himself, but no, managed to get the kart stopped, and a win would go the way of Priya Bruno. He would take his first win of the weekend from Dan Alaman and Leonardo Spruzzi, and they would finish 1, 2, 3. Certainly the dominant drivers in the Mini 60 category, always in that top 3. OKN Junior qualifying heat 3, that is coming up next, and that are the karts you can see getting lined up there on your screen. Certainly has been an absolutely superb day of racing, but there has been different results for both of the races in the first qualifying heat. A reminder of that one, it was Conor Clancy, Toby Gale, and James Agnostiidis. The second qualifying heat was slightly different, though, with drivers struggling in the latter stages. But Conor Clancy would take it from Toby Gale, but this time it would be Caden Higgins who would get up into the top 3. Much better result for him. Luna Fruscia would have her best result as well in the second heat. Would finish P4 from Marcus Shilkunis and Zainal Hobasami. James Agnostiidis, who finished 3rd in the first one, would fall down to 7th in the second one. He's looking for a better result this time out. And there you can see some of the minis being returned there. And I've got to say, it's been a tough day for some of our drivers. Certainly has been a challenge around this 1200-metre circuit, the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. It's certainly a test of driver skill. It is a tough old circuit layout. Many undulations, banked corners, fast flows, and tight hairpins as well. So a real challenge for a lot of our drivers. But the next group, they will be heading out shortly. Toby Gale, Caden Higgins again starting this one on the front row. Higgins looking for another good result here in the first race. It didn't go Higgins' way. He would finish P5, so a P3 in his second was a much better result. He still puts himself in a good position for the final if he can hold on to it. But there, at least a smile on Nasana's face there as he goes through. Again, it's been a tough one, but good to see spirits are still relatively high. There, though, is an unhappy driver. That is the number 21 of Achilles Peruzzi, who unfortunately, it's not gone his way in that second one. Track is clear now, and the next group can head out onto the circuit. OKN Junior qualifying Heat 3, their final race before their final later on today. There's Luna Flusha just going through your screen, the 122 there. Connor Clancy, who's had 2 for 2 in this one. Can he make it 3 for 3 in this race as well? There you saw Angelina Simmons-Torres as well going through. Still, and Dan Dalakian as well. Still plenty of talented drivers through this field. But right now, a lot of work is still ahead of them here. A good few laps before we find out who is going to be starting on pole position. But obviously, the favourite being Connor Clancy. But this man here, Toby Gale, is the driver that people need to keep an eye on. Pole in qualifying, has been quick. Constantly finished second, so he's the only driver really with a chance of toppling Connor Clancy's charge here. And again, just working super hard there. You can see second place, Caden Higgins' kart coming off the wagon. And this race about to get underway in a few moments' time. Remember, these are 9-lap races. And there again, marshals, you can see, returning back to their posts after the recovery job after the end of the Mini 60 race. Let's go down to Caden Higgins. There you can see him on your screen. We caught up with him after qualifying, after superb qualifying, finishing in P2. Let's see what he had to say.
Qualifying 1 for the OK Junior category for Championship of the Future Academy program is done and dusted. Caden Higgins, second fastest out there. Caden, congratulations on the time. Very close. And how are you finding the weekend and qualifying in that one? It looked very competitive.
Yeah, well, obviously it was really close. I think all of my competitors are really strong. It's great to be racing at Forsan. I live really close here. This is my home track. And I think it's been good so far.
Brilliant. And the weekend here as well. A fabulous setup. You've got the one supplier working with it. Of course, you being on the OKN engines. How have you found running on them?
It's a lot different to all of the other ones that I race. It's I really like it. Without a clutch, it is obviously very different to drive, but I've worked it out. Hopefully I can do something with it.
Yeah. Obviously, with this being a new style format with finals on both ones, do you think it's going to go okay with a change of format?
Yeah, I think it's okay. It's not what I'm used to, but for the Europeans who come here, it's really good. They always do this. It's really, really good.
Awesome. Well, best of luck for the rest of the weekend, and wish you the best in qualifying Group 2 as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Very happy little interview there with Caden Higgins, who again starts this one on the front row of the grid. Well, there you can see, at least the marshals focusing on staying hydrated out there as well. Good to see. It's been a very warm day here in Abu Dhabi. Temperatures over the 30 degrees now, very hot and humid. There is Connor Clancy, driver who has won 2 for 2 in his qualifying heats. Can he make it 3 for 3 here? Tyres still looking in relatively good condition from that picture, just as we see. But again, his starts have been pretty decent, and he's got the best starting spot, I would say. Third place is always a good place to start. You're on the inside row, right behind pole position. You can see what happens in front, and you can just time it nicely and hold on to that position. But right now, he is just doing what he needs to do all the way throughout this one. James Ignostiidis, the Australian who starts this one on the second row of the grid. P4 again has had some good results. Third in the first qualifying heat. The second didn't fully go his way. He would drop down to P7. But again, he is still in a good spot for a good result here and a good starting spot for the final later on. So keep a close eye on him. Just behind him on the third row of the grid, you'll have Marcus Shilkunis as well. Also has had an up and down day. Shilkunis in the second heat earlier on would actually fall right down the order a little bit. So he finished in P5, so not the result he would have wanted. He stayed in his original starting spot. And heat 1, though, was a little bit worse, actually. He would finish P6. So it's been a relatively average day there for Marcus Shulkunas. He just needs to gain those few positions. He gets good starts, and he's been up to P3 at some point through these races. But just as he gets going, it all seems to tumble down just that little bit. 1 minute board just went up a few seconds ago. There we'll see then the 30-second board go up here at the Forsan International Sports Resort circuit. Beautiful to see. Everyone here, fantastic circuit and fantastic facility as well. There is Luna Flusha, the 128, starting this one alongside Marcus Shulkunas on the third row of the grid. 30-second board goes up, and the race will be underway in a few moments' time. Zenon Homasani and Augustus Toniolo again starting this one on the fourth row of the grid. They will have some work ahead of them here. Again, both of them having up and down results, but still, we'll see what happens in this third race. Their last race before their final later on. Let's determine who's going to be starting on pole for that one. It's the OKN Junior qualifying Heat 3. Engines fire up. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Toby Gale and Caden Higgins on the front row with Connor Clancy and James Agnostiidis on row 2. Marcus Shulkunas and Luna Flusha go from row 3 from Zainal Hobasani and Augustus Toniolo, with Sara Matsui and Nikita Gerasmits on row 5. Arta Didonka and Maria Charanadelli on row 6, with Alexander Dahlstrom and Angelina Simmons on row 7. Jeremy Montgomery-Swan and Dinia Islamov on row 8, with Max Murray and Zachariah Dole on row number 9. Raquel Zaref Faradin and Dan Dalakian go from row 10, with Katrina E and Egon Pedrothi on row 11. Corinne Kaur and Ella Hakkanen, hopefully her car can start this race there. She's 170. She had an absolute nightmare earlier on in this race weekend, setting no time in qualifying. I think a retirement in the first race, and it was nearly a retirement in the second race as well. Breakdown. Hopefully this time, fingers crossed, Wagon is rolling well, and she can have another good result in this one. Of course, 9 laps, and it's Connor Clancy who leads the intermediate classifications from Toby Gale. Caden Higgins third in that one from James Agnostiidis. Homasani from Marcus Shulkunas. Luna Flusha is 7th from Gedda Smits, who is 8th in the intermediate classifications at this moment in time. Will change though by the end of this race. 1.2 kilometres the circuit here, the Forsan International Sports Resort. Kart track, a superb venue to go racing. Personally, my first time here, and after a track walk at the beginning of the weekend, absolutely love the circuit. Everything you would want from a track: fast sweeping corners, hairpins, tight twisty sections, banked corners, camber corners, undulations. It is everything a driver could ask for, but it's certainly a challenge for our drivers. Here we go then, out of the final corner. We look good at the front, I don't think we're good at the back. It's going to be a fold. No, it's green flag. We are going racing. It is a green flag, and it's a great start from Caden Higgins then. He takes the lead of the race and holds on to it then as they go through. So James Agnostiidis is up into second place as well. So he's had another brilliant start. Wheel to wheel in the background there as everyone tries to find a way through. Brilliant start as well from Luna Flusha, up into third place. Flusha wanting to capitalise on this good start, and will latch on to the back here of James Agnostiidis in the treble 1 as they go through now in towards turn 9. Great start though from Caden Higgins. Now where did Toby Gale and where did Connor Clancy go? Well, there's Connor Clancy, but I can't see where Toby Gale is in the 167. He has disappeared somewhere into that pack. We'll get an update when he crosses and breaks the timing beat. But right now, all looking nice and calm here. Out of the final corner there they go, and it's closing in here at the front. Caden Higgins from James Agnostiidis, Flusha from Toniolo, Clancy there in 5th place for Marcus Shulkunas, Nikita Gerasmits there in 5th. And, well, where is our man Toby Gale? He's all the way down in P14. It's been a terrible start for Toby Gale. Not what he'll have wanted at all. So that is a big, big shock there for your pole sitter. Luna Flusha looking to the inside there through turn 8 on James Agnostiidis, not able to get it done. As they stay line of stern though, nice breakaway though for our top 3. Well, Luna Flusha using all the track and available and more available to her there out of the exit of turn 9 and into 10. And as she makes her way through this section here again, just latching onto the back here, not allowing them to break away whatsoever. And I suspect we may see a move on this next lap with how close they are. And a look to the inside here. No, not able to get it done. Loses a bit of momentum there. And she goes up in towards turns 1 and 2. Looking to the inside, potentially here a 3. No, thinks against it, stays behind. And will still latch on to the back of Agnosiadis, driver from Australia. So it is Higgins who leads the way, local to the track. As a change in the background, I think that was kind of Clancy going for the move there, and a change for the lead. Down the inside, James Agnosiadis getting to the race lead now. So Caden Higgins having to defend now from Luna Flusha. Flusha wanting to go for the move as well, as she again takes the unorthodox racing line there in towards turn at number 10. Trying to open up the corner as much as she can. But again, it's all over that rear bumper of Caden Higgins, and now looks to the inside of turn 16. That's the first move we've seen there in a while, and she gets it done, and now pushes down and tries to close in to now James Agnosiadis, who's opened up a 3/10 lead. That is very doable to close that. They are still line astern, as there's been some more drama out on circuit. Alexander Dahlstrom has dropped to the back of the grid as well. So he has not had the best race. Clouting the curb there is Marcus Shalkunis, who's up into P4. Has not got Conor Clancy just in front, still behind. As we continue to watch this battle here. Clancy, who has gone 2 for 2 in the race wins. This race has not gone his way. Again, down through turn 10, in towards 11 and 12. We've seen overtakes here at 12, but not this time. Through the next complex, 13, 14, 15. Very quickly they approach left, right, into the final corner. And again, there you can see Flusha has closed that gap now, will pull into the slipstream and will be right on that rear bumper now of James Agnosiadis as they go through. Not able to get the move done in the early stages of the lap. But certainly, Flusha looking very, very strong here in this third and final qualifying heat. Those tyres, of course, will have been saved over these sessions. These tyres have been used from Q1 yesterday through qualifying heat 1, heat 2. This is their 4th session these tyres will have done. It takes it out of them. We get a brand new set tomorrow, but they're not brand new, they're effectively scrubbed in, because the tyres that they will use tomorrow will be the tyres that they used in qualifying 2 yesterday. Ivan Pedrotti sees an investigation flag. He will not be happy with that. 117. Further down in the order. Real changes in the main field. Zenas Thomas Harley has had a good run in that last lap. He's up to P6 now as well. As Flusha is not able to close that gap up here to James Agnosiadis. And I've got to say, Michael Shalkunis, with that fastest up the race, looks to be like he's closing in. We could have a 5-car battle here going into the halfway point of this race. And again, different racing lines there from our drivers going in towards turn 10. We'll have to be careful with that one. We do not want to make sure they're staying within those limits of the circuit, and everyone just pushing themselves along there. You can see the positions that have been gained here. Dan Delaki's had a fantastic start to his race. 10 positions gained. He's there in P10 after starting in P20. Toby Gale still there. He's back into 11th place now, so he has gained positions, but he's had a terrible start to his race. He's actually back up to P9 now as well, so he's still making places all the way throughout, but certainly this has not been the results he would have wanted in this third race. Now Conor Clancy with the fastest lap of the race is closing just behind. It is becoming a 5-car battle here, but Agnosiadis is still looking comfortable, and Flusha now under pressure here from Caden Higgins. Caden Higgins wanting to retaliate here and go for the move. Not able to get it done now, and now he's under pressure from Shalkunis, and there's the move there from Higgins. Higgins goes down the inside, and now Flusha's under pressure from Shalkunis, who tried to follow Higgins through turn 12 there. It wasn't going to work, and now they'll go down the inside though through turn 15 and 16, 17, and that is a beautiful opportunistic move there from Marcus Shilkunis and Luna Flusha, who was battling for the race lead a few laps ago, now drops down into P4. Connor Clancy just behind as well, will want to jump on this bandwagon, but Luna Flusha will, I'm sure, defend that position furiously with only a couple of laps to go in this one. It's calmed down at the front now as Ignatiadis has got a pretty comfortable lead now, 1.1 seconds now from Caden Higgins. That is going to be a tall order for Higgins to try and close that gap up, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Crucial, wide through all these corners here. On the track now, and the driver behind just staying within those white lines here. Still able to keep up with the pace, so too much faster. Here we go, back over the start-finish line. Big look over the shoulder again as we go on to the last lap for Luna Flusha. Just to see Connor Clancy still there in the background. Again, we've not seen any attempt here. We've seen attempts in towards turn 7. That's coming up. They go through the 5-6 chicane. This is turn 7. And again, there's the overtake to the inside. Connor Clancy on Luna Flusha gets it done. Instantly goes defensive in towards turn number 8 on the final lap. And looks like Zain El Homasani has closed in as well, just in the background. But it's not going to be enough to try and gain a position. At the front, though, James Ignatiadis, absolutely no pressure from anyone else. This will be his first qualifying heat win of the weekend. He started 4th. He's currently 1st. He gained 3 positions, and that is a superb drive in the final qualifying heat of the day for OKN Junior. James Ignatiadis from Australia takes the win from Caden Higgins. Marcus Shilkunis takes 3rd from Connor Clancy. Luna Flusha finishes in P5 from Zain El Homasani. From Abdi Didonka, who finishes in P7, from Augustus Toniolo and Toby Gale, who came back into 9th place after starting pole. Dan Delakian finishes P10 after gaining 10 positions after starting 20th. A superb drive for Dan Delakian, and still drivers racing on in the background there. That is Karine Kaur, still yet to take the checker flag. But still a superb race from the entire grid. But for James Ignatiadis, that's his first win of the weekend. Can he turn that into a win in the final later on, as he's bumped himself up into 2nd in the intermediate classifications ahead of Caden Higgins. Now, if anything, that possibly helps Caden Higgins out just a little bit, because now he has the inside row of row number 2. Going into the final later on today. Here's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying heat 3 for OKN Junior. It is Ignatiadis from Higgins, Shilkunis from Clancy, Flusha from El Homasani, from Didonka, Toniolo, Gale and Delakian the top 10. It was Maria Charamadeli who finishes in 11th place from Saramatsu. Nikita Gerasimovich in 13th place from Angelina Simmons-Torres. Jeremy Montgomery-Swan finishing in P15. 16th place downwards, again, good positions gained. Katrina E gaining 5 places, finishes in P16. Zachary Dole with a good result as well, finishing P17 after retirement in the first race, and still a good result as well in his second race. Egon Prodotti with another better result this time around, finishing 18th place. He gained 4 places in that one. Certainly a very smart drive there. Dinia Islamov finishing in P19. Max Murray finishing in P20. Rikaal Zarif Baradin finishing in P21, from Ella Hakkinen finishing in 22nd place, and Karine Kaur running out the 23 karts that finished. Alexander Dahlstrom, the only kart to retire, finishes 7 laps down from the race leader at the end. But your winner, James Ignatiadis, on your screen, the treble 1, will be delighted with that one. And I can imagine he will rest easy now until his final in a few moments' time, after the next couple of races. The race restart then, and the race start very, very good here from Luna Flusha. Round the outside, was able to get up into 3rd place from the word go. It was a very good opening first couple of corners. A little bit of coming together between the two of them there. Flusha wouldn't gain the position from that one. But just shows the braking zones there, slightly different between some of the drivers. Change here for the leaders. Down the inside would go James Ignatiadis on Caden Higgins. Higgins not able to hold on to the race lead for much longer, and he would actually get Luna Flusha go down the inside into second place. That, though, would change later on in the race when this move here happened. Higgins back down the inside through turn 12. And there you can see Marcus Shilkunis trying to follow suit, but was unable to. Connor Clancy as well, just behind. Later on in the race, though, Shilkunis would get the move done and would finish in P3. Luna Flusha, unfortunately, dropping back down to P5 as Clancy made the move on the final lap. But James Ignatiadis would take the win from Caden Higgins, Marcus Shilkunis, and Connor Clancy, the top 4. Luna Flusha finishing in that top 5. Drivers have made their way back into Parc Ferme, and the last qualifying heat of the day is about to get underway here. It is back to the OKN Seniors, and for this man here, Finn McLaughlin, can he make it 3 out of 3? We have had dominant performances all the way throughout in both qualifyings 1 and 2 in all the classes, but are we going to see it in the third race here? Because we've not seen it in the other ones. In qualifying heat 1, it was Finn McLaughlin from Austin Gale, Zachary Hurd from Pip Casabene, from Suleiman Zamfari, August Reber, Gabe Balanka, Hamza Al-Fayez, Jack Webster, and Peter Stiller. That was the top 10 in qualifying heat 1. Qualifying heat 2 was Finn McLaughlin again from Adam Al-Azari, who had a much better race as well. He was delighted with that result. From Zachary Hurd in third place, Austin Gale and Peter Stiller as well. Austin Gale, though, who had a brilliant run in qualifying yesterday, put it P2. We caught up with him at the end of qualifying 1 yesterday.
OK, Senior, time qualifying 1 is done. Second place out on that one, Austin Gale, and again, another superb time coming in there. A brilliant result for yourself. I can see you got a smile on your face as well, so you're looking like you're enjoying the weekend. How was qualifying?
It was pretty good. Yeah, quite disappointed with second, to be honest with you, because we've been really quick all weekend, but I'll take it, and we'll get... Oh, okay.
Do you know just the answer. How was qualifying?
It was good, but I really wanted first, but obviously we got second. I'll take that. Quite hard at the start because of all the shenanigans. I got stuck in a big pile-up, but apart from that, qualifying was good, and yeah.
Qualifying 2 is going to be in the dark, and you've got a bit of a, different strategy with that one. But the weekend itself, how are you finding it? Because obviously a different concept to, I'm sure, what you're probably used to. The same manufacturer for everyone. So you're all on the same equipment. Does that bring a different playing field for yourself?
Oh, yes. It's. I think it's really fair because not everyone's got this testing. So it really brings out the true drivers and what they can do with 5 sessions of practice. But yeah, I think this was a great event, and I'm really looking forward to driving in the dark. Yeah.
Should be fun as well. Make sure you got your clear visor on and ready to go racing. But good stuff, and congratulations.
Thank you.
There we go. Good to hear there from Austin Gale. Certainly been a good run in qualifying. Brilliant result for him there. Races have been a bit tough, like we're saying. Qualifying heat 2 finished in P4. Q1 finished in P2, so still had a good result there. But he's still looking for that first qualifying heat win. There, Adam Al-Azari certainly had a very good heat 2, finishing in P2. He was very lucky with that result, with a brilliant start as well. Race 1 didn't go his way with a retirement, unfortunately, but race 2 for him certainly went a lot better for Adam Al-Azari. Pip Casabene, again, the Australian starting on the second row of the grid in P4. Alongside also looking for some good results here, but again has been there in the results. Pip earlier on in the second qualifying heat, unfortunately, I think would retire from the race. He would, yeah, finish 32nd out there. Heat number 1 was much better though, finishing P4, starting in the same plot he started. 1 minute board then goes out as we near the start of this race there. Ross Upton, the judge of fact, our race director there, Martin Bean, getting ready to go. Temperatures still relatively warm here at the circuit. We are 30 degrees as local time 20 past 3 in the afternoon. So we're still relatively on time. Zachary Hurd as well, looking for another good result here. 3rd in the last qualifying heat, heat 2. He's had 2 third places, yeah, in heat 1 and heat 2. So can he better that in this one? I'm certainly sure He is wanting to better that one as the whistle blows and the 30-second board goes up. We are nearing our start procedure on this one. So for the final time today, it's the last qualifying heat. It's qualifying heat 3 for OKN Senior before the finals coming up in a few moments' time after this one. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Finn McLaughlin, who's looking for 3 out of 3 qualifying wins. Can he do it? Austin Gale starting alongside Adam Alazari and Pip Casabene on row number 2. Zachary Hurd and George Nassar on row 3 alongside with Jack Webster and Peter Stiller on row 4. Romeo Nassar and Emmanuel Leodikis from August Raber and Alessandro Tedesca. Christopher El Fagali from Austin Lee. Hamza Al Fayez and Mohamed Menemni on row 8. Suleiman Zamfari and Jabba Al Sabah on row 9. Gabe Balanka and Omar Ganoum on row 10. Cooper Lyle and Bernardo Manoldi on row 11 from Brontak Stefan and Elizaveta Kozlova on row 12. Max Wins Judesco and Eli Yulton on row 13. With Marco Drittenpress and Alessandro Biggi on row 14. Arina Canina and Isaac Demelweek on row 15. Mario Vignolotti and Rafael Jesus on row number 16. Sevilla Sanfari and Leif Manama on row 17. Aisha Sbi and Sal Zepler hopefully has a good race in this one. Sal unfortunately has had 2 retirements, so he is hoping for a good result in this one. Luckily again for him, there is no retirements from the weekend or anything like that. There's no eliminations or anything. He will go through into tomorrow. He will get another day. And he will get a final later on. So there is that plus side of the format of the Champions of the Future Academy programme. Brilliant to see. Well, as the dust starts to settle, there you can see the marbles that have accumulated on the outside of the circuit. So that bowl section there through turn number 9, if you run wide, you certainly will not want to be on that dirty stuff. You will find yourself slipping all over the place. In terms of the intermediate classifications as well, very, very close. Finn McLaughlin leading the way, of course, after the 2 race wins. But Austin Gale and Zachary Hurd are both joint on 82. So they are fighting for who starts 3rd and who starts on the front row of the grid in P2. That's the question between those 2. Who will it be? August Raber as well, 4th as well from Peter Stiller. Sulman Zamfari from George Nassar and Jack Webster round out the top 8 in the intermediate classification. And of course, the top few rows as well. Here we go then out of the final corner, and it looks like we're going ready to go racing for the final time today in the qualifying heats. Here we go then. OK Senior qualifying heat 3 is underway, and again McLaughlin with a brilliant start, and again it's another lightning start for Adam Alazari, back to or fighting for the lead, but he didn't get it going. There's karts all over the place. None of them are actually on the actual race circuit, and it's pandemonium at the background. 4 karts off. You've got the 226, you've got the 230, you've got the 234, and there is another kart there that is stopped. I can't quite see the number. It is the 220 as well that has all gone off the track. So they will be right to the back of the field. Yellow flags out, but thankfully they are all okay. But they are all a little bit at the back of the grid there, so that is not good at all. Several drivers involved in that one. So there you see 226 there. That is Elizaveta Kozlova out there, the 220. That's Leith Manumina, who is out there as well. There is several retirements out there, yeah. There's 230 as well. That's Sal Zerpler as well. So that is 3 for 3 for Sal Zerpler as well. An absolute disaster. Karts come through the field here. Yellow flags obviously out in that sector. Driver's still going absolutely for it. Eyes here at the front though. McLaughlin still leading though. Adam Alazari there in 2nd place. It looked like he was going for the lead in the opening stages of that race. But unfortunately didn't manage to get it done. There you can see the heat haze coming off the circuit, the karts there, the heat that's coming off it. But there you also see a very deflated Sal Zerpa, who unfortunately for him it's not been the day he wanted. He'll have to try a lot harder tomorrow in the 2nd round of racing, and there you can see more retirements that are happening. And I think, was that Christopher El Fagali that we saw there who's not come through? No, it wasn't him at all. It was Eliza Kozlova. Alessandro Biggi was one of them as well, Nathan Nana and Sal Zerpi, and they were the 4 drivers involved in that one. So big shame there. Eyes here though, as under pressure here, Austin Gale is piling on the pressure to Finn McLaughlin. The battle for 3rd is on, and McLaughlin holding on to it for the time being. He's still there in P2. He's trying to close in on Adam Al-Azhari, but in the latter stages of the weekend, it's not happening. And to the inside there goes Austin Gale, and he gets up now into P2, immediately goes defensive, and now McLaughlin will try and get it back down the inside, and he just hasn't got the waft there to get that job done. So he stays there in P2, and it just releases Adam Al-Azhari at the front here. He is looking very strong in this second half of the weekend. He finished second earlier on. That was his best result. Now he leads, and this is absolutely superb. And again, for the drivers there watching alongside, it's not superb at all. They're just watching this race happening in front of their eyes, and there's absolutely nothing they can do about it. But Peter Casabene as well up into P4. He's held that position nicely. He's had a very good start to his race on this one. Zachary Hurd also up into P5 as well, gaining a position. Jordan Lassar, who's down into P6, has not had the best getaway, as clouting the curb there, and here down the inside goes Finn McLaughlin, and he gets that move done as well, and immediately leaves the door open. Toby Gale not back to the inside. He cannot quite do it, and now everyone has closed back in. Pip Casabene, Zachary Hurd, George Nassar right there in the background, and Jack Webster. You can just see the 219 trying to close in as much as he can. Again, looking to the inside there goes George Nassar, and it all kicks off here as they go wheel to wheel, and Toby Gale is being absolutely swamped here from the pack behind, but it's an absolutely superb overtake there from Pip Casabene, but he leaves the door open, and back down the inside goes Toby Gale, and this is an absolutely superb race that we're seeing right now, side by side, wheel to wheel, and again Jack Webster goes to the inside. There's contact between the two of them, and the 240 George Nassar goes through, and that was Suleiman Zanfari taking full advantage of that situation, and that is a scary moment through one of the fastest sections of the circuit. It's not the fastest section, that would be out of turn 9, but into turn 1, certainly a very tetchy moment, and for Jack Webster, he was very lucky there not to lose full control of the kart. Well, while that's happening, Adam Al-Azhari has just broken away now from the rest of the field. 1.3 seconds is the gap between himself and Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin this time around not able to get it away. There is the driver from Saudi Arabia, Laith down there. Unfortunately, he's not been able to get away. A big shame for Laith. He was starting quite further down in the field, so Laith unfortunately the 220 did not have the weekend he would have wanted. We go on to lap number 6 now, 5 completed, and still it is Adam Al-Azhari who leads the way now. The gap is just increasing as well. He's gained another 2/10 there, and Finn McLaughlin, I think, is just saving these tyres now for the start. I mean, he's not too concerned about being there in second place. He's good, he's comfortable. He's got 144 intermediate classification points. He doesn't need to fight for the lead. He can really control this race now and just save these tyres as, oh dear, smoke kicking up and a kart off the track. That's the 215, and that's Maximus Chudasco, unfortunately, out of this race. He had a retirement earlier on. Now, was that dust from the AstroTurf, or was that... oh no, that looks to me like that's an engine seizure. The rear axle was not moving there at all. Well, that's a big... if he's going to be out in the final later on. That's going to be a huge job to try and get that one sorted out, but well, that's an absolute disaster. That's 2 retirements now for Maximus Chudasco. A retirement in the first race as well, not what he'll have wanted, and with an engine seizure this time around, that's not what you want to see at all. Christopher El Fagali though, fastest lap of the race, 55.022. There's a change there to the inside through turn 7. He's making good moves there. He's up into P6 now, and that might have been him going for the move there on Pip Casabene, just in the background there. Still Toby Gale, or Austin Gale, sorry, I should say, in P3. Going through, and there you can see there the retiring Maximus Chudasco back into the marshal post there at marshal post 2. He is out of this race. The race leader, Al-Azhari on screen, just driving away from the rest of the field. Oh, and another spin. That's Suleiman Zanfari, and the 242, who was doing so well this weekend, gaining so many positions, is out of this race. He started 17th. He got all the way up into P7. He gained 10, but he's going to lose them all and more now with the retirement in this race. That is a huge shame. And another kart going slow there. That's the 212, or is that a driver just getting out of the way? No, that's going slowly. Who's that? That's Gabe Belanca. Gabe Belanca going slowly, the Australian driver. He had a retirement in his second one, and it looks to me like he's possibly going to have a retirement this time around as well. That is a dramatic moment there for the Australian, who was one of the favourites going into this weekend as well. Very popular driver around the world. But here, though, Adam Al-Azhari looking strong here in the second half of the day, dominating. The gap's come down a little bit, down to 7/10 of a second. McLaughlin is closing in. That gap is doable here for McLaughlin, and we saw this in qualifying heat 2 as well. Al-Azhari, who was leading the way, and a big sketchy moment there through 6 and 7. He will have lost momentum there through the chicane. A big tank slapper, and look how quickly McLaughlin's able to close in. So a rare mistake there for Adam Al-Azhari, and now the pressure once more is building, and this just given a green light to Finn McLaughlin to go for the attack. But McLaughlin just stays there behind. No lunges just yet. He went for the move earlier on in the race weekend through turn 12. That's where he got the move done in qualifying heat 2 for the senior category. Is he thinking about doing it there again? He doesn't want to give away all the secrets, and as well as Adam Al-Azhari, he doesn't want to give away his defensive secrets as well. He just positions that car in just a way that it's not fully defensive, but it's hard to overtake. So Adam Al-Azhari doing a superb job of just defending that spot. This is where he made the mistake earlier on. No mistake this time around. Gabe Belanca seeing a warning flag, so he was going slow earlier on. Maybe that was after an incident out on circuit. Let me see why that warning flag comes out. Again, Al-Azhari checking over the shoulder. Gap's less than 0.3 of a second now, and McLaughlin has got the fastest lap of the race under his belt. So he's got that going for him. This is third place, Austin Gale and Zachary Hurd. Zachary Hurd, who's had a consistent third place finishes throughout all of them. I expect looking for another one, because he is in competition here with Austin Gale, is Zachary Hurd, to determine who's going to start third and who's going to start second. Austin Gale at the moment in this position of P3 would start second place, but crucially would have the outside row. In the meantime, there has been a change for the lead. Finn McLaughlin has got through Adam Al-Azhari, so despite Adam's best efforts of trying to hold off the Irishman, he's managed to get that job done. Here is what happened, and where is that? That looks to me like that's turn 12 again, so a favourite there for Finn McLaughlin through turn 12. So he's done it again. So turn 12 seems to be a keeper for people to overtake on. Out of turn 11, just to send it down the inside. Of course, it's a smart place to do it, because the next section is tough to get an overtake in. You would really have to wait until you come into turn 16 and 17 to complete a move. We have seen overtakes there. Right now, eyes are now going to be fixated on this battle here on your screens. Austin Gale and Zachary Hurd. Like we were saying, 123 points for Austin Gale, 120 for Zachary Hurd. And their gaps in the leader there, 3.2 seconds. Now 3.4. They are losing time to Finn McLaughlin. Meanwhile, Christopher Elfagali is just sitting there in the background in P5. This is a fantastic drive for Christopher Elfagali. Superb as he's making his way through the field. Just keep an eye on Zachary Hurd here. I suspect we're going to see a move. There was wide there from Austin Gale. Leaves himself open for an attack here. No chance through turn 12 this time around. Are we going to see a move in towards turn 16? We've seen it a couple of times. No, thinks against it, stays in that position, stays in P3. We go on to the final lap of racing now. This is where we see the overtakes. This is where we see the lunges for the last section. Finally, for Finn McLaughlin, he has had a superb weekend. He's looking for 3 for 3, and he is leading now by over a second from Adam Al-Azhari. There they are on your screen. But this battle here is still heating up. The battle for third, Austin Gale and Zachary Hurd. If I was Zachary Hurd personally, I would stay there in P4. You're third in the intermediate classifications, which means you'd start third for the final. It's an improvement of starting in fifth, but it's still, you've got the inside row. You've got the inside row going in towards turn number 1. So it benefits to be there. and not on the outside. But again, the front row is still very pleasing. But for this man here, it's pole position, it's the inside row, and it's the front row for Finn McLaughlin for the final later on today. And he takes the win from Adam Al-Azhari. Another superb drive for Adam Al-Azhari, finishing in P2 from Austin Gale. Zachary Hurd finishes in P4, and he secures a third place finish, on a third place start for the final later on today. Adam Al-Azhari, despite his retirement in the first one, with those two solid results, he pushes himself fourth in the intermediate classifications. He starts in the second row for the final later on. Brilliant drive for Adam Al-Azhari. Peter Stiller would be fifth in the intermediate classifications for George Nassar and August Raber, and Jack Webster would start 8th place for the final late on today. The results in this one, though, Finn McLaughlin on your screen, a superb start to his weekend, takes the win and his third win in the qualifying heats. Adam Al-Azhari finishing second from Austin Gale. Zachary Hurd from Christopher El Fagali, his best result, 8 positions gained for Christopher, finishing in P5. Jack Webster from George Nassar, Peter Stiller from Austin Lee, Emanuele Leodakis from Hamza Al Fayez, August Raber and Cooper Lyle finishing in 13th place, gaining 8 positions as well. Alessandro Tedesca unfortunately dropping 2 places and finishing in P14. Marco Drittenpress, 12 positions gained as he rounds out the top 15 out on circuit. Then we go to the second page, and 16th place, Romeo Nassar. Omar Ganoum finishing in 17th place from Rafael Jesus, who had another superbly race there. 14 positions gained. He finished in P18 from Bernardo Bonaldi, finishing in 19th place. Brotak Stefan, 3 positions gained. He finishes in P20 from Jabbar Al-Sabah, finishing in 21st place. Isaac Demelweek finishes in 22nd place after gaining 8 positions from Irina Kanina, finishing in 23rd place, gaining 6 places there. Eli Uton as well, finishing 24th place. Sofia Samvari and Mario Vigliotti finishing in 26th place. Aisha Sabi rounds out the 27 karts that finished, and then the retirements. But let's take you through some of the highlights on that one. And again, initially, good start from McLaughlin, sweeping into that one. But it looked to me like it would be Adam Al-Azhari who would lead the way, but he just couldn't quite get that cut fully alongside. Then the action here, big hit there for some of our drivers. Thankfully, they are okay. For the 226, though, that was Elizaveta Kozlova, who took a big whack to the side there, just in the background, but hopefully she is okay. Sal Zerpa also involved in that one. The driver from Saudi Arabia, Laith Mohamni, also involved in that one, and Alessandro Biggie also involved. So a big drama there in the early stages of that race. McLaughlin would lose the lead, though, of this one, as he would dive to the inside, would go Adam Al-Azhari. He would take the lead of the race and would hold on to it for the majority of it. Finn McLaughlin would have to fight back to try and take that position back. This was the scary moment there for Jack Webster, going wheel to wheel, and Suleiman Zanfari took full opportunity of that contact between the two of them, but later he would lose those positions and he would fall all the way to the back of the grid after retirement. So a big shame for him. The rest of the race, though, would continue. It would still heat up in the background there as we were seeing drivers going off left, right and centre. There's the moment that the engine sees. You can see the wheels are still spinning now, but there you can see the grass is coming up, and then at the last second, the rear axle just locks right there, and then it was an engine seizure, which is a big shame. McLaughlin takes the lead, though, through turn 12 in the latter stages. And that would be it for the front battle. He would break away and he would see the checker flag at the end of that one. But very close still would follow Adam Al-Azhari. Austin Gale would finish third and Zachary Hurd would finish fourth. That would confirm McLaughlin starting on pole with the maximum 150 points for the final later on today. Austin Gale would start alongside him on the front row from Zach Hurd and Adam Al-Azhari. They would lock out row number 2. The finals are coming up in a few moments' time. Do not go anywhere. The first final is due to start at 3:30, which technically was 5 minutes ago. So we are running as much as we can back on time. Luckily, the big breaks that we had through the day have managed to cover the incidents that we had and the stoppages, which is very, very lucky. But certainly it's been a very action-packed day for a lot of our drivers, and a reminder of the circuit that we are running on today. The Forsan International Sports Resort kart track, an absolutely superb venue, 1,200 metres, 17 turns, 11 to the left and 6 to the right. A superb venue for the first and opening round of the Champions of the Future Academy programme. Finals coming up in a few moments' time. And they will be the longest races that these drivers will face. I believe it is 16 laps for the minis, 21 for juniors and 25 for the seniors. We've got about a 20 or so minute break before the finals get underway, so do not go anywhere. For myself, Anthony Jordan, will be back for the 3 finals that will end the first day of racing. Who will get those maximum championship points before the end of this weekend? Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of racing here, the day after qualifying. It's day 1 of the actual racing itself here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart circuit. I'm Anthony Jordan. I'll be taking you through all the commentary proceedings throughout the rest of the 3 finals that we have today before we get ready to do it all again tomorrow. And then at the end of tomorrow, we will crown our champions at the end of the week. The circuit that we are racing at today is the Forsan International Sports Resort kart circuit. Opened in 2010. The current lap record is set by Finn McLaughlin. Yesterday in qualifying, it was a 54.806, a lightning quick time set, but can anyone beat it over the course of these finals? The track, 1,200 metres. The start-finish straight, 165. The back straight between turns 9 and 10, 80 metres, with a track width of 8 metres and elevation of 5 metres. It is an up and down roller coaster of a circuit with cambered turns as well. In terms of turns, it is 17 turns in total, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, and 3 hairpins. Plenty of places for overtaking opportunities. You'll be seeing them through turn 1. We've seen many through turns 3 and 4, and the same in towards turn 7 and turn 8. We have seen them through 16 and 17, and also through turns 12 as well. Plenty of places to overtake around the circuit. The top speed karts are reaching around 110 kilometers an hour, and that is out of the exit of turn number 9 in towards turn 10. The average speed around just shy of 73 kilometers an hour. So very, very fast track, but still technical for a lot of our drivers as well. For many of them, it's their first time here. In qualifying yesterday, a lot of them were under the floodlights for the first time. The sun is setting as we are about an hour's behind schedule, but we are ready to go racing. There you can see the karts getting ready to head out for our first final of the day, and it's the Mini 60s, an absolutely breathtaking display of racing that we have seen across the course of the weekend by them. Pole position in qualifying 1 yesterday, that would set the grids for the qualifying heats that we saw earlier on today, was done by Dan Alaman. He was your fastest man out on track. Priyan Bruno was second in qualifying, and he started just behind him all the way throughout this one. But in terms of who's starting on pole position for the final, it is still Dan Alaman. After 2 race wins and a second in his qualifying heats over the course of the day, he has got Leonidas Peruzzi alongside him this time. Leonidas, who had 2 third-place finishes and a second place, has got a tall order because this time he starts on the outside of the front row. So that's the only challenge he's got. Priyan Bruno this time around has probably got a better starting position. He starts 3rd, right behind Dan Alaman after his 2nd place, a win, but a 7th place in the 2nd heat out there as well. Conor Mayer, who's had a pretty decent day as well, he's moved himself up into the 2nd row of the grid, starting P4. He's had a 5th, 6th and a 4th over the course of his qualifying heat, so he's had a relatively calm, collected, well-controlled set of racing. No real bad results there, always up in where he needed to be. Same with Liam Carr as well. He's gained positions all the way throughout this one. He started, he finished 6th in his first one, 4th in his 2nd, and 5th in his 3rd. So again, he's always been around that area and battling in that one. Can he improve going into this one here? And the same with Alessandro Truchot as well. The American had a good first couple of results as well in qualifying heat 1 and 2 with a 4th and 3rd. Qualifying heat 3 wouldn't go his way though, the American finishing in P9, so big shame for him on that one. But the rest of the field though, still having pretty decent races. We've had a couple of red flags in the Mini 60 category, but thankfully I can report that the drivers are okay. There was minor injuries, bumps and bruises to the drivers, but we do wish them all the best and we hope to see them out in this one or maybe even later on as well. The guys from Powerland doing an absolutely brilliant job here this weekend, providing all the chassis for our drivers to go racing on. Brilliant to have them on board. Great to have them as one of the chassis suppliers going here. They teamed up with TM engines to provide the GR3 engines that you can see that are bolted onto these Powerland chassis. But all the way throughout this weekend, it's been absolutely superb to see all of these karts in fine working order. There, though, is your man starting this one on pole position. It was pole position in qualifying yesterday in Q1. That determined where he started for his qualifying heats earlier on, and they've been pretty smooth sailing for him all the way throughout. Like I said earlier, 2 qualifying heat wins and a 2nd place, securing near maximum qualifying heat points. Can he take the championship points, though, at the end of this one? That's what they've been playing for. The intermediate classifications now are gone. They're void. They mean nothing. It's only to determine where they start for this final race. Now it's all down to championship points and who gets the most out of this one. Starting alongside him, though, Leonidas Peruzzi, who starts on that front row. Again, he's had a brilliant set of race results as well. So he had a third, second and third as well, like we said earlier on. The number 20, certainly looking forward to seeing what he can do. There, a little further down the order, is Pazzuto, who still had another good run. Now, where is he starting on the grid? He's a lot further down on my piece of paper. Enna Pazzuto there, 15th place on the 8th row for the Italian driver. Hopefully he can make a good run. Got Ray Heber alongside. He's got Lorenzo Zucchetto in front and Oliver Warner in front as well. There is our race director, Nigel Edwards. Martin Bean, there we go. He'll absolutely murder me for calling him that. But yes, Martin Bean getting himself primed and ready to go for this one. It's been a busy old day of racing. He's had a lot of work ahead of him as well. So certainly looking forward to seeing what is going to happen at the end of this one. Final few checks are being made before we get going for their longest race of the weekend so far. These races for the minis will be 16 laps, and this will determine who is going to get the maximum championship points at the end of this one. Will it be Dan Alaman? Will it be Leonidas Peruzzi? Will it be Priyan Bono? Or will it be Conor Mayer, the front row? It could be anyone of this grid. We just don't know. But certainly it's been a superb day for many of these drivers. But the only two drivers to take the wins in the class have been Priyan Bono and Dan Alaman. Can anyone else get their first win of the weekend? And can they do it in the final? There you can see everyone primed and ready to get going for this one. Spectators are happy. Viewers are happy at home as well. Drivers are happy. I think everyone has really jumped into this weekend with open arms. It's been absolutely fantastic, and everyone has just been sorted, ready to go. There is Priyan Bono, who now gets himself ready to go for this race. Like you say, took a race win in the last qualifying heat, so he knows how to pedal around this track. Second and a 7th in his second heat as well, so that is going to be the biggest challenge for him, whether or not he can really push this one up further. But again, for the rest of the grid, it certainly is going to be an exciting one as well. For Liam Carr, the Australian, who starts this one on the 3rd row of the grid, he's certainly going to have a good one as well. But there, Conor Mayer is another driver that you've got to watch out for, the Australian. He has certainly had that good day. Like we were saying, 5th, 6th and a 4th. He's just been slowly moving up the order. Can he make it a 3rd, or can he go for 2nd or 1st as well? We just don't know. Only time will tell at the end of these 16 laps of racing. There is not long to go now for our drivers, but we will find out. There he is, Liam Carr, who's always happy, smiling, with waving his arms around. He is ready to go for this one. Again, he has just been improving as the races go on. A 6th, 5th and a 4th. Can he change that to a potential podium in this one? Because it's going to be a good one. There we go. Dad's got the strong arms there, like we like to see. I'm sure he's not as strong as you, though, Liam. Alessandro Chichot starts alongside him, though. Again, the American, who has had, again, an up-and-down day, like we were saying, 4th, 3rd, and a 9th earlier on. So the 3rd qualifying heat wasn't the best one that he will have wanted, but it was still a relatively decent result as well. The rest of the grid as well wanting to gain good positions from this as well in the 3rd qualifying heat as well for the row behind. Pierre Aboudivan also has been having some good results. Pierre, where did he finish in his last one? He did finish P15, but he certainly gained good positions in the other circuits. Sun is beginning to set here. It is late afternoon, sort of say starting the evening now. We are approaching 4:30 here. There is Pierre Aboudivan, who's ready to get going for this one. Very keen to see what he can do in this final. He has certainly improved his starting position throughout the weekend. At the end of qualifying, where did he qualify? Pierre, he qualified 10th, and now he's moved up into 7th. So he's gained 3 places over the course of the qualifying heat. So certainly a very good run. He will have Nikita Dyalilov starting alongside. Now, Nikita, unfortunately, has dropped down a few positions, qualified 6th, and now after the qualifying heat, it's just dropped down into 8th. So it's not a big drop. It's only 1 row, so he's still in a good spot here, and he's still been having some good starts. So I am curious to see what he can do in this one as well. He is on the outside row, though, so he will have that going against him. Aryan Singh starting alongside as well, the number 15, who has had some up and down races as well. But, crucially, has gained a position in this one. Only a couple, again, qualified in P12, now pushes himself and starts this one P9, so still gaining positions throughout there from qualifying 1 yesterday, so crucial to see what he can do in this one. You have got next to him Derek Rivera as well. Derek has had a good one, qualified 14th yesterday, now up 4 positions at the end of the qualifying heats. He starts this one P10. So just in that top 10 on the 6th row of the grid. And again, we have seen some good results from that spot of the grid. We've seen good results from the back of the grid as well. So certainly is going to be an interesting challenge for a lot of our drivers. That is Aryan Singh, who is getting himself ready to go for this one. And again, good results all the way throughout. I am curious to see who is going to come out on top for this one, because there has just been ups and downs throughout. There's been interesting races, there's been challenging ones, there's just been calm ones as well. It's been a real mixture for the Mini 60 category. But the finals, they will be the first, and they will certainly determine and set the waypoint for the rest of the races here this weekend to see what will happen. That is Derek Rivera, who starts alongside just in that top 10, who starts this one in P10. We'll have the close company of Oscar Singh just behind and Ava Lawrence just behind as well. 3-minute board goes up then, and we are nearing the start of this race. It's the first final of the weekend out of 2 that these drivers will face for the Championship of the Future Academy program, the first of many. Remember, there are some good things coming these drivers' way at the end of this weekend if they do well. So plenty of motivation to get good results in these finals, and the last few checks and getting yourselves ready. I can imagine the nerves really start to kick in now. You get butterflies in your stomach and everything. It was always a thing for me when I was karting, when I was young. It would be, you know, you get the nerves in the system and everything, but as soon as your helmet's on, as soon as the visor goes down, as soon as the engine fires up, you get focused, you get ready, and you just get on with your job. Oscar Singh as well, the Australian, who starts just behind as well on that row. Starts this one P11, the 6th row of the grid. Really curious to see how he gets on. He's used to starting in this position. This is where he qualified as well, so his qualifying heats have just been consistent. He has not gained anything, but he has not lost anything, which again is probably a harder thing to do than anything, so he's still having a good run. Ava Lawrence, who starts alongside as well, the number 25, who starts this one P12, certainly has had some up and downs throughout the day, but has still gained plenty of positions in this one. Qualified P22, now starting P12, so gaining 10 positions through the course of the qualifying heats certainly is a fantastic achievement for Ava Lawrence, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing how she does out on track. But the rest of the grid as well, very, very close in terms of anything. Really surprised with Oliver Warner as well. He's gained several positions as well after Tommy Berg as well. But starting alongside him is Lorenzo Zucchetto as well, the driver from Switzerland, who is joining us here. He starts this one on the 7th row of the grid. He's had a good run as well because he qualified 18th, so he certainly gained positions in this one, and he will have Oliver Warner alongside the British driver who I think, yes, had a stomach bug at the beginning of this one, so was feeling a little bit poorly, but certainly is feeling a lot better now and has done exceptionally well. He's gained several positions after he qualified very low down, which was a big, big shame. Qualified 17th and now up into 14th, so gained good positions in this one. Curious to see how he gets on. There is confirmation of the laps, 16 laps in total as we get ready to go. The 30-second board has come out. Might be our race director just confirming one more thing before we get going. For the first final here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track, we are ready to go racing. 16 laps for Mini 60 for their final, their first final of the weekend. And remember, championship points up for grabs at the end of this one. The first of 2 finals over the weekend. Here we go, Mini 60, it's the final. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Dan Aleman and Leonardo Speruzzi starts this one on the front row of the grid. Brian Bruneau and Conor Mayer on row 2 from Liam Carr and Alessandro Truchot. Then it's Pierre Abudivan from Nikita Diablyov on row number 4. Then it's Aryan Singh from Derek Rivera, Oscar Singh from Ava Lawrence, Lorenzo Zucchetto and Oliver Warner on row 7, Anna Pizzuto and Ray Heber on row 8, from Fares Harion and Min-jae Kim on row number 9. Akita Mir from Achilles Peruzzi on row 10. Luca Better Thrill on Koda Singh on row number 11. Sofia Pavaznia and Ari Kallenberg, they go from row number 12. Bir Chopra and Mikhail Abubakar on row 13. Niels Malik and Aaron Bufa on row 14. Yuvrad Mehta and Victoria Fafas on row 15, and they round out the top 30. Aurelio Longlitato and Baptiste Augustine on row 16. Francisco Huerta and Musa Nas, who unfortunately has had retirement in all three of his qualifying heats. Start this one, shot at the back of the field. Hopefully he can make some good moves up in this field. He should have the best tyres out there because he's not done many laps, which is unfortunate for him, but it does mean that he has that advantage going into this one. He should have fresher tyres than the rest of the drivers out there. But for this man here, Dal Anaman, the pressure is on his shoulders. He's not won all of his heats. He finished second in his last one. Priyan Bruno took the honours in that one. Is Priyan Bruno going to do the same thing this time around in the final? We will have to find out as the drivers prime themselves ready. This is the last time they will use this set of tyres this weekend. They've been run right to their core all the way throughout. You can see all the rubber and the marbles that have gone down on the circuit, so you can imagine the time should get faster, but with the tyres degrading, it might be a challenge. Red lights are on at the front then as we get ready to go racing for the first time. It's Dal Anaman on the left-hand side of your picture, Leonidas Peruzzi on the right-hand side. Who is going to get the whole shot down in towards turn number 1? We are about to find out as drivers make their way out of turn 15 in towards 16. They go past the red line now, all formed up, ready in positions. One driver just out of position there. That was the number 37 I just saw. That is Oscar Singh, who needs to get back into formation. Oh, but he's overtaking past the red line. He might get in trouble for that one, and this might be a false start. It's not. It's a green start, and off we go racing, and it's a good start from Dan Alaman, who gets a good getaway, and it's a good start from Priyan Bruno. Jumps straight into second place. No time wasted there whatsoever. Looks like Liam Carr has gained a good position as well. He's up to P4, and Leonidas Peruzzi is there in third place. So, yeah, good start then for Peruzzi, but he does lose out in one position, and that's the downside for starting on the outside row. You just can't get the car back onto the inside. So it's a top 3 breakaway at the moment. Dan Anaman from Priyan Bruno and Leonidas Peruzzi there in third place. From Liam Carr in fourth, who's just trying to hold on. He's in a bit of a no-man's land at the moment on this opening lap, but no drama there from him whatsoever. Looks like it's still a good start for Conor Mayer. Only one position lost there. He's there in P5, so still with a good start to his race as well. So everyone getting through the first lap relatively unscathed. They've got a couple of tight corners left to go here, but no changes for the top 3 through the lap. Only the change at the start. Across the line they go, and it is Dan Anaman who leads the way from Priyan Bruno, Peruzio. Then it is Carr, Mayer, Abadivan. Then it's Bouchard, Sin, Lawrence, and this driver tumbling down the order in this one. Anna Pazzuta, unfortunately, has dropped down into 26th place. It's not been the start that they'll have wanted. That is a big, big shame. Mikhail Abubakar gaining 11 positions on that first lap. That is a brilliant start as well for Baptiste Augustine. Also 14 positions gained, the same as Nasar Nas. This is a brilliant start. 13 places gained in this final on the first opening lap, same as Francisco Puerta. Also 11 positions gained. Eyes on the top 3 still. No changes as the train starts to begin. This is what we'll see in these finals. You'll get drivers who will work together now. They will try and open up a gap. They will try and break away from the rest of the field, but will they continue this momentum all the way throughout the 16 laps? We will have to wait and see as the light starts to fade here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. It has been a beautiful day of racing. And right now it all falls down to this one, the first final of the weekend. And again, no change for our top 3. They stay line astern. It's kicking off in the background though. I say it changes. Now it changes down the inside. Peruzzi to the inside of Priyan Bruno, and he gets up into second place. Nicely timed, nicely calculated, wasting no time there whatsoever, and now can go on the chase for Dan Alaman. So the first chink in the armoury between the top 3. Are we going to see any more of this as the drivers behind begin to close up? Now it looks like Liam Carr's got some clean air, and off the track there goes the 41. It's not gone well at all, and it means the end of the race for Baptiste Augustine, who gained so many places in that opening lap. That is not what you want to see in the final, and that will be no championship points Remember, it is only the top 15 that get championship points. So if you don't finish in the top 15, you do not get anything going your way. Now, Oscar Singh is under investigation. Now, were they close to each other out on track, which is why we see the retirement there of Baptiste Augustine. I think they were somewhat in a similar pot, but I will not speculate. We'll just see what happens. Top 3, though, clean breakaway now for Alaman, Peruzzi and Bruno. Justin in the background there. There you can see Liam Carr just making his way through. Singh still there as well from Truchot. Warner with a good start as well. Up 7 places for Oliver Warner into P7. This is a good run here. And this is another retirement from the looks of it now on our screens. Now, potentially not sure who that is. But yes, Michael Abubakar is under investigation as well. So driver's under investigation, possibly for the start as well. And I believe that driver was actually one of the drivers involved earlier on. So I think that was Baptiste Augustine who was, just walking back to their position. No change then at the top 3. They stay the same. But the battle in 4th place, that seems to be heating up just that little bit now. Liam Carr is under pressure from Aryan Singh. Alessandro Truchot is still there as well as Oliver Warner. They are all trying to push their way through that one. The top 3, though, still very, very close as they continue. They may continue this trend all the way throughout, but Bruno with the fastest up of the race looking very, very strong as well. Battles happening in the further reaches of the race here. This is Francis Harion, who's battling away, the number 46. They're doing a good job. So on lap 5 of this final, and again, this top 3 just doing what they need to do here, working together, opening up the battle buffer that we like to see and hear about in these races. They won't push each other too hard. They'll just try to keep pushing each other along, breaking away from the rest of the build. You'll see on the last couple of laps, you'll see that's when they'll go to work. That's when they'll start defending. That's when they'll start attacking all the way throughout this one. But right now, they are just doing what they need to do. This is the battle, though, for P4. Liam Carr still leading that one. And it looks like Alessandro Truchot has got up into P5 now, past Ollie Warner. So Oliver Warner back down one more position there. You can see the number 23 under pressure from Aryan Singh as well. Ava Lawrence just at the back of this one, trying to get through. You can see there with the blue helmet going through. The blue and yellow is Ray Haber just trying to get involved as well. So they're all just trying to copy, really, what these 3 here are doing. As it's all actually changed at the front here now. So while they were off camera, that's now Leonidas Peruzzi who leads the way. So Peruzzi leads from Priam Bruno. So they both got past Al Alaman. So Alaman's now down into 3rd. Right, okay. This is a development because Alaman here really needs to get back in front. He's been dominant all the way in these early stages. And now this is the first time he's even been into 3rd place. The lowest has been his 2nd. He will not like this whatsoever. He tucks in as much as he can to try and stick with that slipstream, but he's got to be careful here because he's opened up a fraction of a gap now between himself and Peruzzi and Bruno. So they possibly here could break away if they really, really wanted to here. They've really got to push. But Dan Alaman's got to work super hard here with Bruno setting the fastest lap of the world as well. He's going to go for the lead. That's going to bring Dan Alaman back into it. That's exactly what Alaman needed. So Bruno takes the lead and Alaman dives to the inside here at turn 8 on Peruzzi and gets back up into 2nd place. And crucially, straight away, he says right to Leonidas Peruzzi, just saying, right, let's keep going. Let's go. Let's close this gap. Do not let Bruno break away. And they have done exactly that. They've latched onto each other and they have closed that gap instantly before they've even ended the same lap. So big changes then in these opening stages, and we are seeing battles happening very early on in this race. Will allow potentially the drivers behind to close in as Truchot's got back up into 4th place now. Looks like Liam Carr's dropped down to 8th on that last lap as they run very wide in the background there. They've got to be careful. So big changes in that group as well. But Truchot holds on to it. Change again at the front as back down the inside goes Dan Alaman. Retakes the lead. This will allow the group behind to slightly close in. We'll keep an eye on the gap. It's about 4 seconds now. If they keep battling at the rate that they are, that battle will close in. So this could be a close final. Again to the inside. Leonidas Peruzzi gets back up into 2nd place and Bruno has to go down to 3rd. And again, they just say, right, it's my turn to get in front. Let's see if we can try and close up the gap again. But you're all close to each other. all you're doing really right now is just allowing the group behind to close in. Remember, across the line last time, it was exactly 4 seconds. Are they still gaining time doing this, or are they losing it? Because they're still battling behind as well. As I can see, positions have changed once more. I think it's Oliver Warner who's now up into 4th place. So both groups are still battling. No one's gaining any time, but we're seeing a brilliant three-way fight here for the race win. The gap did come down. It went down 0.2 of a second, but it's still no, actually it's gone up. It's gone to 4.7. So yeah, update again as Peruzzi to the inside, gets it done through turn 3. Nicely done. We are going to see these three battle all the way throughout this one as Dan Anaman sets the fastest lap of the race, and immediately he's going to go back to the inside, and Priya Renault's going to follow as well. Did he get that done down the hill? He did, and they go 3-1. There's wheel-to-wheel contact between Anaman and Peruzzi as they keep going. It's very, very close between them, but these three are absolutely battling tooth and nail, and it will allow these drivers to close in. That's the first time we see an overtake there, and Peruzzi goes wide onto the marbles, and he's lost it. He's lost all the time he gained earlier on, and now he's got to close that big gap up. That's the first time we've seen a driver get squeezed onto the marbles there, and it just shows how little traction there is out there. And for Leonardo Peruzzi, he has dropped down into 3rd now, and he's got a huge gap to try and close it now with these top 2. But I suspect that Aleman and Priyan Bruno will just work together now. You saw there Dan Anaman check over his shoulder, and he saw that Peruzzi had dropped right back, and he's just saying, right, let's go. Let's try and keep that gap up, because there is no way that Peruzzi has got the slipstream now. He is going to have to dig deep here, Leonardo Peruzzi, to get back up to these top 2. But if they start scrapping, he might have the opportunity to do it. The gap behind, again, did close in as drama here, and that's Min Jae Kim, who's unfortunately had a coming together with another driver. Now that looked like that was Oscar Singh there, potentially the 37 that they had a contact with. I'm just trying to see. No, I don't think it was. We'll update that one when they next cross the line to see who that was. But eyes on these top 2. And again, they're just going to try and work away. Now, Peruzzi is 1.4 seconds behind this. What is it on the next lap? Has he closed in by himself, or is he just falling behind here? That's going to be the ultimate question. It was 1.4. They cross the line now. It's 1.3. Peruzzi is closing in by himself here. This is brilliant stuff, but it's still a long way to go. We are on lap 11 of 16 here. Time is running out, and it could just be a 2-horse race here between Aleman and Priyan Bruno. Aleman, it was pole position. He dropped down into 3rd at one point. Priyan Bruno as well has had some brilliant results. He dropped down to 3rd in the qualifying heats. He had to push hard in this one, and he has done just that. He closed that gap. He gained everything he needed. He is in this lead battle, but he has just got to be careful if he wants to go for the overtake, which he will. It's the final. It's not a qualifying heat. We saw these two line astern in qualifying heat 1, and nothing happened between the two of them. They stayed line astern. They pushed each other along, and that was that. But that was the first qualifying heat. It meant something, but it didn't mean a lot. This is the final. This means a lot. There's championship points up for grabs here, the same as tomorrow. You need to finish on top to help you benefit all the way throughout this. With there only being 2 as well, with the regulations, if there is a tie on points, which is very easily done, let's say that Dan Anaman wins this one, Priyan Bruno comes 2nd, and it's the opposite way tomorrow in the final, their points would be exactly the same when it's done on whoever had the most seconds or thirds or anything like that. So having the higher positions in these sections is crucial. So you really need to make sure you have some good results in these finals. Again, checking over the shoulder there for Dan Anaman just to see what's happening. The gap's come down a little bit more between Peruzzi and Bruno. It's down to 1.2 now. So Peruzzi is closing in by himself, and as soon as Priyan Bruno goes for the move, it will close in very, very quickly. Warner's still there in 4th place, though, from Liam Carr. He's got back up into P5 as well from Haber. Singh still there from Mayer. Lawrence from Rivera. Singh from Abu Dhabi, who's rounding out the top 12. Achilles Peruzzi is there in 13th place. He's had a good recovery drive there as well from Ziazilov, who's there in 14th place. Naz, who's having a brilliant race after 3 DNFs in the qualifying heats. It's up to P15. That's a brilliant run for Nassar Nas. He's having a fantastic one. Pizzuto still there in 16th place from Suketo in 17th. Singh from Harion and Guetta as well in 20th. Brilliant driving all the way throughout. And Priyan Bruno with the fastest lap of the race. He's got the slipstream, he's got the drive, he's got the push. Can he get past though? That's the question. as they still go line astern. Quick checks over the shoulder for all of them. And the gap again is just creeping here and there, but it's back up to 1.3. So again, he's matching the pace. He's not dropping, but he's not really gaining at this point now. He really needs these two to start battling. And right now, that's just not happening. Now, Aurelio Rongetano has just received a warning flag as well. So I'll have to be careful with number 35 being watched. But right now, it's all down to what these drivers can do here. Alaman from Brno, but it's still there. Warner all on his own. There's a retirement now for the number 47. That is Alessandro Touchot. Unfortunately, he started 6th place, found himself all the way at the back of the grid and in Parc Ferme. That is a big shame for the American, who had a brilliant run of racing today. A 4th, 3rd and 9th with his worst result, and in the final it goes even worse. Remember, the top 15 in this one get the championship points, and right now it is Pizzuto who is in that bubble at the moment in P15. But right now it will all determine what happens tomorrow really here with the finals, because right now this is the first bunch of championship points they will win. Only a handful of laps to go now. We're on 14 of 16. And it's still Alaman from Brno. No change between the two of them here. They have just been waiting for the right opportunity. You've got to be thinking, what is Priyan Brno thinking at this point? Where can I go for the attack? And we've seen the lunges here through turn 12. We've seen the moves in towards turn 16, into turn 3, in all the places around the track. But right now, he's just thinking of where to go. Now, the gap's opened up a little bit now. It's down to, it's up to 3.10 of a second now, so this is not what he needs. Brno needs to try and close in here. Remember, these tyres are well used. They've done qualifying, they've done 3 qualifying heats, and now this final. And this track is a long, twisty one. It's very demanding on the tyre. And I can imagine these drivers are struggling somewhat. You can see now that we're actually closing in on some back markers here. And a moment there for Dan Alaman, absolutely sideways, super committed, and just shows that the small adjustments that he's doing there. Big moment there for Dan Alaman going over the curb, but despite that, still managing to open up that gap. It's closed now though. Brno back right bumper to bumper between the two of them. Out of the final corner again, and we go on now to the last lap. And well, you can see there a hand signal from Priyan Brno just saying, do not worry about me, you just keep going, do not start battling, do not stop defending, because I do not want Peruzzi behind to try and close in, who's done a fabulous job himself of sticking with these two. Gaps remain the same, but Priyan Brno, with the fastest lap of the race as well, is looking at collecting that extra championship point as well. Remember, there is an extra championship point for fastest lap. At the moment, that is Priyan Brno with that 1 minute, 0.959. Now they are catching up to the back of some back markers here. They will have to be careful into this tight, twisty section. And now we're seeing an attack here in towards turn 10. We've not seen an overtake here yet this weekend. And that was very close there for Brno. He would look to the inside, but Alaman just had to go later on the brakes there. And amazingly, kept it within the track. That was beautiful driving, and that was the first and only attack I think we're going to see. But now Brno is under pressure from Peruzzi. Peruzzi is right behind, but there's no real opportunity to get it done now. It will be line astern across the line, and it will go the way of Dan Alaman across the line. It was pole, 2 qualifying heat wins, and a final. You can certainly say that day one here at the Academy Trophy has been, the Academy program has been absolutely spot on for Dan Alaman. Absolutely superb driving all day, and can he repeat it tomorrow? We'll have to find out later on, and we'll find out tomorrow. But Dan Alaman, 16 laps of racing, he takes the win by 0.4 of a second from Priyan Brno. Leonidas Peruzzi takes third place, very close, closed the gap up to absolutely nothing between himself and Priyan Brno, 0.4 of a second behind Dan Alaman at the end. Liam Carr gets back up into 4th place as well. He takes that one from Conor Mayer, who finishes in P5. Ollie Warner finishes in P6 after gaining 8 positions. Ray Herbert finishes in 9th place after 7th place after getting 9 positions. Ava Lawrence finishing in 8th place after gaining 4. Aryan Singh in 9th from Derek Rivera, rounding out the top 10. And the rest of the field as well. Achilles Peruzzi finishing in P11, gaining 9 positions, gaining those championship points, as well as Pierre Abadivan, who finished in P12. Nikita Danzalov, who finishes in P13, from Nassar Nas, brilliant drive after the 3 DNFs. Finishes in the points in P14 after gaining 20 positions. That is a solid drive. Sabir Pavazana finishes in P15 after gaining 8 positions. A superb drive there. But for your top 3, Dan Aleman, Priyan Bruno, and Leonardo Spiruzzi, a brilliant drive, a brilliant result, and that's certainly a fantastic way to end their first full day of racing here in Abu Dhabi. They will make their way back into Parc Fermé, and there you can see the congratulations. That's the first half of the weekend done then for Dan Aleman. He has got a full day tomorrow to see if he can maximise his points here and go away with the full win at the first ever Champions of the Future Academy program. A brilliant drive for Dan Aleman. Professional drive as well, not cracking under pressure. And the same for Priyan Bruno as well. A superb drive from him as well. Taking away second in the final, is in a good spot going into tomorrow as well. It's really down to these 3. They have been in a league of their own over the course of this weekend, with Leonardo Spiruzzi as well. Also with a 3rd place finish, a superb drive for your top 3. And the entire field as well. Can't take anything away from them. And even at the end of it, probably wanting to keep an eye on what happened in that one. Well, here we go then. Here is some of the looks here. And there were drivers under investigation for the start of that one. And the 37 was one of them, Oscar Singh, who was just out of position there going into it and looking like it was overtaking at the start. And there were drivers actually calling for a go-around in the middle of the pack there. But the green lights would go out. And that would catch some drivers sleeping there. Liam Carr looking like it was going to the inside there for P3 on Leonardo Spiruzzi, not able to get it done. Then we had the 3-cut breakaway. Dan Aleman leading the way from Priyan Bruno, from Leonardo Spiruzzi. It would be like that nearly the entire race, but they would chop and change. Liam Carr there just in the background watching them battle, but powerless to do anything about it. That was the first chink that we saw here as Dan Aleman had to go defensive there from Priyan Bruno. That left the door open for Spiruzzi just to have a look down the inside. Nothing happened there, but again, it would happen the next lap as he would go down the inside through turn number 3. Up into 4 again, another angle of it, and again, just well-timed and calculated. Prime place for overtaking that we've seen all the way throughout, and then again, they get it done in towards turn number 7. Both of them get through. Aleman powerless to defend that one. But he would get his way later on. That would be the lowest he would ever run in a race so far this weekend, down into P3 for Dan Aleman. He certainly wouldn't be happy with it, and he wouldn't wait long before he gets back up into 2nd place after Priyan Bruno gets the move done on Spiruzzi. And Spiruzzi would drop down into 3rd. Aleman back to the lead on lap 8. And Priyan Bruno would just drive away with them. It would then be the next bit that would certainly shake things up, because they started to battle again furiously on this lap. They were chopping and changing all the way throughout, and it would end with your man in 3rd place, unfortunately, running wide. He would get to the lead at this point on lap 9, but from here it would then start to go downhill just a little bit, getting squeezed out wide there, but keeping it on the inside, wheel to wheel. Bashing there as they would go through. Aleman trying to hold that inside line, but then it would happen through here. He would check over the shoulder and then would just lose touch there. The slipstream would kick in, gets squeezed out onto that dirty stuff, unable to turn in, and he just sweeps out wide. That is the power of the marbles out there on circuit. You've got to be careful that you do not get squeezed onto that one. He would have to fight back all the way to the end of that one. Big moments, though, on the curbs for the final corner for Dan Aleman. But on the final lap, he would just push away with Priyan Bruno. There would be an attempt in towards turn 10 from Priyan Bruno, but it wouldn't be enough, and he would stay there in 2nd place, and it would go the way of Dan Aleman, who finishes that one on the top spot. Pole in qualifying, 2 qualifying heat wins, and the final win. He takes it, he's delighted, he's happy. He will go to sleep with a big smile on his face, and he'll be primed and ready tomorrow to hopefully, he will think, do the same. For Priyan Bruno and for Leonardo Spiruzzi as well, a superb drive all the way throughout the day, and the same with Liam Carr and Conor May, and to the rest of the grid as well. It's certainly been a challenge here around the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track, 1,200 metres, 1.2 kilometres, a superb venue for the opening round of the Champions of the Future Academy programme. And certainly looking forward to seeing just 2 more finals to go. Juniors will be up next. And again, for them, it has been an up and down day for many of the drivers. No drivers who have really dominated in either of the races. Well, in seniors, we did see Finn McLaughlin go for 3 for 3, but in the minis and the juniors, it wouldn't be the case. Conor Clancy, who took 2 race wins, but a 4th in his 3rd, was unable to really close in. As the sun begins to set here at the Forsan circuit, you can see that the track is starting to get the sunset down on it, and drivers will have a tough time with a low sun here. A look at the track as well that we're at. Constructed 2010. The current lap record, Finn McLaughlin, 54.806. That was set in qualifying 1 yesterday. Very, very quick time indeed around this 1.2 kilometre circuit track. 8 metres wide with 5 metres of elevation. Start-finish straight, 165 metres. The back straight between turns 9 and 10, 80 metres in length. And we've not really seen any overtakes into that corner. We were thinking it was going for a time. 17 turns in total, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, 3 hairpins out on the circuit, and several overtaking opportunities. We've seen overtakes at all of them, including even turn 12 as well. But absolutely fantastic track. Plenty of places for our drivers to really get stuck in and go racing. The top speed, though, they were probably reaching around 110 kilometers an hour into the braking zone of turn 10, an average speed around just under 73 kilometers an hour as well, 72.82 kilometers an hour to be precise out there. A very technical, fast and demanding circuit for our drivers. Looks like we've got a little wait until we get the juniors out on track for the next one. They are waiting in the dummy grid area to bring them out onto the grid. But as you can imagine, tension starting to build in the paddock. Only 2 races to go on the first day of racing, and then we do it all again tomorrow. Certainly a very busy day. But the good thing about it is that there's 2 podiums this weekend. So if it doesn't go well on the first one, you can try again tomorrow. So that's always a good incentive. But just because that doesn't mean that you get away with the win at the end of it. Remember, it's all about accumulating your points and seeing what you can do at the end of it. Here we go then. Drivers getting ready, and they start to head out onto the circuit. This is going to be a good one. Your man there who starts on the front row of the grid on pole position, Conor Clancy, who heads out first. 2 qualifying heat wins and a 4th in his 3rd one. He qualified 3rd yesterday in Q1. Curious to see what he can do in this starting position. Can he break away from the rest of the field? We'll have to find out as they all make their way out onto the circuit. The drivers, even at the back, we had the drivers who really struggled over the course of this weekend, but still in this one and still fighting fit. There is the 161 that you can see heading out onto the track. That is Zachariah Dole, who did have a retirement in his first qualifying heat. Certainly had some better results coming back. Starts this one P20 on the grid as well. The drivers at the back of the field as well. Karine Kaur in the 162 from Singapore has been certainly a driver who has been struggling out the circuit with everything, but has shown great determination to make sure that he can really push that kart to its absolute limits. It's been fabulous to see them race. All of them throughout. There he is, going through. Brilliant drive for Karine. Really curious to see how they get on. Egon Pedrotti as well, who starts this one at the back of the field. As you can see, everyone's smiling, ready to get going. They're happy with this one. Curious to see how they all get on. As you can see, everyone getting into position. There is Raquel Zalez-Baladin, who starts this one as well. 21st on the grid on the 11th row. You'll have Ella Hakkinen alongside. Ella as well, who's had a pretty dismal weekend, unfortunately. Didn't set a time in qualifying after a mechanical issue, and then problems in 2 of the qualifying heats, but got results in the 2nd and 3rd one. So good to see. She's actually gained 2 places since qualifying. She starts this one 22nd on the grid, so really curious to see how she will get on. But the rest of the grid, though, have certainly had a better day. Like we were saying about Conor Clancy with 2 wins and a 4th in the third one. James Agnostiadis as well, the Australian, has had an absolutely stormer of a weekend. A 3rd in his first race, a 7th in the second. So it didn't go well there, but would fight back so strong and would get a win in his 3rd qualifying heat. That is the kart of Egon Prodotti that makes its way to the back of the grid there as well. Toby Gale that you see on your screen, the driver who polled it in qualifying, didn't have the best qualifying heats, but they were still fabulous results. Toby Gale getting 2 second places in the 1st and 2nd. The 3rd one wouldn't go his way. There though, Conor Clancy, your driver who sits on pole position, having a brief word with our race director Martin Bean before the start of this one, just to go through the start procedure. And look at those tyres. Bit of graining on there then, maybe just a bit of debris after sitting on the grid, but certainly they have been they've been used and abused, these tyres. They've done qualifying 1 and many more sessions as well. So got to keep an eye on those tyres all the way throughout this one. But for Conor Clancy, it's just a controlled race all the way throughout. Now that's not James Agnostiadis. The James Agnostiadis, there he is, the treble 1 on your screen, seated and ready to go for this one. Last few words of encouragement after, I would say, a pretty solid day. 3rd, 7th and a win in the 3rd one. Can he convert that 3rd qualifying heat into a final win as well? That is the ultimate test. And we see him there primed and ready to go. Fully focused, visor down, not bothered by anything. Caden Higgins, though, a local to the track as well, lives not far from the circuit here, has also had a relatively decent day. A 5th place in his first one, 3rd, and then a 2nd. The results have just got better and better as the weekend's gone on. And can he turn it now into a win? He says yes. There we go. Let's see what he can do in this final as he starts right behind Conor Clancy. If anything, he's got the best starting position here, or the 2nd best starting position to pole position. 3rd place, right behind the pole sitter. You've got the inside row and you've got the drive in towards the first corner. Brilliant to see there. Toby Gale as well, starting alongside the pole sitter, who has still had a relatively decent day. 2 second places and a 9th. Certainly looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one. Really pushing hard, digging deep in this. Curious to see what he can do. A driver who's raced all over the world, is not afraid to travel, travels all the time to various places around the world to go karting. And here in Abu Dhabi is no different as well as he gets ready. He starts that one on the 2nd row of the grid. Markus Šilkunis as well, who starts on the 3rd row of the grid. The driver from Lithuania, 6th place, a 5th and a 3rd through his qualifying heats. And again, it's only been improvements all the way throughout. And again, he is looking to get himself on that podium or even better in this final. He starts at P5, crucially again, on that inside row. He's made good advantages from that inside row all the way throughout this day. Again, really crucial to see him get a good start. And as well as Luna Flusha, who starts alongside on the outside row. Luna, who's had good results as well. 7th place in the first one after dropping a few places, but best result was a P4 in qualifying heat 2. It would then be changed to a P5 in the 3rd one, but after jumping all the way up into P2 as well in that race, she knows she's got the pace out there, the Mercedes back driver waiting to get this one going. And you can see she is primed and ready, focused. Starts this one on P6 on the outside row, though. We'll have to get that wagon on the inside. Let's see what she can do. And yeah, curious to see what will happen. Zain El Homasani starting just behind as well on the 4th row of the grid. P7, the driver in the 195, again having a relatively good day. Has always been in that top section of the grid. There you can see the time slowly counting down as well. There is Zain El Homasani in the 195, ready to get this one going. Has always been there in the shot, waiting to jump and pounce on any drivers that make a mistake. 30-second board is up as we get ready to go for our 2nd and penultimate final of the day here. And for all of our drivers here, 24 of them in total, it has certainly been a very tense day of racing. But it all falls down to this one now. Their longest race as well. This one, 21 laps, this final, as the green flag waves and the OKN Junior Final gets underway. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Conor Clancy from James Agnostiadis on row number 1. Caden Higgins and Toby Gale on row 2. Markus Šilkunis and Luna Flusha, they round out row number 3 from Zain El Homasani and Aditya Donker on row 4. Nikita Gedesmits and Sarah Matsui on row 5. They round out the top 10. Mumia Tara Nadali and Augusta Soniolo, they round out row number 6 with Angelina Simons-Torres and Dan Dalakian on row 7. Dinar Islamov and Max Murray on row number 8. Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Katrina E on row 9. Alexander Dahlstrom and Sakura Dole on row 10. They round out the top 20 from Raphael Zera Paladin and Ella Hakkinen on row 11. Egon Pedrotti and Karine Kaur, they round out the 24 kart grid. And final race of the day. Like I was saying, tyres have been used and abused. You can see the marbles lining the edge of the circuit there that have all been degraded from their wheels. These are down to their last legs now for our drivers. Right now, it all goes down to these last 21 laps on this day. Who's going to come away with the maximum points at the end of this one? It's a long old race that they've got ahead of them. Plenty could happen. As you can see, the sun is fading here. Local time, we are 5:05 in the afternoon in Abu Dhabi. From wherever you're watching from around the world, hopefully you are having a good time and you are enjoying the content that you are seeing here on the Champions Karting YouTube and motorsport.tv, as well as Facebook and all sorts of social platforms as well. Make sure you do follow the Champions Karting Academy on all of the socials to stay up to date with all the results and content, of course, from our drivers this weekend. Here we go then. In towards turn number 16 they go. Past the red line. No overtaking from this point now. They have to be in formation. Looks like they are. There's one driver just at the back of the grid there. Unfortunately, that's not had a good getaway, but the race will go on. Eager to get going there at the front. Are they going round? No, they are going. It's green flag and away they go racing, and it's a great start from Clancy. Gets a good jump on the rest of the field, but James Ignatiadis is right there behind in third place. Looked like Caden Higgins was going to go for the move there down towards turn number 3. Unable to get it done. He stays there in well, actually, no, it's not even him. That's Toby Gale who's got up into third place. That's a brilliant start. James Ignatiadis, I don't know where he's, he's second place. Yeah, he's absolutely fine. And that's gone wrong here. That's the 119. That's gone wrong at all. And that's Max Murray. Max Murray out of this race. And who's he with? It's the 121. And that is Katrina E. They were 16th and 18th. They were line astern at the start of this race. And that's not gone well at all for them. So a big shame for them. And yeah, it looks like that. Yeah, Max Murray's tried to get that restarted, and unfortunately it's not gone. So that's 2 drivers potentially out of this race now, which is a big shame on the opening lap. Race continues though, and Conor Clancy leads away from Toby Gale, James Ignatiadis from Luna Flusha, Atati Donka from Caden Higgins, Marcus Shogunas there in 7th place from Sarah Matsui, from Zain Al-Homasani in the top 9. Dan Dalakian rounds out the top 10. There you can see them making their way through. Just saw the 123 go through. That's Angelina Simons-Torres, and it looked like a change there in the background. No, I don't think so. Well, actually, Luna Flusha, yes, indeed, is actually up at P3. And yeah, that's the drivers earlier on walking into the safety of the Marshall Hut. So Max Murray and Katrina E both out of the race. Big shame in the first opening lap of this final. Back at the front though, as we come to an end of lap number 2, we'll go on to lap 3. It's still Clancy who leads the way from Gale, and Luna Flusha up into third place. This is a good opening couple of laps now from Luna Flusha, who is pushing hard here. See what they can do with the remaining laps. Plenty of laps to go. It's the opening stages of this race, and again, it's all about just now finding your feet, controlling the pace here, and making no mistakes. And we are starting to see some overtakes here. I think that was Caden Higgins down the inside of James Ignatiadis. And yeah, again, they're just all trying to attack here now. And who is that that's coming through? I think that's Atati Donka. Atati Donka trying to make moves here now and is right on that rear bumper. Has just dropped behind actually now as well. So Luna Flusha still in third place. Here's a look at the replay start. Very spread out open, but green flag does go out. And it was a great start from Conor Clancy, wasting no time at all. Great start from that inside row as well. Everyone getting there well. Some drivers just struggling just that little bit. And of course, this incident here with Max Murray and Katrina E. unfortunately both out of the race. Big shame for them. There's been another bit of contestant as well out on the circuit. Looks like Maria Chalanadeli and Nikita Gerasmits have had a come together. Both of them have dropped down the order a little bit, so they're battling away. Action at the front now. It is all kicking off, in fact, actually. So Conor Clancy's leading the way. Toby Gale's still there in second place from James Nosiadis. Now Luna Flusha has dropped down a little bit here because it looks like Arthur Dodonko has gone through, and it looks like now that she is under pressure from Caden Higgins. So Caden Higgins getting back into the fight now, and in fact he's actually managed to get past as well. So Higgins is back up now into P5. So they're all still scrapping away. Now this is interesting here at the front. Clancy has not broken away here. Gale has closed in. He's latched onto that rear bumper now of Conor Clancy after, of course, sacrificing nearly all of his pole position starts to Clancy. I suspect that Toby Gale wants some redemption here, and getting a win in the final will certainly be a good redemption on that one, and he sets the fastest lap of the race as well, meaning he gets an extra championship point to his name at the end of this one. So again, if he can keep that momentum up, he'll be all good. There is Arthur Dodonko though in fourth place. He's closing in on James Ignatiadis, I've got to say, at quite a rate here. Arthur Dodonko right on that rear bumper now as they go through the back section here, through the left and rights. In towards 16 and 17 they go. No change at the front. Still Clancy and Gale line astern. Clancy really pushing down there as hard as he can, egging himself along, trying to gain as much as he can. Gap still 0.2 of a second. And Maria Kalia Nadeli again dropping down more positions there. She's lost 4 places on that last lap. She's dropped down to P19. It's not gone well there. She brings it back. Still positions changing all the way throughout this field. Salah Matsui's got past Zainal Hobasani as well, so that's 8th and 9th place. That battle has raged on. In P6 now, wanting to close in. So no change at the front. Toby Gale not able to really get the legs here on Conor Clancy. It's just stayed there behind. Not pushed too hard. The battle for third again, still the same sort of territory here. I think they're just trying to work together to see if they can close the gap. What is their gap? It's 1.3 seconds last time, 1.4, so they're not actually gaining on the race leaders ahead. They are just slowly falling back here now is James Ignatiadis and Arthur Dodonko. So Dodonko may be thinking here, I want to try and get past and see if I can try and catch up to this one. Their gap to the leader now 1.6 seconds, and again it's looking very close here between the two of them. And towards the turn 8 hairpin as well. They have to be careful. Any move that he makes, and they will have the likes of Caden Higgins and Luna Flusha right on their case as well. So it's a fine line here. He really needs to wait for James Ignatiadis to see if he makes a mistake. He's been very quick throughout this one. Won his third qualifying heat of the day. So James knows what he needs to do here. Dodonko just pushing him along now. Once again between Higgins and Dodonko, it was about 0.4 of a second. I think it's gone down, and that's not gone well at all. The 163, that is Maria Chalanadeli, who is off the track, and Nadeli is out of this race, and that is a big shame. She had a good starting position in this one. She gained so many positions earlier on. She started 11th. And unfortunately, she would just tumble down the order, and now she sees herself out and in the barriers. A big, big shame for Maria Danelli. And yeah, that's just not gone her way. James Ignatiadis, though, is still under pressure here. And I've got to say, the drivers behind, Caden Higgins is closing in. Another driver in trouble here and in the pit lane. This is the 164 of Alexander Dahlstrom. And again, a DNF, not what he needs, and a shake of the head just saying, nope, something not right. And unfortunately, for Dahlstrom, that is the final over, and no points going his way. Remember, the top 15 get away with championship points in here, and we're down to 20 runners here. Only 5 drivers in this race would not receive championship points, as Luna Flusha now sets the fastest lap of the race. That will certainly help her out with the extra championship point. So the fight for the fastest lap is still on. One of these drivers could take it. It's all just about getting everything right. Because remember, tyres are run down to their limit right now. It's hard to get a lap together with the back end sliding all the time. Still looking strong. Dodonka all over this rear bumper. We're going to see a move soon, I think. James Nosiadis just not able to match the pace here of Toby Gale, but Gale is dropping back off Clancy. That gap's open up to 0.7 of a second, so the battle for second might still be on here for James Nosiadis. He's there in second place. He's there in third place, sorry, started second place. He's had a good run all the way throughout this, but he's got to dig deep in these last few races, and there he is, digging deep. Fastest lap of the race. Now takes that championship point away from Luna Flusha, who set the lap on the last lap. So again, it's just up and down between all of these drivers, just finding the right pace. And Arthur Dodonka, who just sits there, who started this one P8, is now P4, right behind him, is looking the strongest here, but just trying to find that gap to get through, and that may come sooner than he thinks, with Toby Gale falling into the clutches of these two behind. And Connor Clancy right now controlling this race. It's over a second now, the gap. And Connor Clancy just doing what he needs to do. Toby Gale still there in second place, but is slowly falling back into these clutches of James Ignatius and Arthur Dodonka. Dodonka as well, just primed and ready for an opportunity. And Caden Higgins has dropped Luna Flusha and has latched onto the back here now as well. Luna kind of all on her own there. Not close to anyone in front or behind, wide there for Ignatius. Still no lunge here, still no move, staying behind, but we are seeing different racing lines here. We can expect something very, very soon, as you can see how quickly they're closing in on Toby Gale. Gale's going to have a major fight on his hands here. He will want to stay on the podium. The win's not looking likely right now. The gap still opens up 1.2 seconds between the two of them, first and second. Toby Gale now just needs to push hard as Caden Higgins now sets the fastest lap of the race. Now he gets the championship point. And he is now closing in on these drivers in front. Dodonka, Ignatius is right there. It's one train now between the two of them. Luna Flusha is still there. She's ready to pick up any pieces that may come her way. But we're just waiting now. Who's going to be the first to jump? Will it be Ignatius? Will it be Dodonka? Will it be Higgins? Or will it be Gale? Will he defend first before anyone even decides to attack? Checks over the shoulder. Slipstream kicks in, nothing changes here. They stay behind. Very close battle all the way throughout. They've had a challenging day, all of them. But for Arthur Dodonka, who started this one P8, he has put so hard. So has Toby Gale. It's not been the result he wanted. You know, pole in qualifying, that went well. The races haven't gone his way. He had 2 second places and a 9th. Started this one P4. Currently in P2. But how much longer is into turn 10? Looking to the inside there. We have not seen a move through turn 10, and now we do. James Ignatius and both Arthur Dodonka get through, and so does Caden Higgins. All three of them get past Toby Gale through turn 10 alone. It just looked like Gale left the door open and everyone just side their way through turn 10. So we've not seen any overtakes there, and then all of a sudden we see 3 into 1. And amazing stuff there, and that releases Ignatius and Dodonka and Higgins now. And will they be able to close the 1.7 second gap to Connor Clancy? We'll have to see what the pace is like on the last lap. Clancy did a 55.512. Ignatius was a 55.6 is the move on your screen. Just down the inside, the gap was open, the gap was there. Sent it down the inside, just keeping it within track limits. And yeah, through they go. And then there was Higgins down the inside of 12. So all of them taking full advantage of that one. And Toby Gale now under pressure from Luna Flusha just behind as well. So Flusha might be able to get up back into the top 5 here. And maybe back onto these trio ahead. Right now it all stays nice and calm now. Are we going to see these drivers push? And you know what we were saying about can they close the gap? It was 1.7 between James Ignatiadis and Conor Clancy. It's now 1.6, so the possibility of them closing in is quite high here actually, and visibly the gap looks smaller. So I reckon we could see something here. Clancy, who's just been controlling his race, he's not had to worry about anything now. He's just focusing on bringing that kart to the end, but how are his tyres? That's the main thing. Is he running on empty on those tyres? Or are they fine? Are they all fine for the drivers? Have they looked after them well across this weekend? A lot of marbles out on that track, which would suggest the opposite. He's running on the Vega option tyre. Relatively soft compound as well, so it can degrade quite quickly. As Higgins has now passed Dodonka actually now, so Dodonka's down into 4th place. So now a change there, so that releases James Ignatiadis just a little bit. The gap's come down a little bit more now. It's come down to 1.5 between themselves and Conor Clancy. So the gap getting ever smaller between these two. Yeah, a little wide there for Dodonka. He's really pushing hard there. All of them as well pushing hard. Uniflusha not able to get past Toby Gale. He stayed there just for the time being, allowing Marcos Shilkunas, who's there in 7th place. We've not spoken much about him in this final. He's always been in and around there in that top section of this race. This is the replay of potentially how that overtake would happen. And again, through turn 12. Prime place for these overtakes. And Caden Higgins, yep, gets it done. And with that, it did release Ignatiadis just that little bit, but it looks like they have closed back in now. There is Shilkunas coming through the shot as well. Got Zainal Hovassani just behind. It's still very close, all within the top section. No other retirements for the time being. Green Core still running around, currently in 20th place, 4 places gained. Biggest mover out there as well. Got to give that to Egon Pedrotti as well, the Italian driver in the 117, who's gained 7 positions in this final. He's up into P16 as well. He's having a close battle with Jeremy Montgomery Swan, and he's got Zachariah Dola as well just behind. So a very close-knit group of drivers all the way throughout. Other movers as well, Angelina Simmons-Tollers and Dan Delakian, 2 Spaniards who are running just behind the Japanese driver of Sada Matsui, who's running 9th, 10th and 11th out on track. Still no change in. And if anything, Toby Gale's actually closing in, and Ignatiadis has lost his momentum he was gaining on Clancy. Gap's back open to 1.6 seconds now. So right now, just keep an eye on all these drivers. They're just waiting for this last lap board to come out. I think now they are just all in a position, and a twitch there from James Ignatiadis, and Caden Higgins senses weakness and sends it to the inside through turn 12. You just saw there a slight adjustment of the steering through turn 10, and that just gave a green light to Caden Higgins to go full send into 12. And now it's Caden Higgins' turn to go after Conor Clancy with only a handful of laps left, and the gap's back to 1.7 seconds. It's a tall order, but anything is possible. And I'm curious if we can see that again, because it was just the slightest mistake there from James Ignatiadis going through 10. It's just a small adjustment on the wheel. You saw the back stepped out and he had to correct it. And unfortunately, just that little moment there cost him that position. That just shows the limit that these drivers are on. It just shows any slight mistake can cost you so much. And luckily, only losing the 1 position there to Caden Higgins. But Artur Dodonka is ready and waiting in P4 to really close in here and see what he can do. Flusha has got past Toby Gale now on that last lap. And she is closing in now on the drivers ahead. But, well, Caden Higgins, despite his best efforts, has taken a 10th out of Conor Clancy, but he's nowhere near close enough. Artur Dodonka, though, who's been the most impressive driver, I think, this race. Really shone in this final after always being there or about. Started this one P8 and up into P4 now. A superb drive and just pushing all the way throughout. This would be, I believe, his best result as well for Donker at P4. And again, a big moment there down the inside through turn 12, and contact between himself and James Ignatiadis. And Ignatiadis here is struggling as he looks to the inside. Now does Dodonka. He pulls the pin and says, I've had enough, I'm going for it, but now loses it as we go on to the final lap. We're now 3 wide. This is the battle for third place on the podium, and Luna Flusha goes to the inside and gets both of them into turn 1, loses it on the exit. Now Toby Gale comes back into play, and now Luna Flusha loses it after gaining 2, now loses 2 as well, and a bit of contact there, and now loses out to all 3 of them. And the swing shape and round goes after Dodonka. Arthur Dodonka spins and out, and he stalls, and he is out of this final on the last lap of the race after gaining 4 positions. He is out, and he is furious. He has words to say to one particular driver, and that would be Luna Flusha, who they just got locked into contact with each other out of turn 4, and he is not happy at all. But for Conor Clancy here, he's not had to worry about any of the battling that's happened behind. He has just focused on what he's needed to do up ahead. And out of the final corner, he will see the checkered flag, and he wins the first junior final this weekend. 1 more to go tomorrow. And of course, the rest of the qualifying heats. Caden Higgins recovers back to 2nd after starting P3 in the final from James Ignatiadis, who finishes in P3. Toby Gale recovers back to P4 from Luna Flusha, and Sara Matsui, who finishes in P6. A superb result there as well for Marcus Shilkunis, who finishes in P7 from Zainal Homasani, Angelina Simmons-Torres, and Dan Dalakian rounding out the top 10. But something tells me that junior final is not over yet. Words will be had, as Arthur Dodonka, who had a superb race all the way throughout that one, did well. But this man here on your screen, Conor Clancy, what a day. He didn't put it on pole position. He qualified 3rd in Q1, but 2 qualifying heat wins, a P4, and now a win in the final. An excellent way to start your weekend, Conor. And I'm curious to see what you can do tomorrow. A good night's sleep ahead of you, and the rest of the field as well. He takes maximum championship points. Fastest lap, though, would go to Caden Higgins, so he gets the 2nd place championship points and the extra point for the fastest lap. There's a look then at the provisional classifications. Provisional with a capital P, I think, at the end of that one. Augustus Toniolo then finishes in 11th place from Dinir Islamov in 12th place. Nikita Gerasmets finishes in P13. Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Egon Pradotti, a brilliant drive there, finishing in P15. Superb driving all the way throughout. And as these drivers get going, there is some superb racing ahead of us. And I am looking forward to seeing what the juniors will do tomorrow. 16th place downwards as well. Zachariah Dole and Raquel Zaref Faradin rounds out the top 17, all gaining positions. Ella Hakkonen, brilliant race, P18, just outside of the points, but a good result. And Corinne Kaur, who rounds out the 19 finishes on that one. Arthur Dodonka, Alexander Dahlstrom, Maria Nadelli, and Max Murray and Katrina E, all retirements from that race. But for Conor Clancy, it's a superb final win as the lights begin to shine here. And Conor Clancy delighted with that one. He will sleep easy tonight, I'm sure, as he gets himself ready for tomorrow. And congratulations going out to all of our drivers out there. A tough race for all, but a superb result for that man there. Conor Clancy, who takes the win. You have to feel, though, for the drivers who didn't finish the race. Maria Nadelli, unfortunately, who sits broken at the side of the circuit. Not the race you would have wanted. The start itself, though, fairly spread open, but we would lose drivers on the opening lap. 2 of them, Max Murray and Katrina E, getting into a tangle on the opening lap as well, just in the background. Unfortunately, their race would end prematurely. Not the result they would have wanted as they tangled with each other there. So words, I'm sure, are being exchanged between the two drivers, but unfortunately both of them were unable to get the kart started, and it would be their race over, walking away from each other there, clearly frustrated with what happened. The race continues on, though, and Luna Flusha, a brilliant opening few laps of that one, getting up into third place, but then would lose it after battling away with James Ignatiades, who would get up into that third place spot, battling away all the way throughout. Certainly fighting their way all the way through this one. Caden Higgins, though, would then get the move done, as well as Arti Dodonka. There was the retirement in the early stages as well for Alexander Dahlström, a driver from Finland, unfortunately not finishing the race. And again, you can imagine very, very frustrated with that result. Change here, though. This was the battle for second place, third place, and then even fourth place as they went through. That was the moment that Caden Higgins got the second move there, but James Ignatiades and Arti Dodonka both gaining those positions. And there was a kind of a three-kart battle all the way to the end, and Caden Higgins back down the inside would get up into third place, and they would fight all the way to the end, and it would all fall to this little mistake here. A slight adjustment on the steering would force James Ignatiades to lose second place, and that would allow Caden Higgins to close back in. The contact there between Arti Dodonka and James Ignatiades as well, as they went on to the final lap. There would be three wide. Luna Flusha would get involved, would go down the inside, and then keep an eye on Toby Gale. Toby Gale would take full advantage of this and send it to the inside, and then it would all go down to Arti Dodonka and Luna Flusha. They would then come into tangle in the latter part of the section. Both of them running wide, actually, was Gale and Luna Flusha. They would keep their foot in it, though, and hold it going in towards turn 3. But then it was on the exit of turn number 4 here, because Dodonka had the run and the move to the inside and actually got in front. It was on the exit, though, here, where they just got clipped and hooked onto each other. And unfortunately, round went Arti Dodonka as he checked over his shoulder. And Luna Flusha just, well, I don't want to say passenger in that one, but just nowhere to go, really. It was just they'd hooked on and there was nothing they could do. And unfortunately for Arti Dodonka, he would go round, but I'm sure he's got a different opinion of that matter. But at the end of the final lap, Connor Clancy, who had no competition in that one, really, winning by 1.4 seconds, dominating today after qualifying third yesterday, 2 qualifying heat wins, a fourth, and then a win in the final. He is primed and ready to go into tomorrow as a happy guy. But remember, it all falls down to their qualifying, what they did yesterday. That gives them their grid for today. Nothing from today affects the grids for tomorrow. That was Q2 that sorted that out yesterday. And for Connor Clancy, Q2 for him was not the result he would have wanted. He qualified 7th, so he's going to have a tough day tomorrow. There is Maria Nadelli, who is just waiting for her pickup, and unfortunately for her, it's not the way her race wanted to go. A tough day for Maria Nadelli, but certainly tomorrow is another day indeed. Plenty of racing to come then across this weekend. We've got one more final to go, and it is the senior group that will be heading out next. There you can see them lining up ready to get going, and then tomorrow we have a repeat of today. 3 qualifying heats each, and then the 3 finals at the end of it. Certainly looking forward to seeing what will happen tomorrow, but for now, we have got the seniors coming up next. So, seniors getting themselves sorted here, and a quick update of what has happened over the course of the qualifying heats. Qualifying heat 1 for seniors, Finn McLaughlin took the win from Austin Gale and Zachary Hurd. That was the main fight that we saw all the way throughout. Qualifying heat 2 would again go the way of Finn McLaughlin, but Adam Alazari and then Zachary Hurd would then fight in. Adam Alazari certainly pushing very, very strong. Qualifying heat 2, again, that was a very interesting one. Qualifying heat 3, that certainly was interesting because, again, we saw McLaughlin, we saw Adam Alazari, but this time we saw Austin Gale. So there's always been a difference in the order on that one. And certainly looking forward to seeing what they can do in the course of this one. But really, it all falls down to McLaughlin here. He has had a perfect weekend. He was pole in qualifying, 3 qualifying heat wins. Can he take it all the way to the final? Well, the lights have faded now, and, well, we didn't expect to be running under the floodlights here this weekend for the finals, but due to some delays, we have found that has happened. So, drivers in the senior category will get a race under the floodlights, which I'm sure a lot of them are looking forward to. And for Arthur de Donker there, again, I'm sure he has got some words to say here. He's probably not a happy chap in that wagon after such a good run in that race, up to 4th place and battling for 3rd as well. And unfortunately, finishing that one right at the back of the field. So, big changes all the way throughout that order. But right now, it all comes down to the last race of the day, the OKN Senior Final. And McLaughlin will be the one to try and beat throughout this one. There, though, again, Maria Nadeli just getting her kart back on the trailer, which is why we have a bit of a wait before our next one. But right there, never a nice moment for a lot of drivers to be recovered off the track. But unfortunately, it is the way of some races. You win some, you lose some. It is just one of those things. And for these two, it is going to be a loss in the first final. Hopefully, they will come back stronger. There you can see the light fading here as we go racing under the floodlights here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track, opened in 2010. Lap record by your man who starts on pole position for this next final, Finn McLaughlin, with a 54.806, 1,200 metres in length. The main straight, 165 metres. The back straight, 80 metres, as they battle their way all the way throughout this one. 8 metres the track width. It's quite a wide circuit, but is narrow in some places. An elevation of 5 metres. It is an up and down circuit, as well as technical, with 17 turns, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, and 3 hairpins. Many overtaking opportunities in towards turn 1, 3 and 4, turn 7 and 8, and as well into 16 and 17, and also turn 12 as well. We've seen plenty of overtakes into there. They seem to be the key places that drivers have been going for it. Top speed these drivers would reach around 110 kilometers an hour down in towards the turn 10 corner. Average speed of 72.8 kilometers an hour round this lap. It is a superb venue to go racing, and for my first time visiting here, the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track, I have thoroughly enjoyed it for the first round of the Championship of the Future Academy program. Here, a brilliant venue to go racing, and with the floodlights now on, we go racing into the night here, and for many of our drivers, this will be an exciting time for them. Racing in the dark is always its own challenge in some sports, but in karting it's another one, as it looks like they get given the go-ahead to head out on to the grid in a few moments' time. McLaughlin is the one to beat here, the 221, who starts this one on pole position after qualifying pole and 3 qualifying heat wins. He is going to be the one to beat this weekend. Austin Gale, who starts alongside him, Zachary Hurd and Adam Al-Azari, who, despite retiring from his first qualifying heat win with the 2 second places, has put himself in P4, a superb recovery after retirement in the first race. Peter Stiller as well, starting on the 3rd row of the grid. Dad Tom is watching at home and sends his hellos to Peter Stiller as he wishes him all the best out here in Abu Dhabi. George Nassar starts alongside as well, and they will go from row number 3. August Raber and Jack Webster, they go from row 4. Webster having the most, probably the scariest moment that we've seen in the senior category this weekend, with the wheel-to-wheel racing that he had earlier on with some of his rivals out on the circuit, but certainly have had a decent run on this one. Nice and smiles ready to go here for Finn McLaughlin, who starts this one on pole position. As there you see, we are dusk of the day here. This is a beautiful scenery in Abu Dhabi under the floodlights here at the Forsan International Sports Resort. Really looking forward to seeing what these drivers can do as the entire grid heads out into the circuit. But not forgetting the drivers who start this one at the back of the grid. Sal Zerpa, who unfortunately has just had a up and down weekend, retirements in all 3 of them. he is just going to have to start this one from the back of the grid and push his way through, and hopefully he can get a good result. We saw that one earlier on as well. That was Alessandro Tedesco just going through as well. Same as Romeo Nassar as well, not had the best of running. Start this one in P35. Later, Monomer as well, starting in P34, as well as Alessandro Diggi, who starts P33 as well. Everyone is primed and ready to go in this one, including your man there, Suleiman Zanfari. He's getting going there as well. Two of the Zanfari names in this one, Suleiman and Sophia Zanfari. Sophia starting 29th, Suleiman starting 13th. So it's been a challenging week for them, but Suleiman has certainly had some good races, gained several positions all the way throughout the course of today in these qualifying heats. Big changes happening all the way throughout, but some good results. As McLaughlin gets himself ready, you can really see the focus here on the drivers. Focus and making sure his jaw works. I'm sure it does. He's ready to go. He's always got a word to say, has Finn McLaughlin, as he gets himself race ready and raring to go. Austin Gale starting alongside him there as well. There you can see in the middle, Belgian flag, Alessandro Tedesco. And George Nassar there as well, who's got a good starting position here, which is now in the 240. It's now in this one in P6. With a very close eye on him. Again, he's had some good results all the way throughout this weekend. I'll be curious to see how he gets on. Now, there is Austin Gale, who again starts this one in a good starting position. P2. He's had some good up and down ones, but your man here, Finn McLaughlin, who has been absolutely dominant throughout this weekend. Can he maintain this momentum going into tomorrow? The Irishman travelling a long way and has been doing a lot of karting this year in many different disciplines, and now giving the Champions of the Future Academy program a go there. Austin Gale alongside on the front row of the grid. Again, did well in qualifying, has always been up there, had some good results, but he's certainly had to work for it, but he's put himself on the outside of row number 1. He knows what he needs to do. It's just put it all together now in this final and push as hard as you can. Rest of the grid as well. Second row, Zachary Hurd, the Australian. Brilliant, brilliant drive from him all weekend, certainly gaining several positions. Keep an eye on him as he starts this one in the inside of row number 2, going down in towards turn number 1. It's usually the best place to start. You can see everything that's going on ahead. A good look at those tyres, and they look okay to me. They don't look too badly used, but again, they've done a lot of work, these tyres. Qualifying 3 qualifying heats, and now they have to do this final as well. Longest final we are going to see this weekend. 25 laps of racing is ahead of us, and Adam Al-Azhari here, who has worked so hard to get that kart into a decent starting spot for this race, has worked all his way through this weekend. 2 second places in his qualifying heats, but a retirement in his first. Peter Stiller, the Italian, who is running on the 3rd row of the grid. His dad, Thomas, is watching and sends his best to Peter. And I'm sure the same as the rest of the field as well. Everyone watching at home. And of course here at the circuit as well. Plenty of spectator spots here. Torch Racing, a fantastic facility. Lots of garages as well. Nice to see a karting track that's got sort of a miniature version of a car pit lane. Garages all the way down and a pit lane. It's always good to see. There, George Nassar with a big smile on his face. He's ready to go for this one. Clear visor fixed as we go racing under the floodlights here. You can imagine a beautiful shot there of the moon. God blimey, that's a very nice close-up there. As you can see everything. That's almost as good as a Samsung phone. Other phones are available. But for our drivers, 3 minutes to go. before we get going in this one. Ross Upton there, the judge of fact. It's been a long day for a lot of our drivers all the way throughout, but there on your screen, Suleiman Zanfari in the 142 and Sophia Zanfari there in the 143 that you just saw. There is August Reiber, who is starting this one in a good spot as well. 7th place, he's got the inside line. That's the main thing that you need here. The outside row is a tricky one to try and get the kart on that inside. Very, very tricky. But he will have Jack Webster alongside in the 219. They're a little further down in the order. That is Arina Kanina, who has had a pretty up and down day as well, breakdowns and all sorts, but Jack Webster with a superb helmet livery there. Clearly a fan of Las Vegas. Hopefully you watched the Grand Prix, but he's primed and ready in this one, focused and sitting down. Beautiful shots here under the floodlights at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart circuit. As we get going, tension building as everyone is just now focused on getting these next 25 laps of racing, about a half an hour race. It is a long race that these drivers have got to do. There, Emanuele Liadakis, who again has had a tough weekend on this one. Qualifying Heat 3, finished in P10, so had a good result. Starts this one P9, so has gained 1 position from qualifying. So it's been good, but not the greatest. But still, he is working hard, and he is still in a good spot there. He's in the top 5 rows, and he will have Hamza Al-Fayez starting alongside. Hamza, who's had some good results as well. Starting this one just on the outside of row number 5. Hamza Al-Fayez, again, driver who has raced in many places around the world here in Abu Dhabi. This is another tick in the book for him. Rest of the row as well. Cooper Lyle, who sits behind as the sun sets and the floodlights come on. He gets himself ready and going. Last few words of encouragement there from his mechanic as the 30-second board goes out from Ross Upton. We are nearing ready to go. What can he do from the 11th spot on the grid? He will have Christopher El Faghali, the Lebanese driver, alongside. There is the 240 of George Nassar, the back end of him, as he gets ready for this one, starting 6th. Again, plenty of talent on this grid as we get going. It's the last race for the track staff as well. They've been amazing all the way throughout today as the green flag waves. And let's take you through then the starting lineup for the OKN Senior Final, the first one of the weekend. It is Finn McLaughlin who starts this one on pole position from Austin Gale. Zachary Hurd from Adam Al-Azhari on row at number 2. Peter Stiller from George Nassar from August Reiber from Jack Webster on row number 4. Emanuele Liadakis and Hamza Al-Fayez on row 5 from Cooper Lyle and Christopher El Faghali on row 6. Suleiman Zanfari and Marco Dinkenpress on row 7. Jabbar Al-Sabah and Rafael Jesus on row number 8. Pip Casabene and Alessandro Tedesca on row 9 from Austin Lee and Bernardo Benaldi on row 10. They round out the top 20. Elisabetta Kozlova and Gabe Balanka, they round out row number 11 from Omar Ganoum and Isaac Demelwijk on row 12. Mario Vignolotti and Brotak Stefan on row 13. Eli Yotan and Arina Kanina on row 14. Sophia Zanfari and Mohamed Medami on row 15. They ran out the top 30. Maximus Chudascu and Aisha Sabi on row 16. Alessandro Biggie, Leif Manama on row 17. Romeo Nassar and Sal Zerpa on the back of the grid. Row 18, what can they do? Can they recover after the not so great qualifying heats that they had throughout today? Karts are looking superb under the floodlights here. Reflections shining as we go racing at the end of this lap. And one driver going very slow there. Couldn't quite see the number as it whizzed past. But certainly everything ready to get going. This has been a superb first day of racing. And we didn't expect to be racing under the floodlights, but luckily the facilities here are top quality, and we could race all the way through the night if we wanted to. Luckily we're not. We do get to go to sleep after this one. It's been a long old day for all of the drivers, the mechanics, the teams, the family and friends, the crew here, the marshals, everyone, the camera crew. Everyone's had an absolutely fantastic day racing in the sunshine here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. And it all falls down to this one, the last race of the day. It's been a solid day here for Finn McLaughlin. Adam Al-Azhari, though, has been looking good as well as he starts that one on the outside of row one. Can Austin Gale, though, alongside Finn McLaughlin, do something about his dominant performance? Lights go out and away they go, down in towards turn one, and a great start from McLaughlin, and instantly it's a good start from Austin Gale. He holds to the inside, one car getting spat out wide on the exit there. Not sure who that was. 3 wide as they all take to the inside there and try to gain as much positions as they can. Suleiman Sanfari looks like he's absolutely nailed the start and gained several positions. There's a kart that's gone wrong. That is the 218. That's not gone well at all. That's Isaac Demelwijk. Unfortunately, the Australian is out of the race before it's even started. A huge, huge shame for him as he goes off at turn number 1. Action still all the way throughout the field as karts just weave their way through. Down the inside, look like 252 there, looking to the inside. That is Eli Yurthan, who is gaining positions as well, as eyes are fixated on this top battle here. 213, you can see in third place. That's Zachary Hurd, who's had another brilliant start to his. He's held on to his original starting spot, but it's still a good position to be. He's under pressure, though, from behind, and I think that's Adam Al-Azhari who's trying to get that move done, but unable to get it done. Across the line they go then, and it is McLaughlin from Gale Hurd. Then it's Peter Stiller who's in P4. From Suleiman Sanfari, August Weber, and Emanuele Leodikis. Hamza Al-Fayez is there into P8 from Christopher El Fagali. Jack Webster's dropped down into P10th. Now where on earth did Adam Al-Azhari go? He's dropped down all the way to P17. That is a disaster for Adam Al-Azhari, who was having an absolutely superb second half of his day. It's just not gone well in the final here, but for McLaughlin, it's going superbly. He is just driving away from these two behind him, Austin Gale and Zachary Hurd, who are wheel to wheel here, and dive to the inside here from Zachary Hurd, straight to the inside through turn 12, wasting absolutely zero time there whatsoever, and gets up into second place. But can he get that momentum now back together and close up to Finn McLaughlin? I think he might, and now it is Austin Gale under pressure from Suleiman Sanfari, who's gone up into P4 now. He's got past Peter Stiller, and now he's going to get past Austin Gale. He's up into P3 now. Suleiman Sanfari is absolutely flying out there, already up into P3. He's possibly looking for a race win here. Can he beat the dominant Finn McLaughlin, who has just been on form all day? Through they go in towards turns 5 and 6, through the chicane in towards turn 7. No changes there, big clout off the curb there. I think that was for Hamza Al-Fayez making the moves there through the top section there, but everyone getting through. And again, keeping an eye on these top 3 now, keeping an eye on Suleiman Sanfari as he is just closing in on these top 2. McLaughlin, Hurd, then it's Sanfari. Gale still there in 4th place. Then it's Peter Stiller, then Reber, Leodikis, El Fagali into 8th, sorry. And Al-Fayez still there in 9th place from Jack Webster. No real changes then in that top section. Fagali up into 5th. He didn't have a good lap. Austin Gale obviously got taken by Sanfari. Who else dropped down? Peter Stiller and Emanuele Leodikis. They've dropped down to 8th and 9th from that last lap. And Austin Lee has had a terrible lap on that one. He's lost 12 places. He's down into 31st. That's a disaster for Austin Lee. It is still all kicking off here as well, though, as drivers absolutely line astern in that mid-pack section, but it's still a clean breakaway for our top drivers as they come into the banking section for the 4th time. We're on lap 4 of 25 now. And look at this. I've got to say, Zachary Hurd has closed in on McLaughlin. McLaughlin may have been dominant all day, but right now he is under pressure here. And this is really where skill comes in. And here comes Suleiman Sanfari down in towards turn 16, and he gets it done. No time wasted there whatsoever, and we thought that Zachary Hurd was closing in on McLaughlin, but it was actually Sanfari on Hurd. So there we go. Suleiman Sanfari here. I am super impressed with what he's doing here. Suleiman Sanfari, who in qualifying won yesterday, was, well, not the results he would have wanted at all, because he's gained so many positions. Suleiman Sanfari, who qualified in P17, currently right now sees himself in P2 and battling away with the driver who's been dominant all weekend. Pole position and all of the heat wins. Sulaiman Zanfari in the second half of this weekend has certainly found some waff in his wagon. And again, lovely shots here with the clear visors. You can really see the focus on the drivers. It is absolutely superb to see where they're looking in their eyes. I wonder if we can get some really close-in shots of the drivers as they go through, but really good to see this one. Sparks flying off the karts as they bottom out on the start-finish straight here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. This is superb, superb driving from the entire field. And again, Austin Gale with a big move there and sideways, and he gets the move done on Zachary Hurd there, and I think he gets that move done. Austin Gale looking very strong there. It wasn't on that one there. It was actually down behind. It was Christopher El-Faghali on Austin Gale, and a big moment there. And it looks like Austin Gale just held on to it. More sparks flying off, and incredibly close driving. Still, Zachary Hurd trying to latch onto the back here of Sulaiman Zanfari. Here's the replay. Big moment there on the curb, and it wasn't an overtake, nearly going into the side. And it was the overtake there from Christopher El-Faghali on Austin Gale. How on earth he kept control of that kart, I've no idea. Full commitment there under the floodlights. And once again, Finn McLaughlin just doing what he needs to do here, controlling the pace, controlling the pack here, not pushing too hard, not defending at all. As Emanuele Leodikis now sets the fastest lap of the race, 55.864. It's not the lap record, that was an 8.04. That was set by your man who's currently leading this race. But with that, he will see an extra championship point for Emanuele Leodikis. Yellow flags are out, and this is coming into the final sector. So who has gone round? We have lost a couple of drivers in this race in that last lap. We've lost Marco Drittenpress, unfortunately, the driver from Austria, and we've lost Mario Vigliotti. And there is Mario Vigliotti, unfortunately, and it looks to be like he's in a bit of discomfort, but he is off the track. Crucially, he's speaking with some of the RGMC staff, and looks to me like he's just had the wind knocked out of him there after a collision. Hopefully he is okay. Certainly not what you want to see in the final. Hopefully he gets a good night's sleep and we see him back out fighting fit tomorrow. There you can see the wakeboarding going on in the background there, but eyes are fixated on the racing in front of us here as Mohamed Minham now sets the fastest lap of the race. The driver of the 238, who is currently in P16, the driver who has had, well, up and down results in this one, is now setting the fastest lap of the race and is actually up 14 positions, and he's in. Well, no, he's not in. He's just outside the championship points right now. One more position, and he's in a chance of winning championship points for Mohamed there. So he's pushing very, very hard. Back on the front here, though, we go on to lap 9, 8 completed, and McLaughlin continues to be under pressure here from Sulaiman Zanfari. Zachary Hurd, though, has not dropped off the back. They are still line astern, and look how close they are. We are just waiting. You could drop a pin between these drivers and nothing would happen. They are so, so close. And again, big moment on the curbs there for both Zanfari and Hurd. And Christopher El-Faghali is taking advantage of this and is closing in on both of them now. So again, the train still starts to form. Lovely close-up shots there of the eyes as they focus through the fastest part of the circuit here. Zachary Hurd just half a second down from the leader. 2/10 down from Sulaiman Zanfari just in front of him. Reflex at the ready. A replay here. Now what happened here? Now this is 2:31. This is Marco Drittenpress, and well, going very slowly there and nearly getting completely wiped out there while trying to get out of the way. That is the danger of the left and right here. You try to stay off the inside line or the racing line, and unfortunately you just find yourself on it. Now there's been an incident now between George Nassar and Rafael Jesus. Both of them have dropped down, and Adam Al-Azhari, who's gained so many positions to get back to his original starting spot, again has dropped down even more. Rafael Jesus, Adam Al-Azhari are tumbling down the order now all the way to the back of the field, so something's happened there between the two of them. And again, as we're seeing changes here, as to the inside there goes the 2:15. That is Chirascu here, who has had a couple of retirements in this weekend. But for Maximus Chirascu, It looked like his engine seized earlier on. May have not happened, and they've got that fixed, and they're back out. Green flag's waving means before there must be a yellow flag. And yeah, for Rafael Jesus and Adam Alazari, yeah, they are out of the race. So yeah, they have dropped completely out, which is a big shame. And we're battling alongside. There is Gabe Balanka. Oh, the Australian Gabe Balanka going slow again. He has not had the results he has wanted all the way throughout this one. He's had bad results left, right and centre in the second half of this weekend. He was right up there in the early stages, and right now it's just not gone his way. The 232 on your screen there going past, that is Brotak Stefan, again another driver who's had some retirements over the course of this weekend, but still looking strong. But we keep an eye on this lead battle. McLaughlin's managed to open up the gap once again to about 0.7 of a second. And Fari and Hurd and El Faghali are still line astern. I think we're going to see a move here from Zachary Hurd. He is looking so strong, and he's just positioning that car in a way where he's eyeing up a move here or there, but he's not actually fully committed to one yet. He's just stayed behind because he keeps looking behind him, and he can see that Christopher El Faghali is right there. If he goes for a move, if Hurd goes for a move, El Faghali will be all over the back of him, but Sulaiman Sanfar is pushing as hard as he can. He's trying to close that gap up. He's 0.7 of the leader now, but the lap times are near identical between McLaughlin and Sanfari. They are just doing exactly what they need to do here, pushing all the way to the end, and we're only half race distance here. We're lap 12 of 25. We are nearly at the halfway point of this race. Still so much could happen. So much has happened in these early stages. The fact that we're talking about a driver here who started this race in P13, and now he's down into third place as Zachary Hurd sends it down the inside of turn 12. We thought the move was coming, and it was, as Christopher El Faghali now is all over that rear bumper, and he looks to the move now as well, in towards turn 16, and he gets it done. The Lebanese driver now up into P3 as they go on the charge now for Finn McLaughlin. But with all that battling there, they've opened up that gap now to over a second between themselves and Finn McLaughlin. So Zachary Hurd's got plenty of time to close it in, but he's got to close it in now. Still the fastest lappers for your man in 13th place, Mohamed Binoui there, who is in 13th place, now in the points, who's gained 17 positions across the course of this race. And confirmation there, he sets another fastest lap of the race. That is absolutely superb there for our driver from the UAE. Really pushing hard all the way around there. Shows that local knowledge of the circuit is helping out. Here's a replay then of the move. Again, a little bit wide there, a little bit of an oversteer moment, and just straight to the inside. Both of them were eyeing it up there, and I think if Zachary Hurd didn't go for the move there, I suspect Christopher El Faghali would have gone for the move on Zachary Hurd. So if anything, that was well timed. And El Faghali now with that move through 16, keeping with Zachary Hurd. So they are pushing along now. So Sulaiman Sanfari, despite the fact that he pushed so hard in the early stages, may have pushed a little bit too hard and has pushed those tyres to their limit. Now he's going to have to deal with Austin Gale, who has stayed there as well in P5 and is closing back in. Nice to see under the lights here, and sparks flying off the carts here as they go through. But for McLaughlin, a cool, calm, collected race. We thought in the early stages of this race he wasn't going to drop the pack, but consistency and just focusing on what's happening in front of you has just let him break away, and he's actually opened up a gap of now 1.3 seconds. What I say, 1.3, probably about 1.4 actually from himself and Zachary Hurd. It's now up to 1.7. So they just have dropped off the pace after all this battling. They've used their tyres, and with McLaughlin not needing to defend or push too hard, he's just saved those tyres much harder. Again, these drivers on the Vega Prime tyres, I believe they're a slightly softer compound than the option, but they do run out quickly. But for McLaughlin, he's just been focused on what he's needed to do. It's all down to who has looked after them the most down here. So Zachary Hurd, El Faghali, second and third. Sanfari still there in fourth place from Austin Gale. Then you've got August Reiber in sixth place from Peter Stiller in seventh. Jack Webster is back up to his original starting spot of P8. He's got Pip Casabene just behind as well. He's gained 8 positions. He's up to P9. He's just got past Emanuele Leodikis, in 10th place. Mohamed Binoui still there in 11th place after gaining a staggering 19 places. He is really pushing it now. Cooper Lyle still there in P12 from Hamza Al-Fayez just behind. George Nassar still there in P14 from Bernardo Benoldi, who's gained 5 positions in this one. He's in P5, but not for much longer. He's just lost out to 2 drivers. Romeo Nassar, who's up 20 positions, and Bernardo Benoldi as well has lost out to Maximus Chudasco, who's also gained 15 positions. They're battling for the last spot in the point standings there. Here though, no changes for our top drivers here, but your man here, Austin Gale, is closing in now. Austin Gale on Suleiman Zanfari is closing in, and I suspect again we could see a move in the next couple of laps here. Again, he's not been pushing hard as Austin Gale, he's just been focusing on everything. And Omar Ganoum, the 225, who started in 23rd, unfortunately out of the race, and that is a big shame for him. Not the way you'd want to meet the halfway point of your final. We are down now to several retirements now. We're down to just the top 28 racers now out on circuits. Omar Ganoum, Marco Guitenpress, Dave Palanca, Rafael Jesus, Adam Alazari, Mario Viglotti, and Isaac Demelweek and Alessandro Biggie, all retirements from this race. But there's plenty of big movers in this. Just keep an eye on the focus of this front battle at the moment. McLaughlin, we heard El Fagali and Suleiman Zanfari. There is Finn McLaughlin, who is now 2.6 seconds further up the road for the rest of the field. He has been a league of his own this weekend, and that's not to take anything away from the drivers in front. And that nose cone there, and oh dear, that's a lot of damage actually to the front. I didn't see that. Now that is on the front of whose car is that? So that is Zachary Hurd there in second place. That's Christopher El Fagali who's got the damage there. To go through. Yes, it is. It's Christopher El Fagali who's got the damage. Now, what happened to him to have that? Because that NASA panel is bent downwards, and the nose cone, you can clearly see it, has dropped off its rails, which means when he comes into the pit lane, that will be a 5-second post-race time penalty that will go out to Christopher El Fagali. Now, I may have been looking at my timing screen when something happened, so maybe, hopefully, we could see a replay. But what was that with? Because now he's got the pressure of Suleiman Zanfari right on his rear bumper, the same as Austin Gale, and again they're going for the attack here, and I can imagine this is quite difficult for Christopher El Fagali now, because that NASA panel, it just keeps getting lower and lower and lower, and now he's going to have to defend here and keep an eye, because now Austin Gale's going to get the switch back, and he gets both of them. Well timed, well calculated, 2 places in 1 corner, and Austin Gale says thank you very much to El Fagali and Zanfari, and he moves up into P3 now, back in the podium spot for Austin Gale. This is what he needs, but not for much longer, because Zanfari sends it back down the inside through turn number 7 and denies Austin Gale a podium spot here. Now they've got to be careful, because Raber's closed in. Peter Stiller has closed in. Stiller, you can just see at the back of this train now, wanting to get involved. And I've got to say, for El Fagali, this has got to be getting uncomfortable now, because that NASA panel is on his knees here as they go wheel to wheel, and wheels bash as Raber and Stiller go absolutely line astern, but Stiller gets past, and now he tries to get past El Fagali as well, but it's not going to happen through this section. Is he going to line something up in towards turn 16 here? No, he's not, because he goes defensive. They follow Suleiman Zanfari, who's leading this battle here. It's Zanfari who's there in 3rd place. Oh no, he's there in 4th place. It's Austin Gale who's in 3rd. He's still there, sorry, as he gains those positions. So it's still a battle here for the top 4 places. They've just driven away, and they've lost contact with the top 4 now. They are 2 seconds off the back of Austin Gale. And big sparks there out the bottom of Suleiman Zanfari. He's pushing that kart right to the limit here as he tries to hold on as much as he can for P4. Remember, the podium is ahead of him here. There's the podium. It's Austin Gale who's in 3rd place. So he's battling for P4 here. But Suleiman Zanfari pushing as hard as he can. But for Christopher El Fagali, that kart with a lot of damage. He must be struggling there. And for Peter Stiller, there's a kart stopped in the middle of the track right in front of them. How on earth did they avoid that? I think that possibly could have been Aris Sabi there, and it is the 230. No, that is Sal Zerpra, who unfortunately has retired in every qualifying heat he's had, and he's sitting right there in the middle of the track. He can't get out because there's karts coming around. It's too unsafe to get out of the karts. He's on the racing line there. So he's waiting for all the carts to get past for a safe spot to get that kart restarted. There, the heavily damaged wagon there of Christopher Alfagali. There is Aisha Sabi, who pulls it into the pit lane. And unfortunately, yeah, race over on lap number 21. Well, the race still continues, and McLaughlin's lead now more than 5 seconds from Zachary Hurd. Austin Gale as well, there's Sal Zerpler there in the background, who's just not finished any races this weekend so far. A big, big shame for him. Hopefully tomorrow is a new day and a better day for him. Yeah, McLaughlin now, the gap 5.6 seconds from Zachary Hurd. Austin Gale on that last spot on the podium. I want to say is in a safe spot, but is he? Is he in a safe spot right now? Because Suleiman Zamfari, who we're watching, is closing back in, and there is time to close that gap. It's less than a second between the two of them. Austin Gale is not out of trouble yet. The battle for the podium is still on here, folks. With only a handful of laps to go, Suleiman Zamfari could get away with a top 3 finish here. Christopher Alfagali, though, with a huge damage to the front of his kart, still continues to keep going in that spot now, but he's under pressure. He's under pressure here from Peter Stiller just behind, and August Raber. Mohamed Menemni also getting involved. 22 places for Mohamed. He's had such a fantastic race. As into the pit lane now comes Alessandro Tedesca. Another retirement and a bit of damage to the side pod there and to the tyres. So Robbins racing, and he's certainly been rubbing out there, out of track. Just keep looking at that nose cone on Christopher Alfagali. Unfortunately for him, he's going to drop back all the way behind these, and now he's left the gap there open through turn 4, and through goes Peter Stiller. Peter Stiller now up into the top 5 and looking to see if he can try and close in and maybe go for a podium here. It could be possible if it all kicks off at the front here, but Peter Stiller now been released. The driver's behind, wanting to get through. August Raber right there, just behind as well, trying to get the job done. Suleiman Zamfari, look at that commitment over the curb. The sparks flying off. I certainly don't want to look underneath that chassis when they come back into Parc Ferme. It's going to be absolutely ruined underneath there. There you can see the damage to Christopher Alfagali as well. That car not looking healthy at all in the front end. This was the overtake now we just saw from Peter Stiller. Prime example there through the inside of turn number 4, wasted no time whatsoever. And Mohamed Menemni also trying to get involved. Here's the battle for 3rd place, though. It's heating up. Austin Gale and Suleiman Zamfari. Zamfari is closing in the same as Peter Stiller. I've got to say, it's all kicking off there, and Alfagali is under some serious trouble here now. Menemni's getting through. Raber, Webster's closed in as well. The top 10 are right there, but the eyes need to be fixated on this battle for 3rd place, and maybe even the battle for 2nd. No, that's not Zachary Hurd up ahead. That's a back marker up ahead that they've got to deal with, and that is possibly Laith Menemni as well, that they have closed up into the back of, who they are becoming to lap, or it could be actually Eli Uton, who they're also closing in. Final lap time, though, and for your man here, Finn McLaughlin from Ireland, well, all is calm here. 5.6 seconds ahead from the rest of the field. He started on pole. He stayed on pole for the majority of it. We thought he was going to lose it at one point, but no, he wasn't worried. He stayed at the front. It was pole in qualifying in Q1. It was 3 qualifying heat wins as well, and it all fell down to this final. Through turn 9 he goes. He's got absolutely no competition here. He could just cruise back to the start-finish line if he really wanted to. No competition whatsoever. That is no disrespect to any other driver. Every other driver here has driven so fantastically well, but this man has been on another level. Out through the penultimate corner into turn 17, and why not take it out wide and kick the back out? Why not? Across the line, it's Finn McLaughlin who takes a dominant first day win here across all of the races. Pole in qualifying. It was qualifying heats 1, 2 and 3, wins all the way throughout, and then come the final, wins it by the biggest margin ever, 4.6 seconds from Zachary Hurd, who finishes an impressive 2nd place. From Austin Gale, amazingly manages to get it back on the podium. Brilliant drive for Austin Gale. Suleiman Zamfari, 9 places gained, held on to P4. We thought he was going to get on the podium, just didn't have the legs at the end of that one. Peter Stiller, brilliant drive for him. Fell back a bit at the start of the race, but soon came back and he dropped into P5 in his original starting spot. Jack Webster, brilliant drive, 2 places gained. He finishes in the top 6 from Christopher El Faghali. I mean, the damage on the front of that car, I don't know how he got it, but unfortunately for him, that nose cone is dropped. He will see a 5-second post-race time penalty, and he will fall back from that 7th place spot. He did gain 5 places, but I suspect he's about to lose them. August Reiber then finishes in 8th place on track from Pip Casabene. Mohamed Minemni finishing in P10, 20 places gained, and he gets championship points after the fact that he's had a terrible run of qualifying heats. He certainly came back shining in the final. George Nassar finishing in P11 from Cooper Lyle finishing in P12. Emanuele Leodikis finishing in 13th place from Maximus Chirascu. Again, another driver who's had a terrible run of qualifying heats, 17 positions gained, and gets a couple of championship points as well. The same as Romeo Nassar as well, 20 places gained after a terrible run of qualifying heats. He finishes in the last point scoring place of P15. Brilliant result there as you see the rest of the intermediate classifications going up on your screen. A superb first day of racing here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track, and a superb race for this man here. Finn McLaughlin from Ireland, a superb drive all the way throughout, and he gets congratulated by nearly everyone. What a dominant performance for him. There's his dad Martin congratulating him. He's been bringing him to every single race weekend he's gone to around the world, and for Finn McLaughlin, this is a bright future ahead of him. I can see many beautiful results happening his way, but right now for Finn McLaughlin, he can relax. He can control his mind and thoughts. The podium awaits him as he goes into tomorrow again on top form today. Finn McLaughlin, a dominant performance. The driver from Ireland having a superb run. Can't take it away from the rest of the drivers though. Zachary Hurd, Austin Gale on the podium as well. But for this man here on your screen, I mean, I do not know what to say for this man here. Sal Zerpler. He was so happy and cheery at the start of the weekend when I was speaking to him, and just in the qualifying heats, it's not gone his way at all. And unfortunately, he's had to retire from nearly every race he's been in. A big, big shame. Peter Stiller, though, brilliant drive for him, finishing in P5. And for Suleiman Zanfari, I mean, what a drive we've seen from him over the course of this race weekend. He has just been pushing these karts to the absolute limits. He's been smacking those curbs and really showing how to use one of these karts to its full potential. A look at some of the highlights from that race. There were many over the course of 25 laps. At the start of that one, there was a bit of drama, but everyone managing to get away. Alessandro Biggie and Isaac Demelweek not getting the getaways they didn't want to at the start. Alessandro Biggie not actually even starting the race, but there was side-to-side moments throughout all of it. Finn McLaughlin at the start here, well, he wasn't getting dropped by Austin Gale. Austin Gale was sticking right with him, and if anything, we thought he was going to go for the move here down the inside. There was our first retirement there. That was Isaac Demelweek out on circuit. Mario Vigliotti would be the second driver to retire. He pulled it into Parc Ferme. His race was over. Big moment there as well for Christopher El Faghali over the curbs. Now, that didn't cause the damage, and I am still curious about what did cause the damage. That is your driver, Marco Drittenpress, who was just trying to avoid people after a spin, and yeah, unfortunately he would nearly get collected by the rest of the drivers. Change there is down the inside. Zachary Hurd would get up into a good spot. He would get up into third place as he would then chase after your man here, and Suleiman Zanfari getting squeezed down into third place, and Zachary Hurd would just continue on to battle for second place. He would hold on to that one. He would not be able to catch up to Finn McLaughlin at the end of it though. There was the retirement for the 225, though, of Omar Ghannoum. Not what he wanted to see. And for him, it's not a great result at all. So, but for this man here, Finn McLaughlin, he would keep going. No drama for him whatsoever. This touchy moment here. Now, the damage is already on Christopher El Faghali's kart, so we did not see how that damage happened, but he would instantly start battling with the drivers behind, and Suleiman Zanfari able to get the moves back done on Toby Gale and Christopher El Faghali. After Toby Gale getting both of them in one, there'd be action further down as Alfagari would just try and defend any sort of position he could gain left, but it would all be to no avail. As you can see, that nose cone there just bobbing up and down. I'll confirm that he did get one, but by looking at these pictures with it bumping up and down, it would seem that his nose cone did drop on that one. Big shame for him. The huge sparks coming out the bottom of Suleiman Zamfari as he was battling for fourth place out on circuit in the last few laps here. Peter Stiller with a cheeky move down the inside here through turn number 4, just sending it on Christopher El Fagali, and Fagali having to defend here from August Raber and the rest of the drivers behind. Jack Webster also trying to get the move done, but for Finn McLaughlin, salutes across the line, a dominant performance, P1 in qualifying, and all of the wins today. Qualifying heats 1, 2 and 3, with of course the beautiful result there in the final. Well, it's just the podiums to go. Do not go anywhere. Local time 6:45 will be the podium, so in about 25 minutes. So do not go anywhere. 6:45 for the podium, so please do stick with us. We're going to take a short break now before we head over there. Thank you so much. I've been Anthony Jordan, and we will see you for the podiums in about 25 minutes. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here this evening after an absolutely fantastic day of racing. One more day to go, but between now and then, we have our finalists from day number 1. Starting in third position, please welcome onto the podium, representing the United Arab Emirates. Please give a huge round of applause for Leonidas Peruzzi. In second place for the Mini 60 category, please welcome onto the podium, representing Belgium, Priam Bruno! And finally, your final winner of day 1 of racing from Switzerland, please give a huge round of applause for Dan Alleman! We now listen to the national anthem of Switzerland. What a final that was for the Mini 60 categories. We'd like to welcome onto the podium Gwen LeGroux, the Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 Team Driver Advisor, to present the trophies to our top 3 drivers. In third position, please give a huge round of applause for Leonidas Peruzzi. In second position, the second place trophy goes to Priam Bruno. And finally, your race winner after an absolutely fantastic final all the way through today, Dan Alleman. We'd like to welcome any photographers to come up front and centre, grab photos of our top 3, and we'd like to invite everyone, all of our dignitaries, onto the podium as well to join the drivers in the photos. If we could get all of our top 3 onto the top stop of the podium, guys, join us all at the top. And some nice big smiles. Trophies in the airs as well, guys. Nice big smiles. And please give a huge round of applause for your top 3 in Mini 60. Thank you so much then for the Mini category. We'll turn our attention now to the Junior category. Another huge round of applause, please, for your top 3 drivers in the Mini 60 category. On to the OKN Juniors, and again, another fabulous day of racing, but it all fell down to the final on day number 1. Another day of racing to come up behind us. But on the podium, please give a huge round of applause in third position from Australia in the treble 1, James Agnostiides. In second position, please give a huge round of applause for your driver representing the United Arab Emirates in the number 157. Give it up for Caden Higgins. And finally, your race winner from the OKN Junior, also representing the United Arab Emirates in the number 122, Connor Clancy. We now listen to the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. Absolutely fantastic running there for the OK Junior finalists. We'd like to welcome now Dino Chiesa, the CEO of Kart Republic, onto the podium to present our top 3 trophies. And in third place from Australia, please give it up for James Agnostiadis. In second position as well from the United Arab Emirates, his local circuit as well. Please give it up for Caden Higgins. And finally, your race winner after a superb final. Please give it up for Connor Clancy. Raise those trophies in the airs, guys. Let's get those photos in. And we'd like to invite Dino onto the podium as well to join the top 3 on the top step as well. So get those photos in, guys. Nice big smiles. Trophies in the air, guys. If you'd all like to jump on the top spot for us as well, everyone on the top step of the podium. And Dino will join and we'll get the photos in. So photographers, come in nice and close. Get your photos in. And please give it up once again for your finalists in OKN Junior, Connor Clancy, Caden Higgins, and James Agnostiadis. Fantastic stuff. Well, one more podium to go, and it's the senior final, the longest race we had this weekend. After 25 laps of racing, it all fell right to the end. But finally, we have our top 3. Representing Thailand, and a huge round of applause in third position. Give it up for Austin Gale. In second position, representing Australia, please give it up for the 213, Zach Hurd. And finally, with the biggest gap we've seen all weekend of 4.7 seconds, please welcome, after a dominant performance from Ireland, Finn McLaughlin. We will now listen to the national anthem of Ireland. A superb final under the floodlights here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. And again, we would like to welcome James Geidel onto the podium to present the trophies to our top 3 drivers. In third position, Austin Gale. In second position, Zach Hurd from Australia. And in first position from Ireland, Finn McLaughlin. A superb final under the floodlights here. We'd ask anyone with their cameras to come up nice and close to get a photo. Trophies high up in the air, guys, and give us some nice big smiles. And then we'll ask all of our top 3 to jump onto the top step of the podium. And James Gardel, please do join them for the photos as well. For the final time today, before we go racing again tomorrow in the sunshine, please give it up for your senior finalists, Finn McLaughlin, Zachary Hurd, and Austin Gale. Well, thank you so much for everyone for sticking with us to the end of the day. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning for the second half of the weekend. Until now, it's bye for now. We'll see you bright and early in the morning. Thank you.